Early in 2024, a little video that I produced looking at the single-player versions of the Atari game Target Fun led to what has ended up being a very popular and successful series here on GenXGrownUp that we call Friday Plays. Hey there, welcome back to GenXGrownUp. I'm John and I am a GenXGrownUp. Thank you for clicking on this, what I'm sure you've noticed is an incredibly long video. Ever since Friday Plays became a thing mid-year, it has become a ritual. I've done a video almost every single Friday from when I started this till the end of the year, which is just last week, almost last week, which has resulted in 39 episodes. And I've had a lot of folks tell me that they enjoy watching these and rewatching these, putting on the playlist and playing it. And so what I thought I would offer here at the end of the year as a little end of year bonus for both of us is a supercut of every episode of Friday Plays that I produced in 2024. And I was stunned how much content that is. So in this video, what I've done quickly is I've edited off the extraneous "Hi, I'm John" part and the "Don't forget to click over my shoulders" part. And it's just the content, the intro, the outro, and all of the gameplay for every game that I've covered on Friday Plays in 2024. As we move into 2025, I'm going to be producing new Friday Plays early in the year, probably first or second week of January. I'll get things kicked off again. And again, I will do a video every Friday, health and life willing, for you, and drop it right here on GenXGrownUp. But in the meantime, this video, click play on it. I don't expect you to watch the whole thing straight through. Put it in the background, and instead of running the fireplace thing all day, run this video all day. I found myself really enjoying looking back through them. So without any further ado, timestamps underneath this video so you can click around and find what you want. Thank you for clicking here. Thank you for a wonderful and successful 2024. And here's to much health and happiness and success for both of us in 2025. Let's go. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was able to share with you here on GenXGrownUp that I had picked up a 1977 Year One Sears Telegames. Now, that was the Sears branded Atari 2600. It was a heavy sixer. I was so happy to pick it up and add it to my collection. And all the parts were there, including the pack-in game Target Fun, which is actually a rebranded air-sea battle. Now, coming out Year One, this was a launch title for the Atari 2600 and similarly for the Sears Telegames. And I always remembered this being a two-player game only. It had no computer player. And I even said in that video, Target Fun is a double-player game only. But several viewers down in the comments straightened me out and reminded me, no, John, Target Fun did have single-player games with computer opponent. Something that I don't remember ever trying at all when I was a kid. I want to try out the single-player games in Target Fun. I want to know whether or not they're any good, whether or not I can beat them. Look, effectively, here's what happens. It even says in the instruction manual, the player one is going to hold down the fire button, and then player two is the joystick you're going to use to try to beat them. It's almost no different than putting a heavy book on the fire button of the other controller. That is the level of competition I'm expecting from Target Fun. So let's fire it up and try it out. Now, it's every third game, so multiples of three. So the first one is game 3, and this is just, they call it robot games. This is just the anti-aircraft. So, giving it a shot. So, I'm the one on the right, I'm the orange one. Tied out of the gate. I would hope I could beat this dumb robot AI, but you never know. Oh, I'm losing 5-2. That's not awesome. 7-3. And you can see what the computer is doing or not doing. Just lay it on the button. And I'm still losing somehow. I think you have like a 2-minute timer or something, the manual says, I forget. Man, he's crushing it. But he's gonna get that slow moving. Oh, no, he didn't. Alright, I get that one at least. Oh, there's the warning, and I'm losing. I'm losing 20 to 22. Come on. 23 to 21. Come on. 24, 25. So I've lost. The computer beat me with its randomness.
Okay. Now I'm warmed up. Okay. The next one is the same game, but with these obstacles. So, let's see if we can do a little better this time. Maybe now that I'm warmed up. All right, 4-1. Maybe those obstacles in the way are going to be good for me, because he's going to hit those instead of making points, maybe. We'll see. Maybe there's something to be said for just mindlessly hammering on the fire button, rather than trying to think it out. I'm sure you could get enough skill to where you could actually figure and time things out, but... So I'm ahead by 10 points? That's not too shabby. The sounds on these games, especially these early games. 33-47. Oh, and we're in the final little bit. Score is flashing. One more. Don't give up. Keep trying. All right. 59-34. All right. I'm much happier with that one. All right. Now, number 9 is the torpedo. So this is, you get to move left and right. I'm thinking he's going to suffer here because he's not going to do any moving. So it's going to be up to me. Hit one already. And because I'm moving, I can take a couple of tries where he's just going to never get one chance at each volley that comes by. Oh, yeah. All right, score is flashing. It's not going to be long now. And that's it. That's it. All done. So 18-35. I can't be upset about that. Let's see. Then it moves on to... Oh, now we have the same game, but with obstacles. So we have these mines down here that are in the way. So hopefully those won't hamper my performance. I should do just as well at this one. I think they're not all worth the same amount. Like the smaller boats, I think, are more valuable. Yeah, it's 2 points for those little boats. Still cruising at almost double his score. Can't be too upset about that. Oh, he got 2 there. The mine actually helped him. 33-50, 35-51. All right, we're doing okay. Keep working at it. Got another little boat. And that's it. 40-67. Okay, respectable. Respectable. Number 15 is the shooting gallery. So in this one, you can move up, back and forth, and up and down, but the target's reverse. I remember playing this one multiplayer, and the trick I always used was to just try to shoot everything on my opponent's side to make it harder for him to find anything to even shoot and score points. So I'm going to just keep targeting whatever's on his side first, because he's not going to move over, especially this computer. He's not going to move over and try to shoot my stuff, because he doesn't know how. Good duck. Woo! Triple his score. He's not going to have a chance here. And it's flashing. This game's about to be over. 15-54. That's how I thought the first game was going to go. And then it went way lopsided in the other direction. All right. 17-58. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Against a brainless robot. All right. So we have 18. Oh, so this is the thing where you're the boats at the bottom. This is called missile. So we're each boat, so you can speed up or slow down. And so I'm the red one again, or pink, or orange, whatever he is. So I'm trying to target all the objects up top there. Got it. Oh, I need to trying to match his speed, I think, is a better plan. There we go. Like that. Yep. Yeah, this is another one where I think the computer is going to suffer by not being able to plan or think, you know. There, get line up with him, and then I can take out that helicopter. Nice. We're flashing 13-30. I don't think he's going to have a chance. Get him. Just missed him. That's going to be at 13-30. All right. Not a blowout, but I'll take it. All right. So this one. Oh, so this one's a bomber. Now we're both planes shooting at the boats below. Hopefully, I would expect a similar outcome here. Same results. I'm the little orange plane. I like timing myself, just sinking with the boats. Almost can't miss that way. There we go. 15-30, got double his score already. Yeah, you know, he really just suffers from not being able to plan. Oh, yeah. Bombs away. Man, I'm crushing him. Get it! Get it! 22-58. You will rue the day, blue plane. One more for good measure. And that's it. 4372. Nice. Nice. Okay. What do we got? Ah! So this is the competitive one. Yeah. So this is missile versus bomber. So I'm the boat, I think, and he's the plane. We have to time out each other. So... hopefully... oh, there we go. That's the way. Poor computer. He just doesn't know any better. Oh. Way outmatched. Way outmatched. Oh, I got hit! I got hit! Just as I said outmatched, I got hit. Alright. Now we're back and forth. Oh! He spawned right under my bullets. Not good news for him. Whoa! There we go. Nice. 4 to 10. I think there's just one more variation after this one. Ouch! And it's the same thing with obstacles in the middle, as I recall. Oh, and we're flashing. We're flashing. Alright, 5 to 11. Not too upset about that. 5 to 12. Get one more on him. Oh no! And he got one more on me. How about that? I'm not gonna be able to catch him up with him. Come on. And that's it. So I doubled it. 6 to 12. Alright. Last one. I've only lost one so far. If I can do this one more time, at least it's not going to get any worse. Ugh! He almost got me there, didn't he? Alright, he's making that difficult. When we're going the same direction west... ow, he got me! Alright, reverse. There we go. That's better. Two to 0? No, no, no! This will not fly. 3 to 0! Ah! 4 to 0! Okay, this is not going great. Finally got him. Come on, spawn right there. Right. Now it's almost helping me out. That's exactly where I need these guys to be lined up. It's not too tough. Now we're tied, 5 to 5. 5 to 6. Now I'm in the lead. Just barely. Ugh, I thought I could time that out. Oh, I got hit one more time. Got him. 6, 7. Alright, just gotta not get hit. Oh! Woo! 7, 8. Just don't get hit. Just don't get hit. That's it. 7, 8. Man! It was close. The mines don't help, and depending on whether you're going east or west, makes a big difference. So, I mean, I'll take it. So what is that? 8 to 1, basically, across these 9 games. All right.
I'm a little bit embarrassed to say that I only won 8 out of 9 of these AI computer opponent games for Target Fun. I mean, it's no more really than just trying to outthink random fire button. That's it. You know, there's no, and it's not even random. It's paced. Yeah. I see why I didn't play these when I was a kid. Like, yes, you're right. Target Fun does have single-player computer opponent games. No, I never played them, and they're not that inventive. That's probably why I never did. One of the tasks I must endure as part of full-time running a YouTube channel, podcast, and website all about nerdy, nostalgic Gen X era games, toys, and tech is that often as part of my work day, I have to play old Atari games. This is not too tough after all, growing up. And in this video, I want to dig in a little bit to Starmaster. Now, a few months ago, I did my full Activision ranking tier. And Starmaster was one of the handful of games in Activision's library that I rank S tier, top of the list. Just best in class of games. And Starmaster came out, I think, 82, a couple years after Star Raiders by Atari. That was a system-defining game, both for it and the 5200 and the home computer. But it did it without an extra controller, and it added a level of arcadeness and replayability to Starmaster. Now, they accomplished that by using the TV type switch to toggle between your front view and your galactic map. Just the other day, I was having a conversation with someone on our GenXGrownUp Discord server, and they were saying, hey, I started the game and I'm just flying through space. And I said, did you throw that TV type switch? And the response was, that sounds like a lot of work for an Atari game. And I guess maybe it's a lot of work for an Atari game, but It's part of what makes this game so immersive to me. It's what makes it so good. It's why I like Starmaster so much. So in this video, I'm going to share with you, in case you have not experienced Starmaster, what about it I enjoy so very much.
Okay, I've got Starmaster running here. Right now it's on Ensign level. There are 4 levels in Starmaster. There's Ensign, I think it's Lieutenant, Wing Commander maybe, the W I forget, and S is for Starmaster. And you can see each one here on the map, there are more enemies. They add enemies, and the enemies get faster and more aggressive depending on the level you play. Now, we don't need a Ben-Hur length epic about Starmaster here, so I'll just pick Ensign. So this one is Ensign level, and when I'm done, there will be a score right there where it says E, and we'll see what kind of score we get. We're not going for a patch or anything, but... So let's hit start. Okay, so the bar at the bottom is green. That means no enemies here. We can see the energy readout, how much power we have, and damage. There's no power. And I've mapped the TV type switch to my bumpers here on my controller, so I don't have to go to the keyboard. So let's go to the map. Let's go to maybe where there's 1 enemy. So here on the map, you can see how many enemies there are, and the little TIE fighter looking things. They're star bases, so let's go to where this single enemy is. Now, during warp, you have to watch out for these little missiles, meteors or asteroids or something that fly. You're best to dodge them because it just costs you energy to shoot. Because every time you fire a bullet, it costs energy. Okay, red bar and a flashing reticle means there's a bad guy here. And there he is. So you can shoot his bullet if you're careful. I missed, but I got him. So he's down. Green bar says this is clear. Back to the galactic map. So maybe let's go over here where there's 2 guys. Warp over there again, just dodging any meteors. There they are, a meteor, asteroid, whatever it is that comes flying by. As soon as we arrive, crosshairs start flashing. Bad guys are here. Blue is good. That means I shot his bullet. Come on, get him. There's 1. We know there's 2 here, so there's gonna be another one showing up. There he is. Shot his bullet. Got him. All right, green bar. We've cleared this one out, so we're doing good. Let's go to where there are 3. I think we can manage that now. There's only 9 guys to kill on the Ensign level, so it's not too tough. Got it. Get him. Get him. Shot another bullet. Come on. Oh, can't get him. Okay, got him. He hit me. My energy's low. I might want to go dock after this guy. Come on. Shooting bullets. I need to shoot the guy. Ouch. Got him. Oh, there's still 1 here. I think I can manage it. 2,500 energy. I'm at quarter power. Got him. Okay, green bar says it's clear again. Let's hop to the map. So we have 3 enemies left. So I'm going to stop by this starbase first. Man, we're down to 1,800 energy. And docking will repair any damage, and it will restore your energy to full 9999. But every time you dock, it costs you points. So your overall rating will be lower at the end of the game. You have to be centered right when it's full screen. It's as big as it's going to be. So here he goes. Got him. Full power. Everything's fixed. We have 3 enemies to take out. I love this game. It's just immersive enough. It's just strategic enough. It has everything that Star Raiders has with less management. But I don't know. Like, I like them both. Oh, okay, here we go. We're in enemy's territory. Oh, got that one. Come on. Oh, get that one. Okay, he's dead. We have 2 enemies left, so we fly over to this side. That's where they are. So, last warp. Knock on wood that we don't mess up. Last warp, we should make it and finish the game here by killing just 2 more enemies. And that'll give us a score. That's the other thing I kind of like about Starmaster is that you get a rating. So you can see, well, how much time did it take you, how much energy you have left, and you just take another run at it. There's 1. 1 down, 1 to go. Come on, where you at, bad guy? There he is. Oh, he got me. He's dead. And it should show me. There we go. So there's my rating. So my Ensign rating is 3840. I guess the best rating is 9999, and I didn't get that. But that's all it entails is go where the bad guys are, shoot their bullets, shoot them, dock if you need it, get the best possible score. It's simple. It's elegant. It's Activision at their best, frankly. And that's why That's why I like this game. So always have liked this game since the day I first got it when I was probably 12.
So yeah, Starmaster, a classic from 1982, thanks to Activision, and a game that I will still throw in and play as you just saw me do today because it continues to be fun. It's not open-ended like an arcade game. You have a finite task that you get a score for, and you can work on increasing that score, which it was genius. I think they did a great job, and I never did get my patch though. I really wanted that patch. Look, please let me know if there are any other Atari games, or any games really, that you'd like to get this quick deep dive treatment and highlight what is so cool about those games, hidden gems that people don't know about, or great games that sometimes get a bad rap or whatever. Please let me know down in the comments. I really appreciate you watching. It was just yesterday that I produced a quick video about Starmaster, the Activision title from 1982 for the Atari 2600. I played a little bit of it, talked about what the rules are, and I played an entire game. And more importantly, I shared why I enjoy that game so much, why it's on my list of favorite Atari 2600 games. And so many of you engaged. And I had other plans for today, but you watched and you commented and you suggested other games you'd like to see me highlight in this way. So I listened, I set aside what I had planned for today, and instead, we're going to look at another classic 2600 game right now. And once again today, I'm required to play some old Atari games. Woe is my life. That's just how it is. It's going to be Enduro, the great American cross-country road race, effectively. In fact, there was a game on the home computers called that was this kind of on steroids, but this might have been arguably the best racing game ever to be featured on the 2600. It has different times of day, different weather conditions, the conditions for which you win a race or continue a race are all there. I still remember the first time I played this game, and you can still play it today. It's almost a Zen-like game. Let's go check it out.
So here it is, Activision's Enduro from 1983 for the Atari 2600, and based on the racing games that came before this, there's kind of no comparison if you're looking for like the Great American Cross-Country Road Race kind of game. So I'll show you what I mean. So let me go ahead and hit start. All right. So at the bottom of the screen, you will see there's a readout. This is how many kilometers you travel. There's a little car that has nothing next to it yet, and then a little box that has nothing in it yet. As soon as I start, we'll see a ticker for how far I've gone. We'll see what day we're on, and we'll see how many cars I still need to pass in this day to keep playing. So here we go. All right, there we go. So I'm on day one. 200 cars I've got to pass, and you can see my travel. Now, being that it's an endurance race, it's called Enduro, one of the greatest decisions they made was to not make it an endurance for your thumb. So the button is the gas, but you use the button to get up to the speed you want, and then you let go, and you will continue. You'll cruise control at that speed until or unless you tap back on the brake or accelerate some more. So you really can focus on the traffic and not focus on whether or not I'm holding down the button. And you can hit the brake. Of course, I almost hit some cars there. But you can see I have 160 some odd cars I still need to pass. And I've found, try to pass as many of those as you can in this first level. I say level, this first time of day. Because right now, nice clear view of the road. See all the cars easily. Oh, we've just progressed to the next, I would say zone region. So now it's snowy. Your car is less responsive. You can't travel as fast because you can't turn as fast to dodge traffic like that. Oh, I hate when cars pass me and that number goes up again. All right, back to 137. But you want to keep the pressure on because you want to complete the day. And as long as you can pass all the cars you need during the cycles of the day, the different zones, you keep playing. But it's more cars in later days. Yeah, okay, now it's getting evening, so it's getting a little darker. My favorite level is coming up next, which is Screech, which is the one where you just see the tail lights. And actually, actually, don't pass me, cars. And actually, you can make a lot of time up in the nighttime because visibility is pretty good. And because hit detection is not looking for cars, but just tail lights, you can squeak right around the edge of cars. You'll see what I mean as the nighttime gets here. So, all right, so cool. I passed 100 of the 200 cars required for day one. And I haven't gotten to the nighttime section yet, but it's coming. There's nighttime. That just looks cool. And I haven't even called into attention how the road snakes off in the distance. That's unusual for an Atari game. Just how thin and narrow and specific and fast moving that road is. It's not so chunky and blocky as you might expect from even other Activision racing games, like a Grand Prix or something that was super chunky and blocky, where you have a perspective and the horizon and weather conditions. Oh, man. You could play this. I remember the first the first time. Oh, now it's the fog, by the way. Now you have limited visibility, so you really got to slow down again. But I'm down to 47 cars. Pay attention. All right. What I was going to say was, I remember the first time I played this at a little mom-and-pop bookshop in my local hometown, and they would open games and let you play them. I suspect the owner just loved games and he wanted to play it anyway. And the thing with this is, it's not 3 lives and done. You play the whole day, even if you're terrible at it. And so we got to sit there at this guy's shop. 27 cars. Now it's blinking to tell me I'm running out of time. See that? So if I can pass all the cars required, 17, 15, we'll get a little more daylight. I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Come on. 3. Let's go. 2, 1. There we go. Yeah. So you can pass a few more. I was going pretty dangerously fast there. And then you'll see, so 1's complete. It's going to flip back over to daytime. And then we're going to have day 2. Now, subsequent days, more cars you have to pass. I think it's 300. Yeah, 300 now. I'm not going to finish this level. I'm just going to keep playing it a little bit while I talk. I understand that if you can get to day 5, which was the patch, that a trophy physically appears on screen somewhere. I've never done that myself. I never owned a physical patch from Activision, I'm sad to say, but I'm sure many of you in the comments will tell me all about your patch and how you still have it, and I'll cry a little tear and be happy for you, but sad for me, because those patches from Activision were so cool. I took pictures even and never set off and got any. So, this is Enduro from Activision. I'm not going to make it through all of day 2. What a great game for the era. 83 on the 2600. We had nothing like this. This was a great racing game. I mean, even better in some ways than Pole Position, because it's more about different terrain, different conditions, rather than just different tracks. And the tracks appear to be random-ish. I think they are.
Yeah, you see why. Enduro was a great game in 1983. It's still a great game in 2024. With all the different ways you can play old Atari games these days, whatever emulation or plug-and-play box you have, there's no reason not to throw Enduro on it. Not only is it fun and a great racing game, it's a little bit zen, too. You can kind of relax and enjoy it, and yet I still never got past day 3. That's why I never had that patch. If you're an old Atari nerd like me, then you know the Atari 2600 classic game Adventure very well. It was always one of my favorites, and every time I do a review of anything that has these games, I usually fire up Adventure because it's so good. It's so good. But if you're not an old nerd like me, you might only know it by its reputation as having the first ever Easter egg, but it's so much more than that. In this continuing little mini-series of playing through some of my favorite 2600 games, I finally come to Adventure. Look, it's 3 dragons, 3 castles, and a chalice. It's a really simple game. Would you believe, you might not if you have never played it, this is the whole map. That's it. For some reason, I think people approach Adventure and think it's very cryptic and very difficult to play. It's super easy, and it's the simplicity of the game with the randomization that makes it so much fun for me. And of course, the thing I talked about, my reputation, is that the Easter egg that Warren Robinett put into the game, it was actually discovered after he was gone from Atari, so they couldn't do anything about it. The cartridges were already out there, and it was like that time when Activision was about to form because Atari was not giving any recognition to the developers who designed the game. And Robinett said, "Oh, no, you don't. I'll make it happen." So I'm going to take Adventure. I happen to have my XP, fancy XP version of Adventure here. We're going to plug it in. I'm going to play through the whole game. Yeah, we're going to finish the game, but we're also going to get that Easter egg. Let's get after it.
So here's Adventure, fired up. You're greeted with the opening room and a number 1 in the middle. It's because there are 3 game variations. Game variation 1 is like a beginner's game. It's like, everything's in the same place and the entire kingdom is really little and it's easy and there's no mazes. 2 is the expanded full kingdom, but everything is in a predictable place. It's the same place every time. So once you've played 1 and 2, 3 is the one you're going to play every time after that, because otherwise it's predictable. You know what to expect. Also, there's some difficulty switches. There's enough challenge to Adventure already. One of the difficulty switches makes the dragons attack you more fiercely, and the other one makes the dragons afraid of the sword, which makes it difficult to ever kill them because they run away from it. But anyway, both difficulty switches on B, game variant 3, hit start, and away we go. So you always start here at the Gold Castle. There are only 2 real regions to go to. There's the White Castle Kingdom in the southeast, and the Black Castle Kingdom in the northwest. So Let's start with the White Castle. We'll go southeast, see what's down here. And because we're playing 3, again, everything is randomized. We don't know where we're going to find anything. There's the magnet that attracts other objects. There's the gold key. Go ahead and grab that for now. And you only carry one object at a time, right? So there's the bridge. So see, if you let go of it, it attracts over to the magnet. That can be really handy for getting things that are stuck in walls. Or then there's this damn bat who always takes the thing you're using. So for now, I'm going to try to use so I can carry the bat. I'm going to go take the bat, use it to unlock the gold castle since he's carrying it. There we go. Ha-ha! And let him go. Now, he's probably going to go try to take another key from me. So head back. I think he dropped off the black key. Yeah, all right. Well, if that's what we've got, let's go take this to the black castle. The great thing about keys is once you use them to unlock their appropriate castle, bat, once you use them to unlock the castle, they're really just bat bait. You're just using them to get the bat's attention. Now, I don't know my way around this maze, though it might look like I do. I've just memorized a little path that I use every single time when I come through the maze. And if I need to go anywhere else in the maze, good luck to me. Ah, there's the sword! Yay! That'll come in really handy. All right, probably a dragon up here. The chalice is in one of the castles. It's either in the black or the white. I don't see it in here yet. So the chalice might be in the White Castle. So let's take this sword. And by the way, we are going to finish the game, but we're also going to do the Easter egg. So, all right, heading to the White Castle region again now that I have the sword. I haven't seen the white key yet, so it might be on the other side. Oh, there's the white key. There's a dragon. Got him. All right, and now we know where the white key is. Let's go check. There's an opposite side of this maze. There's another little set of 3 rooms. There's this one below, and one above that sometimes things are in. Nothing else. All right, we're looking for the white key, and we know that the bat had it. So wherever the gold key was, there it is. Now we can get in the White Castle. Boop. Awesome. All right, let's go take a peek inside. There's a region of the White Castle you can only access with the bridge, and luckily, it's right here. So let's head inside. Whoa, did the bat just take my bridge? Right, you see that? Right as I walked in, he flipped it with the gold key. All right, we really need that bridge. So I'm going to leave some stuff out here to try to lure the bat to drop off the bridge here. There he is. Excellent. Okay, now we can take the bridge and explore. Now you notice how when there are 3 things in a room, it flickers, right? So right now there's the gate, the key, and the bridge. And if I were to poke the key out off screen, it stops flickering. Now that's useful information. That's how you find that hidden dot for the Easter egg later. Well, it's how we found it before we had the internet anyway. So what I'm looking for is there's a secret area that you can only access with the bridge. So I pass up here and see what I find. Sometimes it's down here. No. All right. Well, the chalice must be buried somewhere in the Black Castle then, and I just didn't see it yet. We'll need that bridge in the Black Castle later, so I'm going to take it with me. Because you must have the bridge to access the dot that gives you access then to the Easter egg to see Warren Robinette's name. Oh, the bat just dropped off a dragon. All right. Grr, come back, bat. Like, what's the one thing I need right now? The bridge. What's the one thing he wants? The bridge. I'm just going to try to get him to pick up something else and leave us the bridge. How about this key? You like that key? He did. Good. In we go. All right, let's look around. Where I never did see the... There's the chalice. Found it. Okay. There's the chalice. There's the red dragon, Rendell. Now we really need that sword again. So let's come back. We're going to use this to get the Easter egg. Let me go grab the sword and do some dragon slaying. It's not over here, is it? There it is. Yeah. All right. Let's get after that red dragon, shall we? Oh, kill the golden on the way. Happy accident. Green's dead, yellow's dead. We only have to kill Rendell. Now, I desperately need the sword. You know the bat's going to come try to steal the sword, right? That's usually how it works. Oh, there he is. He stole the dragon, at least. Rendell is up here. That's the red dragon. Got him. Now that flicker has a negative impact on us because sometimes it interferes with hit detection. You saw it was kind of tough for me to kill him. He's blocking that entrance. But we grab our chalice. Okay, chalice is here. Now, we have 2 things left to do. Find the Easter egg, dragons aren't a problem anymore, and finish the game. Now, I'm not going to stop this video, but as I mentioned many times in my videos, we have a merch store. If you're looking for cool Atari kind of themed shirts or nerdy shirts, please stop by GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Everything you purchase over there, whether it's a t-shirt or a phone case or a magnet or a pin or whatever, a sticker, it benefits Gen X Grown Up and it goes right back into the channel. So please pop over there if you would and find something cool for you or somebody you like. And yeah, I'd appreciate it. Okay, now let's start with the Easter egg. This is really cool. So I love this Easter egg. So the way to do it is it's twofold. You must have the dot and you must have more than 3 things in the room where you're going to work. So I know the way to the secret little room. All right, right down here is a room you can only access with the bridge. So I'm going to come down here, and in the very right-hand corner, listen. Well, what is that? See that teensy-weensy 1-pixel dot? That's the secret. We need that in order to get to the Easter egg. So heading back out. Now we have the dot. Now you can't see it because it's gray, but it's right there. So we take that dot to the eastern room above the White Castle Kingdom. See how it made that that vertical line invisible? See how it's not there when that's on screen? See my little dot that you can see in the green right there? So it does the same thing, but on the eastern wall. That's where we're going to do the work. We have the dot, so we never need to move the dot again. I'm going to leave it right there in the wall. There's 2 things. We need a 3rd thing in this room to make everything flash. I'll grab the magnet, or whatever you leave me, Bat. Just take whatever you want. Everything I pick up, he wants. Here we go. This is it. Pass through the wall. Boom. Warren Robinette put his name into adventure right here. But to do it, you've got to find the single pixel dot. You've got to bring 3 items to the room. You have to know where to look. You have to know where to put stuff. And even though Atari wouldn't give him credit, he got his name into the game, which I think is fantastic. And it started a tradition that we love to this day. All right, let's finish the game. Go get the chalice. Bring it back to the gold castle here. There's one of 2 ways to do it. I have a preference. You can either push the chalice into the room or you can pull the chalice into the room. I prefer to push it. That way the fireworks display happens on the gold castle, not on the empty room. If all that made no sense, don't worry. It makes no difference. You win the game either way. Is the bat going to show up at the last second and ruin our good time? I hope not. Here we go. We're here. Ready? Chalice, return to the gold castle. Here we go. Yay! We did it. Silly fun. Silly, silly, silly fun. Now, I went and saw the Easter egg first because the game freezes here. You're done. You can't do any more. But we have accomplished. We killed all 3 dragons. We got into all 3 castles. We found the Easter egg. We cursed at the bat because he's a pain in the ass. And we put the chalice back in the gold castle. That is why Adventure. It's just one of my favorite 2600 games.
I love this game. It's definitely my top 5, maybe my top 3. So much fun. And look, I can understand if you didn't play this in the day, why you might look at it and go, the arrow's a sword and the box is a guy and the dragons look like ducks. I don't get it. I know, I understand, but ignore the simplicity. Ignore how rudimentary it is and just do the fighting the bat, dealing with him. It's almost like it has a mind of its own and the kingdom feels real for the day, compared and combined with the artwork that came on the box. It just, it's adventure. It's so great. In 1982, Coleco published this port of Donkey Kong for the original Atari video computer system. It was met with so-so, middling reviews, to the point that over the years, people have speculated that Coleco intentionally tanked this port to make themselves look better. You see, Coleco now had skin in the game. They had recently released ColecoVision, their own platform that was a competitor to Atari and the Intellivision. So, did they intentionally make this bad? Well, we'll talk about it. It was such a high-profile port, Donkey Kong. You would think that every single release would be as good as it could be, and maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I vividly remember getting my copy of Donkey Kong for my 2600. I remember finding it in a catalog, I remember ordering it, I remember the weeks of waiting to get it, and when I finally got it, yes, there was some initial disappointment, but it was still as close as I could get to playing Donkey Kong in my house, so I played the heck out of it. So I would like to plug in this version of Donkey Kong. We're going to play through it and talk about the pros and the cons and whether or not we think that urban rumor that could even have a nugget of truth in it is factual. Let's go.
Here he is, our 2600 Donkey Kong from 1982, and right away there are some things that you might not appreciate if you don't know much about the VCS, but there's a lot of stuff going on here that I think is important to at least give credit where credit is due. For example, I'm going to go ahead and start playing while we do this. Note that Mario actually has 3 colors. His feet are blue, his jumpsuit is red, and then his face is white, and so they did a good job there. Now when he jumps, he doesn't have 3 colors. He only has 2 because individual scan lines can't have multiple colors, but you get the idea. And I should note there's no flickering. Flickering was very common in, like, think of Pac-Man, right? So flickering was crazy, and Gary Kitchen was able to have no flickering in this Donkey Kong. So though you may play it and go, yeah, it's not Donkey Kong, there's a lot of achievement here for a 2600 game. Also note that the background is asymmetrical. There's that the zigzag pattern on the board here, the main board. That's not easy to do on the 2600, but he did it. Now we could also criticize the things that are weird, like the barrels look like Ritz crackers, and Donkey Kong looks like a giant gingerbread man. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't even work here, like those partial ladders don't work at all. And the sounds. You have 3 sounds. You have buck, 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 the walking. You have the jump or the jump barrel, doodly dee dee, and then there's the go up, finish a level, doodly doodly dee dee, and that's it. Only 2 levels of the 4 included here in Donkey Kong. And I've read interviews with Gary Kitchen, and there were limitations put upon him by Coleco. He wanted to do this in an 8 kilobyte cartridge, but they said, and even though 8K was very common back then, they said, nah, just do a 4K, that's fine. I'm going to try to get the best score I can while I'm playing this. So, given more time and more resources and an 8K cartridge, he's like, yeah, I could have done much more. I could have had all 4 screens there, but is what it is. Now, that could start to lend to the sabotage question in general. Like, okay, if you could have but didn't, does that mean sabotage? Well, maybe, maybe not. We'll talk about that in a second. But there are things, the game is very different here in ways that you might not think about from the original Donkey Kong. Like, for example, these fireballs can only travel on their own road. They don't go up and down the ladders at all. So once you trap one of them, you're good. It can't get back at you. Now, I have seen fireballs jump gaps on later levels, but in general, like these guys are all trapped on the edges, I'm fine to just run on through. And it just goes back and forth to the same level. There's 2 levels over and over. And this level, the Girders level really doesn't get that much more difficult because of the limitations of the 2600. Like, you can't have more than 1 barrel on the same row at the same time. So if there's a barrel on my row, I know that the next barrel is not going to fall from the top level down a ladder. You can't have multiple barrels in a row. There's no double barrel jumps because you simply can't have them together at the same time. So you can plan your game a little better going, well, hey, I know this one isn't going to come down because the one above it is. And now, one really cool feature that not everybody talks about with this game is that it pauses in between each level. So after you finish a level, your score is up there at the top of the screen. But when you're in a game, that's the bonus for this particular screen. So you only see your score in between levels, and you only see your the countdown on the board when you're playing it. And it actually pauses, like it won't start until you hit jump again. And then it shows how many lives you have in the top corner. And I'm going to try to get as far as I can in this while we're talking. Look, I don't play this every day, but there was a time when I was pretty good at it, so I'm going to do what I can. I'm trying to play it safe and get a decent score because I would really like you to be able to, that's close. I'd like you to be able to see just how aggressive the fireballs get once you get up several levels in. It's almost unfair, and you're just going to die over and over no matter what. But this is a game that epitomizes that a game need not be a good game to be a fun game. And I don't mean that in a bashing this Donkey Kong way. It's objectively not a great Donkey Kong game when you're comparing it to the original. But it's still a game that I have fond memories of, and I remember and love playing, just because it was Donkey Kong. Look, that's why that's why people buy the rights to these games, because the name alone invokes a certain amount of happiness, and they know that you're going to buy it and you're going to play it, and they're right. And for the day, look, maybe by today's lens, this is a really rough version of Donkey Kong, but back then, considering what other things we were playing, it wasn't all that bad, really. Now, while I'm playing, I want to remind you that we do have a merch store, and if you would like to support the videos you see here on GenXGrownUp, there is really no better way than to pick up something for yourself, and also, look, every shirt you buy at genxgrownup.com/merch is going to give us, 50 cents, $1, or whatever, based on what you buy, and you're going to get cool stuff. We have video game stuff, we have Donkey Kong stuff, Atari stuff, all sorts of designs inspired by the things that we love, and that I guess, by association, our viewers love too. It really means a lot to us if you would pop over there and check out our merch store. Maybe consider picking up something for yourself. All right, now, speaking of was this game bad on purpose? Now, I've already talked about it's not a great game, but it's not a bad game per se. But when you look at what ColecoVision could do, this is terrible, and released at the same time. Now, there are a lot of people who argue on both sides of that, but I would just argue it doesn't make financial sense for Coleco to sabotage their ports for other platforms. Because if you look at 1982, Coleco made $8 million selling game cartridges, but only $2 million of that was for ColecoVision. The rest was for other competing platforms. That's a huge part of their revenue. The quality of this game didn't hurt their bottom line, for one, so it didn't really damage them. But that being said, when you know what your potential earnings are, you're not going to, intentionally make a bad game. And in fact, in the interview that I saw with Gary Kitchen, who wrote this port, he did the best that he could do. And in fact, he spent a lot of time on the things we talked about at the beginning of this video, to make no flickering and to have the uneven background and things like that. He had said, look, they were limiting him to a 4K cartridge, tiny cartridge. And 8K carts were the norm back then, or at least they were becoming pretty common. So certainly Coleco could have spent more money and made this a better game. He even said, given more time in an 8K cartridge, this could have been better and had all 4 levels from the arcade. That'd have been great. So did Coleco, through negligence, allow this to go out at the quality that it is? Well, of course. They released it. Could they have done more? Of course. They could have. But did it make financial sense? I think that's the debate, right? It was good enough. I think if this had been the port for ColecoVision, they'd have said, oh, no. That's our name brand. But even so, if you look at the other things that Coleco put out, I think the problem with Coleco's reputation for the VCS is that so many of their high-profile games, Donkey Kong Jr., Zaxxon, were almost laughably bad, that it gives the impression that they were doing it on purpose, when in fact, I expect they were making financial decisions. Look, hey, a 4K cartridge costs this much, development time costs this much, how much revenue do we expect to make? Should we spend another 6 months and another, double the cost of cartridges to get a little bit better game? You could say maybe not. Maybe that was the right decision. So that's the nugget of truth that's probably in this sabotage story. I don't believe that Coleco or any company would intentionally make something bad just to make themselves look better. Well, okay. I don't think anybody did that back in 1982 with this game. I'm not saying that no company would do that, certainly, but look, there were millions of VCSs out there. They knew that after the first round of sales, they had to operate on word of mouth. And in fact, they did. I remember playing this, take it, show it to your friend, and it's not like as soon as one guy in the neighborhood got it, nobody bought it. It was the best Donkey Kong we had on the Atari, and by golly, we bought it. And we loved it, and we kept playing it. Look at that. See how he got me when I wasn't even on the same side as him. That hitbox is just kind of crazy. I rarely even get the hammers on these levels because... Oh! There, you saw he reversed on me. I'm down to just 1 life, so I'm probably not going to get too much further. Once you get 4 or 5 cycles in, those fireballs start to just vibrate, and you can never tell when they're going to reverse, and they're always going to be on the level, so you've got to be super careful to avoid them. like that. Now, I like trapping them on the side, but that becomes more and more of a risk the longer you live in this game because those guys just reverse and reverse and reverse on you. Ugh, over and over, and just good luck. Good luck. So where am I at? I made it about 50,000. I'm probably at about the end of this run. I'm on my last life. Now this is going to jinx me, but I'll say typically this level doesn't get more difficult. Well, it got more difficult enough, apparently, so I pulled in 51,000 on a quick casual run on this 2600 Donkey Kong. Not bad. What do you think? Do you think it was intentionally sabotaged by Coleco? If you owned a company, would you like say, no, that don't make a good game because we want to make this other one look better? Make them both look good and make more money. You know, that's the thing. There was no debate that ColecoVision was a more powerful piece of hardware. Nobody was questioning that. And so just because it looked good on one platform, they knew it would look even better on yours. So this is Donkey Kong for the 2600. Maybe not great objectively, but if you love it, and I love it.
I could definitely understand why people here in the 21st century might look at this port of Donkey Kong and objectively say, that's just not good. And I get it. It's certainly not as accurate or as close to the original arcade game as any of us would have liked. However, in the context of video gaming and what it was like having an Atari in the early 80s, this Donkey Kong, whatever the quality, is what we got, and it's now a piece of our childhoods. It's now a part of our history. This is permanently ingrained. This version of Donkey Kong is permanently ingrained somewhere up here in my head because of how much I played it and how much I enjoyed playing it, regardless of its shortcomings. In 1978, Christopher Reeve brought the Man of Steel to life in cinemas, and Warner Brothers had just recently acquired a little entertainment company called Atari. Now, interestingly, Warner Brothers also controlled the rights to Superman, so in a bit of clever nepotism, they agreed to allow themselves to use the Superman IP to create the Atari Video Computer System's first video game based on a comic book franchise, and it was called, simply enough, Superman. Now, despite being so early in the life of the 2600, what developer John Dunn wrote turned out to be a pretty special game, and we're going to take a look at why. To an outsider, the Superman game for the 2600 can look pretty confusing and unapproachable. But once you get your head around the rules and how to navigate Metropolis, that all kind of melts away, and you can easily get lost in the superhero roleplay fantasy. Warren Robinette, the author of Adventure, was initially assigned to shelve Adventure and work on a Superman game. But he defied that mandate and instead passed the assignment on to his colleague, John Dunn. He even handed Dunn the code base for Adventure. You know, that ability to go from room to room in a fixed map, gathering items and bringing them to the right place? Yeah, in fact, here's a simplified map of the city of Metropolis as it appears in the game. Not all that complex really, but navigation, while not intuitive, does make sense and follows a creative set of rules that you might not appreciate until a few playthroughs. So let's fire up John Dunn's 1979 superhero masterpiece, and I'll show you what I mean.
As you fire up Superman, you are greeted to the Man of Steel hovering above his little phone booth there. Then it starts this little tour of the city until you're ready to actually begin. You can see there's a bridge that's going to blow up. The whole premise of Superman is, as Clark Kent, you witness Lex Luthor and his goons blow up a bridge into 3 pieces. So when you start the game, you have to then turn back into Superman, capture Lex Luthor and all of his goons, rebuild the bridge, turn back into Clark Kent, and then go back to work at the Daily Planet. Do all of that as quickly as you can. In the upper right, there's a timer. It says 0 right now. And there's markers in the upper left that will show you how many of the bad guys are left. So let's hit start again. Just tap the stick. Boom. And we're Clark Kent. Mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, Clark Kent. Oh my goodness, just witnessed a bridge explosion. So Lex Luthor has a helicopter backpack. There go all of his goons with machine guns, and yet they never shoot you. The helicopter is very much like the Bat from Adventure. His job is to carry things around and make it inconvenient for you. So now the timer's going, 22, 23 seconds. You can see 6 dots in the upper left. That's Lex Luthor's the big one, his 5 goons. So let's get turned into Superman. Boom. And now, here we go. So you have 3 powers as Superman. You have the power of flight. You have the power of strength to carry bridge pieces around and other people around, and then X-ray vision. So your button doesn't do anything other than enable X-ray vision. So if I hold down the button, if I hold up, I'll see what's above me. down below me, left to the left, and right to the right, obviously. And it can inform you where to go. The hang-up in the game is that Lex Luthor has also released kryptonite bombs throughout the city. And if you hit them, you lose your ability to fly and strength. You only keep your X-ray vision. To heal yourself, you've then got to meet up with Lois for a kiss, according to the manual, that will return his superpowers somehow. So here we go, off to find the bad guys, put them in jail, rebuild the bridge. Now, if you just travel horizontally, you'll see the entire city of however many, 20, 30 screens that there are. There's the jail. We'll go past that. But it's navigating up and down and through the subway system that can allow you to really kind of like speed run Superman. Now, some people can speed run it in about 1:20 or even under a minute, but they're not trying to do a tutorial and I'm not trying to do a speed run. So we're going to take our time a little more and see. Now, there's a piece of the bridge. So right away we can do that. And we know the bridge is off to the left. So we can fly off to the left directly if we want. That's kryptonite. And drop the bridge where it belongs. The only hiccup, of course, is the bat who could come. The bat. I call him the bat. The helicopter that could come and take it away from us. And unlike Adventure, you can't lock him in a castle anywhere. So there's one of the three. Once I get them all together. All right, so let's proceed. There's a bad guy. So we grabbed the bad guy. We want to take him to jail. Now we know the jail is to the right a ways. Whoa. Dodge that kryptonite. But I also know in the subway, I can shortcut. If you travel north in the subway, you'll travel through the different colors. Yellow, red, blue, and green. And after a while, you get to know it's a shortcut around town, like a regular subway. The prison is to the left, right over there, of the subway. Oh, there's another bad guy. Grab him. There we go. So now 2 of the dots are taken care of. So we get 2 bad guys. My parents always, ooh, there's another bad guy. Give me, oh, where'd he go? Oh, he went to subway. Good, go to red, go left. There's everywhere. Wow. Now, my parents, and anyone really watching, when I would play this as a kid, it's a chaotic sounding game because it's a bunch of this and then punctuated by long stretches of and they're like, what are you doing in there? It just sounds like you're making noises that don't do anything, but they just didn't know what it was I was after. Here it comes. Boom. Second bridge piece. We have 2 of them. Just 1 piece left and 3 bad guys to go. The weird thing is, some places you can access by going up and down. That skips about 3 or 4 city blocks. Each screen is a city block. So you can cleverly, when you start learning to like go diagonal, you go here, here, and here, you're clear across the city because you've hopped 6 or 7 spots when you do that. It takes a little bit of memorization, but not that many screens have to be memorized. Oh, so they're with the helicopter, and he had that last piece of the bridge, so let's take that back. So as we kind of look for a way to find the bridge again, I don't remember the shortcut to it, but I know it's right over here, just past the, just past that. Boom! There's our bridge. Now, interestingly, since Superman can walk on air, he doesn't have to walk across the bridge. You'll see when he's Clark Kent, he does. Now, the bridge can't be re-destroyed, luckily. Oh, there went Lex Luthor. Come here, Lex. Where'd you go? Got him. Get rid of this noisy Lex Luthor. Now, there are 2 difficulty settings for Superman. One difficulty setting will make the bad guys faster and the kryptonite faster. The other difficulty switch determines if you get hit by kryptonite, will Lois Lane just magically appear? Or if it's on difficulty, the A setting, you've got to walk around town as Superman with no flying ability to find her to get your powers back. It's kind of an artificial thing because it's just boring is what it is. You're walking around not flying, trying to find Lois. Oh, there's second to last bad guy. So now we know where he is. We know where the subway is. We know to the left of red is prison. We have 1 bad guy left. Here's where the X-ray vision comes into play. Fly a little bit and look around. See if you can spot where he is. And if you're just watching someone passively, you're like, the screens keep flickering. It doesn't make any sense. And I get that. It's just because I'm in control, so I know where I'm going. So, left or red, there's the jail. We've done it. Now, we just have to get back to work as mild-mannered Metropolitan newspaper reporter Clark Kent. Before I wrap up the game, I should get hit by kryptonite once to show you what happens. Oh, she's there right away. Okay. So see, I can't fly. I can look, but I can't do anything else. And I touch Lois, and I'm immediately cured. Yeah. All right. let's go wrap up this game. There's the bridge we fixed. There's the phone booth. Boom. Oh, I got my hat on, got my suit on. I'm Clark Kent again. He's got to walk across the bridge. We're just going to take the subway to the Daily Planet and head back to work. 7 minutes, 32 seconds. Not the world record speed run, but the thing about it is, too, I could just hit start and play again and have the same amount of fun, even though I just played it. Much of it is not that random. Much of it is not that complex once you learn your way around the map. But the ability to be Superman, especially in 1979 on your TV, yeah. What a great, great game in the library.
As you can hopefully see from that, for all of its X-ray vision, bleeping and blooping, there's a careful craftsmanship and thoughtfulness in the design of Superman. The single dot from Adventure was promoted to more fully realized characters, and while still bleedingly rudimentary by today's standards, when we were kids, that was enough to make us believe a man could fly. And we were that man. Between 1982 and 1983, publisher Parker Brothers released 4 different Atari VCS games utilizing the popular Star Wars license. 1983 saw Star Wars Death Star Battle, Star Wars Jedi Arena, and Star Wars the Arcade game. But none of those ever matched the popularity of the single 1982 release, Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. You know, in the early 80s, licensing popular IP for video games was really starting to take off, but it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to know that the VCS was pretty limited, and fitting an entire movie's plot and action scenes into a game just wasn't going to work. So, what Rex Bradford and Sam Gelman did for The Empire Strikes Back is choose a single, memorable section of the film around which to build a game. And they chose the battle on the planet Hoth between snowspeeders and Imperial walkers. And based on how well regarded this game is decades later, I think they nailed it. Let's go take a play through The Empire Strikes Back right now.
Here it is then, Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. And when you first put in the cartridge, it plays that theme. We started again. That John Williams theme, right? Which is the Force later in the game. So there are some options here. You have a difficulty switch, but the difficulty switch, all it does is it changes the size of the landing pad. Like if you look down, see the little the size of that valley getting shorter. When you land down there, that's how you repair your snowspeeder. And on high difficulty, that's just it's just smaller is all. So and the game, I'm going to hit start here. And the game also has 32 different game options, but really it's just a few variations on the main game. You have smart bombs that these AT-ATs shoot at you. You have solid body, which you'll notice like I can fly through the AT-AT here, and it's no harm. But if you have the game options set, they can actually be hazardous, collide with them, kind of thing. It takes 48 shots to take down an Imperial Walker. And they change color as you damage them. Oh, and I just hit a bomb port, which I was going to talk about here. But in addition to the 48 shots, you also have the choice of hitting one of those flashing spots on their body, which I can rarely do. Like, there's one right now. If you can hit that, their head's usually in the way. Sometimes it's on their back, sometimes it's on their front. I have heard people say, ouch, this game has no variety. It's the same thing over and over. There's no strategy. I totally disagree with that. There's so much going on that maybe isn't obvious unless you read the instructions and play it a few times. There's a line of walkers coming in, but they're in a line, and so they can only go as fast as the slowest one. So I've just weakened the front walker, so I leave him alone, and then I come down here and shoot the other guys because they can't pass him. So they just will slow down, and it gives you more time to defeat the other bad guys. So you see now I have brought him down to yellow, which is near death. So now I can go destroy the guy in the front, and you can see the little radar at the bottom. You see that frontmost guy? Get up here. There we go. He's gone. And now, but I have a slow one because he's already damaged, and then I go after the next one. You've already seen that if you stay alive for 2 minutes, you get the Force, that music. And if you are damaged, like I'm yellow right now, each snowspeeder can land twice. So if I land in that little valley, boop, I'm fixed. But you can only do it, again, 2 times per speeder, and you can never recharge that. So you have exactly twice. Ooh, I just blew up him on the exhaust port thing. Ooh, and I got hit. I never played with the solid body walkers. I never play with the smart bombs because, ow, dang it. There's plenty of challenge in this game as far as I'm concerned. Now, if one walker gets to the far right-hand side, that's where the game is. If one gets past you to the, was it Echo Base, I think? And you can't shoot him in the legs either. Whew. So got him down to yellow, so now I could go defeat the guy in the front because, there we go. And I pass up this guy and go after the next one. Of all the 32 variations, like I said, it's the solid body, it's the smart bombs, or multiplayer, if you want to play that. Now, whenever I have the force, this is your chance to just sit at their nose and pepper them. If I can get a couple guys down to yellow while I have the force, you made good use of the force. There are 3 yellow now. 1, 2, 3. I can go kill all those guys, actually just 2 of them, and keep the 3rd one around. Now, I'm not going to stop the video in the middle here, but I will remind you, as you probably already know, we have a merch store, and yes, I found some Star Wars stuff in it. I've highlighted it on our page. There's even a cool shirt called, says Rebel Scum in that Star Wars font, because, you don't want to be an Imperial backer, you want to support the Rebels. And, it's over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. And every shirt or phone case or sticker we sell, it supports more videos like this. So if you're ever in the market for something cool, check there first. Maybe we have it. And you can help us out while you're helping yourself out. That'd be awesome. Oh, I'm about to get shot. Okay. I guess it's fair to say that it's repetitive in that there's not different things to do. Ooh, but can I land? Yeah. But the things you're doing, there is strategy involved. And to me, it is very fun to kind of maneuver around. Like I said, I never needed the more difficult versions of this game. I find it fun as is. Oh, ow, I'm nearly dead. Now, almost invariably, my game ends when I have run out of ships because they never get to my base. Because if you use this strategy to keep them back, you really can go for a good long while. Now, they start shooting more frequently, it seems like. You have to kind of time it out. I tend to get in front of them. You can also try to attack from behind. And there's a really interesting strategy. Since there can only be one of their bullets on the screen, get one to shoot at you. Like, get this guy to shoot at me. There we go. Oh, and he shot me. You can come up behind. Oh, man, I gotta land. Oh, I'm getting peppered. Quick, get down there. This game just has a sense of constant frenetic action that doesn't exist in a lot of 2600 games. Ouch. You've got to really concentrate, and it's fast-paced, and you're getting shot at a lot, and you get the sense you're moving around on this planet. I think that's why it's so fun. It's like adventure in a different way. There's a world building involved. Of course, it doesn't hurt that you have the entire Star Wars mythos backing it up, so you can imagine that's probably Luke Skywalker's snowspeeder, you know? Yeah. This is a good run. I probably haven't done a serious, trying to get a high score run on this in a while, so I'm doing all right. Ooh! I'm about a hit away from dying. Just take my last landing. Now, each guy can only land twice. Okay, he's gone. Look how close they're getting to the right. Like, they're getting toward the base. Now, what this doesn't have is any of the variation of, tow cables or different ways that you might fight them, right? That's just not in this game. They chose a very specific subset of what happened in the movie. Look how fast they're moving. I'm going to use my force to weaken another guy. Oh, they're giddy up. Come on. And hear the thump, 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 how much faster they're running. Even the guy in the front, I don't think he's doing much work at slowing anybody down because they're so far behind him, but it will be a barrier to keep people from going any farther. Oh, he's almost close. Hear that alert? Broop, broop. You got to go finish him off before he gets to the far right. Oh! Last ship. I thought that was the last one. This is the last ship. All right. Whew! He's yellow. All right, get the guy in the front. Look how close he is. Come on. Yeah, I know. Dead. Pass him up. I don't know how many times I thought I was... There we go. I was gonna say, I don't know how many times I thought I was dead, and I wasn't, and now I am. So, that's a 2,600 point run. So that's it. The Empire Strikes Back. Thank you for the suggestion. Love playing this one. This is great.
As a footnote, I got a chuckle when I read that sci-fi author and notable curmudgeon Harlan Ellison blasted this game as a, here we go, shamelessly exploitative little toy, the latest icon of the imbecile industry, and a time-wasting enterprise with the potential to emerge as the most virulent electronic botulism of all. Wow. I don't know what The Empire Strikes Back ever did to Harlan Ellison, but he was in the minority, as this is regularly included among Atari fans' most popular cartridges. Have you heard the news? Volcanic activity at Mount Leon has trapped miners in the abandoned mine shafts. A specialist has been called in for the rescue, but he's up against tremendous odds. Fortunately, this isn't the latest real-world catastrophe, but rather the setup for the 40-year-old Activision game we'll be playing today. And that calamity we were just referencing is in fact the setup for the Activision cartridge H.E.R.O. Written by John Van Ryzen and released for the Atari VCS in 1984, H.E.R.O hit the market during the blowback from the North American video game crash. So while it didn't see the kind of sales it may have deserved, it's more than made up for it with its reputation among Atari 2600 fans. And now, these days, because it wasn't a sales juggernaut, but is so beloved, a loose cartridge goes for upwards of $100, which is the exact reason I'm not currently holding one in my hand. Let's go play H.E.R.O and see what's driving all that demand.
So here is H.E.R.O, and when you first power it on, if you leave it sit for a second, you'll see that it has an attract mode. It will actually play itself. Now, this was an 8K cartridge, so not only does it have some nice graphics, there's a lot of content available, but Van Ryzen had the room to put in a sample playthrough of the game. I mean, that costs data too, right? And so if you didn't read the manual or you got the cartridge only, you get an idea of how to play by just watching. So I'm going to hit start, and I'm not going to try to do a full playthrough yet. I'm going to kind of talk about the mechanics because it's kind of cool. So every time you have a new life, whether a new level or you died, you're paused. So it's waiting for you to start. You move the joystick and you begin. A little timer, the power bar comes down that you're burning time. And so you have this helicopter backpack, and you have to hold up on the stick for a moment before it starts. So it's not instantaneous. People always think the first time they play H.E.R.O is that it's up, down, left, right, but it's not. You have to hold up to start moving up. So I'm going to go up, 2, 3, about 2.5 seconds, 2 seconds to start moving. And you pull down lays this dynamite, which will blow up wall that represents like fallen rock or kind of a landslide or something that's blocking your way. Then you have a fire button that shoots this little eye laser, and that's your method of shooting the bad guys. So you actually don't fly down in this game. You only fly up, and then you let go of flying up. Gravity then takes over, like a helicopter. So this first level is almost nothing, right? So you have this beginning thing you blow up, you shoot the one of the critters, and then there's the miner sitting there waiting to be rescued. And he waves at you, "Thanks, pal," and you do. And you do that again and again and again. It gets progressively more difficult. The maps are more challenging. And you can actually start on one of 5 levels. There's level 2, level 3, level 4, or level 5. Really, it's just which level do you start on? I think it's like level 1, 5, 9, 13, or 17. If you start on 17, you can't actually get the what's called the ending screen for the game where you've gone through all 20 levels, but it'll keep going. It'll keep giving you more and more levels to play. So we're just going to start on regular level 1 and see how far I can get. Now, there are 20 levels to play through. I can usually get through about 10 or so. So I'm going to hit start, and here we are. So drop down, dynamite. You just saw this one. Shoot the bad guy. Now, I noticed like the waving water on the bottom, that's very Activision-y, isn't it? Now, sometimes you have decisions to make, like, should I shoot that spider and go down to the left, or should I go down to the right? Well, using your helicopter, you can kind of like peek in the room. Kind of, oh, there. You see that there's a light hanging there? If you touch that light, the light goes out. So now I know probably going this way is better. Now, there's a dead end. I can't get past a spider. You shoot the bat and go down. I like to kind of drop in and peek. These moths fly, and they can be difficult to shoot. There we go. So that brings us up to level, what? Level 4. All right. Now, something I learned in the instructions that I never knew is that if you run out of dynamite, if you don't run out of dynamite, you can use your eye laser to shoot the walls. And I read that, and I'm like, no. I've played this thousands of times. You can't do that. Watch this. Just wait. Now, it cost you time. It's half gone. Look at that. Boom. Now, you only should do that if you if you run out of dynamite, because it costs you time, and it also you don't get the points for blowing things up, right? So let me show you. So there's that light. If you touch that light, it all goes out. So you can use hints, like you can see the hole down there. See the hole right down there in the background edging, or you can light dynamite, and the fuse lights up the room temporarily to find out which way you should go. So I'm going to go this way, peek down here. There's a snake. Let's get that snake. There, we got him. I always wish you could turn those lights back on by shooting with your eye laser, but it doesn't work that way. Yeah, so that was the best direction to go. Now, these 20 levels, you can memorize them. They're predictable. Let's see. There, saved him. Level 5. See, so far so good, right? It's not so bad. There's a light. All right, so now we're getting into, see the lava walls? You can't even touch those, as you might imagine. So this is all part of that volcanic activity that caused the cave-in. Can't go over there and touch that. Oh, I touched the light. Unavoidable. And you don't know which way to go. Well, probably not where the snake is. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Now, as we're playing through this, of course, I will remind you, you should check out our merch store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. I was looking, and there's a really cool Activision-style t-shirt that says vintage on it. There's some Pitfall stuff in there. So if you're an Activision fan, there's plenty of good stuff in there. Of course, you know that anything that you purchase is going to go to help GenXGrownUp. And do we need to go this way? I don't know. And fund future videos, so let's find out. It'll blow up anyway. It's good for points. So the next time you're in the market for something, some torso pants to put on you, take a look over at our merch store, would you? I appreciate it. You know, something I always noticed about the miners that bugged me is, so they're in this, whoa, gotta watch out for that moth. So they're here in this cave-in, and they're doing nothing to help themselves. He's just sitting there. Like, come, even once I get there, he doesn't stand up. He's just like, oh, thank goodness you're here. Now, the deeper you go, the faster things move. The moths move faster, and everything moves faster. We haven't even got to the area where there's lava on the ground, a lava at the bottom level. See, you don't know which way to go here. So yeah, I'll peek down here, do a little peek. Oh, there's a light. We don't want to break the light, just because it makes it more difficult. I don't know. Maybe down. Let's see if we can peek down there. Yeah, nope. That's a dead end. Which way? Probably the direction of blowing up a wall is required, so let's try that. There again, we have two options. You don't know which one. Let's peek. All right, that's the one that has the light. All right, so now that's lava down there. You got to watch out for the lava finally. Whoa! Watch out for that bat. Oh, I fell in the lava. Now, I mentioned when you die, it just starts you ready to play again, but it's paused, so you can begin when you're ready. You take a breather. There's that lazy miner just hanging out. I was almost out of time. Do you see that? Now, we get an extra life every 20,000. So that's why you start with your guy plus 3 in reserve, and we hit 28,000 now. And for what it's worth, ouch, there's lava. For what it's worth, the patch was 70,000. So if you wanted that Activision patch, I don't know. I don't remember if I even ever got close to that. It doesn't feel unobtainable, but now here's a scenario where maybe shooting it with a laser is better, because there's not very far to run, and if you run, you're going to hit that lava wall. Had I known this back in the day, I'd have shot a lot more walls, I tell you what. It feels like, though it's simple, it feels like there's so much to do, you know? I mean, it does to me anyway, because each level, even though there are a finite number of levels, only 20 of them, each one feels just different enough, and they keep adding stuff. And we're not even to the level where they added things like, there's like a tentacle in the water. Get across. I only have one spare man left. Was that level, 10 now? Yeah, okay, so that's half of a patch, roughly. 75 grand is what you need. I would never have earned a patch easily. So if can't go down where the bat is. I expect if you play this enough, you would just memorize where everything is, and you'd be able to do quite a bit better than just your average guy. All right, so probably go left. Oh, I fell on the bat. I just stepped too far is all. But what's nice is if something kills you like that bat, it's gone forever. That's, all right, so now I kind of line myself up here. Oh, lordy. Ugh, this way, I guess. Man. Hey, we got an extra man. All right. 41,000. This run through is almost over. I think the only thing we've not seen is the tentacle monster. I don't know if we'll see it. Oh, look, you can't get through that. Now what do? You got to come over here and time it. So you blow that up. Yeah, I got this man and one more. I got to be careful. Whew. Okay, down and around. Don't fall in the lava. Oh, no. Oh, I knew I would touch that. It's just right on the edge, you know? So let's drop. All right, let's fly across. This is my last man, and I'm not even close to getting another one yet, so. Come on. Come on. Are we close? Almost out of time. I'm going to lose on time if I'm not careful. Go, 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 little man. Oh, go. Oh, my goodness. He better be close. There he is. Wow. Wow. That was like no time left. Level 12. All right. And that was the end. And that's the run. So 44,000, level 12. That's a semi-acceptable run, I guess. So that's H.E.R.O. So look, most people watching this, you've probably played it and you know already what's so cool about it. But if you haven't, you should definitely fire it up. I mean, you don't have to buy it because it's pretty expensive, but certainly worth playing. And what's weird is that other versions that came out on other platforms weren't that much better, just graphically better. Some of the later versions, the ports added some new elements and like falling stalactites and stuff like that. But frankly, I was always surprised that this was on the VCS. It just looked so good and played so well. So that's H.E.R.O.
Speaking of heroes, back in 2002, a stalwart hero by the name of Adam Lewis mapped out all 20 levels of H.E.R.O. and shared them with the world. You can see his maps over on Atari Age, plus a video of a perfect level 20 run and some more goodies to explore. I'll place a link down in the description of this video if you'd like to see more. A few weeks ago, we talked about Superman on the Atari 2600 and how it was the first video game featuring a comic book superhero. Well, believe it or not, it took 3 more years before a Marvel hero would make the leap into a game, and it was none other than our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Developed by Laura Nikolic and released by Parker Brothers in 1982, Spider-Man puts you in the role of our favorite web slinger who must scale skyscrapers and high-voltage towers to thwart the Green Goblin's plans to blow up those structures. He's planted a super bomb at the top of each, and as you make your way to the top to defuse it, you can nab his henchmen and defuse smaller bombs to increase your score and refill your web fluid. So what do you say we suit up and save the day, shall we?
So here we have Parker Brothers Spider-Man. The object of the game, as we said, is to climb up the building, defuse as many bombs, and catch as many bad guys as you can, and ultimately defuse the super bomb that the Green Goblin has up at the top. Now, it's worth talking a little bit about the different game options and the mechanics. So the game options, there are only 6, and it's actually 3 difficulties times 3 1 player, 2 player. And the difficulty switches don't do anything. So it's just up to you. Now, I'm going to hit start, and when I do, you get to hear the little Spider-Man from the cartoon. Kind of. A little riff on it. Now, the way you navigate, now I said in the thumbnail, you cannot climb walls. And that's true. You can scale walls with your web, but that's it. So you hold down the button, and you pick a length, and then when you let go, you can start climbing that web. If you go diagonal and let go, he'll start swinging. Now, your web has to land on a part of the building or tower. If it lands on, if it lands on any part of the sky, anything sky colored, a window or the background, you'll fall. And as you just saw, if a bad guy touches your web, he'll cut it and you'll fall again. So a lot of it is about figuring out your angles, like where you're going to swing. And when you start going up, you stop swinging. Now, you can catch bad guys. This is not my run. We're going to do a run in a second. If you swing across them. So if I do this, boop, I caught that guy, right? And so I'll get not only points for that, but I get extra web fluid. You can even go down if you hold down the button. You can go down like that and catch a bad guy if you want to. You have that as an option. So it's a lot of, again, picking your angles, deciding where you can grab on with your web. And not falling. And if you do fall, you can try to catch yourself. Now, If you don't believe me that he can't climb walls, take this as evidence. So at the lower right, you see that there's this timer that represents your web fluid. If you catch a bad guy, I catch a guy real quick, maybe. I get over there to him. Oh, there, I got that guy. You get a little extra web fluid, and a little bit of points. But let the web fluid run out, and you will plummet straight to the ground. No way to catch yourself. If it's Spider-Man, and he could actually climb walls, he can just grab onto the wall, right? You can't do that here, unfortunately. And I don't even think the web fluid is related to how many webs you spin. Although maybe it is a little, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be. It just seems to go faster on harder levels, and it runs out eventually. So no matter how much of it I spin, I feel like it goes down about the same speed. So you see my web fluid is almost empty. I'm hanging onto the building with my web. Whether you are or not, I'll just hold on tight. No web fluid needed. And death. I can't spin webs. I can't climb. Boom. So I really have a subset of Spider-Man's abilities. And then before I actually start my run, again, let me come up to the top here real quick and show you. In addition to the building, at the top of every building, there's this tower, the scaffolding tower there that you can climb up, and that's where the bombs are. Now these bombs that are on the tower, you can defuse them, but there's no penalty for not defusing them. They don't hurt anything. If you're close to them, they'll knock you off the building, but otherwise, no big deal. And there's the Green Goblin. Now I can usually get through maybe 2 buildings, I never finished the 3rd building, I don't think. And you get an extra man at 10,000 points, which I've never gotten close to. So let me restart the game. You have a Spider-Man plus 2 in reserve, and you can start going right away. You don't have to wait for the music. Just try to make my way up to the top. I find that you don't really have to work too hard catching bad guys on this first level because you have a generous amount of web fluid. Whoa! If you fall, you can catch yourself, as you saw. And defusing the bomb at the top of the building, the super bomb, all you gotta do is touch it. That's it. Like swing over and get him. Got him. Just kind of avoid these bombs. I never seem to be able to get to those bombs before they blow up anyway, so I don't try too hard at it. It's kind of like playing pool. You gotta figure out your angles, you know? There we go. So just wait for the Green Goblin to go by. He's very slow on this first level. Down a little bit. Got it. Just had to touch it. The end. The way the scoring works is when you get to the top of a building, every point you earn going up the building, you double. So I made 90 points going up the building the first time, doubled. I got it 180. So now I'm on the second building, the red building, and things get a little tougher here, though still not awful. You'll notice, we'll point out some things that are a little faster. I think the guys move from window to window a little more quickly. Definitely the web fluid goes down faster. The timer, like you can see it actively going away if I catch this guy. Got him. I find going up the side of the building, frankly, the easiest way to do it. Now, here we go. Here's the second one. You can see Green Goblin's quite a bit faster. Get there past him. Ah! Ooh, just caught myself. Catching yourself on a fall is probably the most important skill in this game. Got it. Got him again. I'm on the 3rd one and I haven't lost a Spider-Man yet. That'll change. Now, while we're playing, I'll of course remind you, as always, yeah, we have a merch store, and ooh, there's the Green Goblin already. Look at that. And do we have any Spider-Man stuff in it? Yeah, we do. If you're a Spidey fan. Now, people often ask me, how is it that over on GenXGrownUp.com/merch we have licensed stuff? Well, we don't. All the stuff in our store is made by independent artists, and they're doing like, what would you call them? Like mashups and riffs on popular stuff. And so it's not official Spider-Man, but it's, you know, it's like what you find at a convention. It's like art inspired by these great franchises that you like. He's probably at the top too, right? So look at that. Now you'll see I'll fall. Here comes the fall. Just straight falling, not having fluid. That's it. Ugh, the splat is great. Now, catching the bad guys is a great tactic. And what they say in the manual that's crazy is the more guys you catch and the more bombs you defuse, if you get too many of them, the Green Goblin will start a timer on that super bomb up at the top. He won't tell you. You have no idea how many guys it is, but if you get too many, you'll start to hear a tick, tick, tick noise. And I'm not saying like I can't figure it out. Like in the manual, it literally says, you don't know how many guys it is. It's some number, They definitely make it tougher. I've never had to play the harder difficulties because I'm bad enough at this difficulty. All right, here's my last attempt. This is building 3. I think I've never gotten past building 3. Maybe if I'm a little more careful. We'll see. If I do, you'll witness the first time I've ever gotten past building 3. See, I'm trying to catch the bad guys, but I don't know if that, am I wasting my time doing that? Is that the top? We're at the top! Oh my goodness! I'm not saying I think I'm going to finish it, but I'm saying I've never been this far. Oh, my web hit the bomb instead of... See how close I was? Oh, we're almost out of web fluid. Yeah, we're done. I feel better. I feel like I've gotten better at this game over the course of walking through it and talking. It is fun. It does feel like a little bit you are a superhero. Like you have the big bad guy, which is great. You have all of his henchmen everywhere. The web fluid mechanic is weird to me, but I guess you had to give it some, with the limitations of the Atari 2600, I guess you had to give it some kind of a ticking clock. But the exploration, I think the way they have harder and harder levels, it would have been cool to have an easier level, like a kid's game that didn't have the ticking clock and you could just play for as long as you wanted. That would have been neat, but hindsight, it's 2020, I suppose. So there is Spiderman for the Atari 2600.
Back when I did my full Parker Brothers ranking tier for their 2600 games, I gave Spider-Man a B. And now, after playing a lot more of it for this video, I think that was pretty fair. There's not a great deal to do here, but what you do get to do, you get a small sense of adventure and accomplishment for, and that's something that's often missing from VCS games. Imagine what could have been if we had all of Spidey's abilities and not just a small subset, huh? All the way back in late 1981, a young, fresh-faced Atari employee by the name of Howard Scott Warshaw was given the assignment to port the arcade game Star Castle to the Atari video computer system. Well, young Howard stood right up and said, it can't be done. The VCS just doesn't have the capability. But that wasn't the end of the road. He said, I have an idea to take the elements of Star Castle and reorganize them into something new and different. And that yielded the 1982 legendary Atari game, Yars Revenge. Now, you may have noticed I didn't write a script for this video because I don't need a script for this video. Yars Revenge is one of my all-time favorite Atari 2600 games, easily in my top 5, right up there with Adventure and those sorts of classics. And it's still getting love today. Look, we're seeing a reboot coming later this year in the form of Yars Rising. There's still a Yars 2 on the horizon by Howard Scott Warshaw himself. What is it about this now 42-year-old Atari game on a 4K cartridge that has yielded such a following and love all these many years later? Let's go plug it in and play it and find out for ourselves.
1981 Atari, released in 1982. Here is Yars Revenge. And if you're like me, typically you throw in Yars Revenge and right away you push start. And you get the only representation of a HUD you're ever going to get in the game. Your score, 0, and the number of Yars you have, 4. That's it. So when you push the fire button, that's when you get into the game. So let's start with the overview of what's going on. I'm this little Yar over here on the left. That's your little housefly that was mutated. This is the neutral zone, the safe space where this little flying bullet can't get to you. This cruise missile thing can come and get you. So he kind of moves after you. He gets progressively faster over the course of the game. And though you are safe from the bullet inside of here, you're not safe from that swirling cotile that went flying out. So said cotile is over here behind this shield. Now I can shoot or I can nibble. I can chew away at the shield. Periodically, that cotile turns into the swirl and tries to hit you. And your job is to nibble away at the shield, avoid the bullet, avoid getting shot by the cotile swirl, and destroy the cotile. And you do that over and over and over and over. And so, look, I understand early reviews that said, oh, this is a boring game, it's the same thing over and over and over. But it's the strategy, it's the skill with which you have to learn as things get better and faster, and then you can blast the cotile, then you get this big fancy explosion. Then the HUD comes back just momentarily. Now you know your score, now you know how many lives you have, and you're back into the game. Now, when you start the game, you're on level 2, or game option number 2 with the game select. So that's normal mode. That's what I played all my life until I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago when I read the instructions. So what you basically have, you have 4 different variations of the game. You have 0 and 1, which is the baby's game. Things are really, really slow. And you have to go around to that. And 0 is the 1 player, 1 is the 2 player. And then you have normal, this, which is what we just played. And then you have option 3 is a 2 player version of that. Then you have this middle of the road version, game option 4, which is, it's like halfway to Ultimate Yars. It's like going to McDonald's and ordering a salad. If you're going to go hardcore on Yars, just go on to game 6. The only difference really in 4 is I guess maybe things are a little faster, and the Zorlon cannon can bounce off of the shield. Okay, and it can hit you. All right, but 2-player version of that. Version 6. That is where the serious game is. We're going to get to that in a second. But for now, that's going to be what I'm going to do my run and see how well I can do on this game. But option 2, that game option 2 is the one most people play. And by the way, difficulty switches do come into play. B is normal, and A, the swirl is faster, and your Zorlon cannon bullet thing can actually destroy the heat-seeking missile. Let me pop in, start a game just like we did. So, you chew away. You can gain your Zorlon cannon by either nibbling away at a piece of the shield or touching the Kotile when he's in this dormant stage. For years and years, too, I always just thought, well, who knows when he's going to turn into the swirl? You don't know. But you do. It's timing. It's all timing. So check this out. Listen to the thrum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 16. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There he is. There. And then he shoots, and he got me. And so once you have a swirl of fire, you can actually know when the next one's going to come. You don't have to wonder. You don't have to guess. You have 2 options of a rotating variation on that shield as well. There's this the static one, and there's a rotating one, which I'll show you momentarily. Just touch him. Get my bullet. Got him. All right. Once you destroy him, the second option of the shield is this rotating one in a block. See how it kind of zigzags around? If you're playing version 2, the easy version, or the version 0, you know, just shooting is fine. But when you play Ultimate Yars, man, it's all about nibbling. And you notice that right away that Zorlon cannon loads over the left-hand side of the screen. And it's going to fire the next time you hit the button. And so even if you don't want it to, it's gonna. So these are all the elements, right? So yes, you have the neutral zone, you have the bullet, you have the Kotile, all that stuff is there. Bang, got him again. But there's so much more with Ultimate Yars. Now, there's interesting, one thing to know is that I'm at 25,000 right now. As you progress in the game, there are milestones where things will change. At 70,000, the shield changes from orange to blue. At 150,000 to pink, and at 230,000 to gray. And with each one of those, the pacing, the timing of when the Kotile swirl comes out changes. Gradually, as you play, the bullet gets faster, that heat-seeking homing missile. All that goes into account. So, I'm going to come down here to option 6. This is the Super Bowl of Yars Revenge. Ultimate Yars, as it's called in the instruction manual. How I ever played version 2 beyond the first 10 times, I just didn't read the manual. I didn't know. This is the way to play Yars Revenge, and for a lot of great reasons. So, let's get into the game. So, looks basically the same, and it is basically the same. So here's the swirl. Notice when I nibble, it does not load my Zorlon cannon. That's because in this version, 2 cool things happen. One, you get the Zorlon cannon when you want it. There, I just turned it on by touching the left side of the screen. Also, it bounces, as you saw, but in this version, if you catch it, you get the points back. Boop, doesn't hurt you. So you get those points, some of those points back that you spent, those trons. You earn those trons by either a point for nibbling on the shields, that gives you 1 for touching the Kotile. When he's at dormant, you get 2 points, and when you're ready to shoot, you come over, activate it, and then you can fire it. There's more like management of resources. There's more control over when you fire. There's less like shooting yourself in the back. It is the way to play this game. That wow, how I avoided it for so long. I'm mad at myself, actually. Now, all right, so I'm going to do my run and see what kind of a score I can get. I can usually get, I don't know, we'll see. I'll edit it down so it can take a while. Before I do, of course, I want to mention, if you haven't yet, please check out our merch store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. It's where we have cool stuff, t-shirts and phone cases and stuff like that with Atari and nerdy stuff. Every purchase you make over there goes to help Gen X Grown Up and funds videos like this in the future. So please consider checking it out the next time you're in the market for something cool for you or for a loved one or someone you like. So, all right, this is it. This is my run. Ultimate Yars. It's just the way to play. And it's almost like a dance. So we did that 16 seconds, 16 of those pulses between when the spiral comes out. That changes later. It goes down to like, I think every 6 or, I think it's every 6 ultimately. Oh, almost got him. Could have caught that, bounced off the shield. Tend not to spend too much time shooting because I'd rather get the points, all the Trons. Now there's nothing that tells you how many Trons you have. Now the gathering of these little Trons, the points that you can use to fire the cannon. In the manual, it's very clever what Howard did. He has no way to display them. He's like, a Yarian warrior instinctively knows how many Trons he has. If you die, you're going to lose all those. But you can have up to 256, I think. If you try to get more than that, they'll roll over to 0. Now, clearly that's just a pointer that he built, and he didn't have a way to keep track of it or show it on screen. But he built it into the lore. But I've never had the problem of having too many, as far as I'm aware. Boom, another destruction. I should also mention that when you're in the neutral zone, you can't fire the cannon. You've got to come out and make yourself vulnerable. Ooh, catch. Got it. Now, of course, when you're playing, you're not going to sit necessarily and count to 16 and know how long it is before the co-tile. You get a feel for that after a while, but you can. There's a science to it. There's an absolute Zen state you can get in where you can feel when the next one is coming. Like he's coming any second now. I can feel it. There it is. Yep. Got him. 34 grand. This game just makes me happy. And I've also heard people say they don't understand this game. Well, first of all, read the manual, and you will. But if you don't read the manual, just ask somebody or watch a video like this. It's really not complex. It's ridiculously simple. It's all about the strategy. In later levels, periodically that neutral zone will go away. What else could they do? The co-tile will sometimes change directions. So whereas right now he kind of comes out and goes in a straight line, later he's like, oh no, I'm going to chase you down. And you really have to run away from him and keep avoiding that bullet, right? Oh, didn't quite get him. Nibble, nibble. Look, it's turned blue. All right, so we made it at least to 70 grand now, we know. Missed him. Catch. So he's going to fire more frequently now. I think it's 6. Let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Much more frequent. So you got to get in and get out when you can. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There he is. Got him. Whew, there's the black stripe. Stay off it for now. About 80 grand. Look how fast the bullet's going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Missed. Get out of the way. 1, 2, 3. It becomes this dance. 6. Missed it. The next level he does get slower again, but he starts changing directions on you. 104. Look. Oh, man. No neutral zone. Do you see that? Yeah. And he's still fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost. Come on. Now, the neutral zone does come back eventually. So I got to gather Trons just to be able to shoot my cannon, right? Oh. Oh, I wish I hadn't done that. 140. We're getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on. There's gray. We got there. So now it drops back to the 16. Not so fast anymore. You have a little more breathing room. but it will change directions. See that? See him turn? Ah! 156. All right. And when you get shot, you lose all those Trons you've been collecting. So usually I'll wait for him to shoot once before I go try to collect him again. The step up in difficulty at this gray screen is serious. We're not playing around anymore, right? I mean, when he can turn on you. Now, if you get good, you can use that as a method to shoot him. Oh, can I make 230? I don't know. 3 lives left. I lost the neutral zone. That's gone. Ah! Oh, I had gained an extra life. All right, I still have this one and one more. All right. Still, 230 is pretty far away. But what happens once you get to 230 is the shield changes color once more, and the frequency is back to that every 6 seconds. So as you can imagine, the pace is like this. 182. All right. Neutral zone is back. Oh, he chased me. I got another extra man. I'm almost 200 grand. Oh, man. This is not a bad run. And on Ultimate Yars at that, which is, it's the way to play. 203? I mean, that's something. We'll see. Neutral zone's gone. A world of hurt. Oh, that was it. Oh, 207. So basically 208,000. Not bad. Okay. Before we go, I'm pretty proud of that run, actually. Before we go, let's do the Easter egg, and it's a game ender. So, all right. So here's the deal. All you have to do is shoot the Kotile when it's flying toward you, and then find this black stripe and fly on it. It doesn't work every time. I take a few tries, but here we go. All right, I hit him. There's the black stripe. Fly on it. Oh, didn't do it that time. That's one try. Got it. Get on the line. Nope. Not yet. Got him. Come on, get on the line. Not quite. Got him. Come on the line. Come on. Boom. HSW, WSH. That's Howard Scott Warshaw, forward and backward. And there's the Easter egg. So, look, with a storied history, so much strategy, so many evolutions throughout the course of the game. The variable difficulty with normal and the super easy mode, the middle of the road, and then ultimate Yars. I don't know why it should be anyone's surprise that Yars Revenge is so beloved for so many people, especially for me.
Now, what you didn't see in that footage from my gameplay that I had to edit out were the long stretches of time that I forgot I was making a video and I was just playing Yars Revenge. And I just got in the zone. It was like I was transported back to the mid-'80s. This game always does that for me. It's like I'm sitting cross-legged in front of the big wood panel TV and I'm playing Yars again on my old Atari 2600. And now, with the advent of discovering Ultimate Yars, which admittedly was always there, I just didn't know about it until half a decade ago. Because I was a kid, I thought I knew everything there was to know about Yars Revenge. Why read the instructions since I already knew how to play? It adds a whole new, like a facet, a whole new element to Yars Revenge. Look, I can never go back. I can never play the default version anymore. I'm spoiled. And it's really the best way to play Yars Revenge once you understand how it is to play. Now, if you've gotten this far and you're wondering, how is John doing a Yars Revenge video and not talking about the comic book or the secret meanings or stuff like that? I did do that video. I've already done it. I didn't want to remake that video. All that trivia is there. Pretty much any given day in a Gen X kid's household, you were likely to see the Smurfs on TV. The cartoon, which ran from 81 to 89, saturated the airwaves with those little blue characters, and as with any 80s franchise, that meant toys, merchandise, and of course, video games. In 1982, Coleco was banging out port after port of popular arcade games for the 2600, but one decidedly non-arcade game was Smurf, Rescue in Gargamel's Castle. They'd secured the rights to produce Smurf-themed games and even included this one for the launch of their ColecoVision. Now, unlike many of the games I featured in this series thus far, Smurf was not one I'd ever played as a kid. In fact, I never gave it any serious consideration until I recently did my Atari 2600 Coleco tier ranking video, and realized it was a surprisingly competent conversion, including charming cartoon art design with a full, if not a bit repetitive, musical score. And now, it turns out, I find myself going back to it again and again. Let me show you why.
So here's our Smurf rescue in Gargamel's castle. Not from Gargamel's castle, somehow, and you're very rarely in Gargamel's castle. Doesn't matter. The first thing that grabbed me when I fired this up the first time is like, this looks more like the cartoon than I would expect an Atari game to look, you know? I mean, you got the house, a little mushroom-topped house there, you have the trees in the background, and the Smurf looks like a Smurf. I mean, he's a tall character, it's a big sprite. So, look, when you boot up the game, it plays the little Smurf tune, so let me let you hear that. Not bad for Atari music, quite honestly, multi-voice. Anyway, so you have some options for game choice just using the game selects. You see the top of the screen, it says Skill 1. You can go to Skill 2, 3, or 4, or then it cycles to 2-player Skill 1, 2, 3, or 4. And the skill levels are really just like what level you're starting on, because as you progress through the game, you'll bump up to 2, 3, 4, whatever. So just for example, I'm going to go to Skill 2 to show you around the game. Now there's nothing, the difficulty switches do nothing. The color black and white switch does nothing, which I kind of wish one of them did, because sometimes I wish I could turn the music off, but after a while, it's going to grate on your ears initially, but you'll get used to it, so bear with me. So I'm going to hit start. Now, you hit the fire button when you're ready to begin. And you can see we have 4 Smurfs. Now, control is very odd. The fire button only starts the game. To jump, you hit up on the joystick. And to jump higher, you hit up and up again for a double forward jump. So the object is each screen has a few obstacles. So in this case, here's a little fence. So you can't jump it directly. You just can't, you can't do it. You have to use that double jump. So jump and double jump. Boom. And because we're on level 2, we start to get other enemies, like this bird that will appear as soon as we get here. And so you can jump over him. Now you also have a duck, although I've yet to find a place where duck actually helps. It's not low enough to dodge the bird. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so as you progress across, I guess it's worth showing you there. You just saw, if you just walk into things, like this fence, just dead. Like you can't even touch the fence. Start it again so I have more lives, so I can show you more ways that the Smurf can die. You can fall in the water. Here's a snake. I'm going to save falling in the water for my last life to show you the gruesome death of your Smurf falling in the water. There we go. So here's another example of how you can just walk into things and die. Here's a ledge. If you just walk into it, you're dead. That's it. So it seems kind of finicky initially, but once you get used to the rules, just don't touch things horizontally. You have to leap over them, right? So, and learning how to use the double jump, it really is quite elegant. Elegant might be a stretch. It's really quite well thought out. How about that? So you have the spider room. The spider gets faster, as you might imagine. Table, Gargamel's castle here. Of course, this bat's going to try to get me. I'll try to duck. Doesn't matter, it's too tall. And there's chairs around here. Look, I could just walk into the chair. Bonk, and I'm dead. Like, that's all it takes. So I can make a little double hop to jump this bat at the same time. And I have to jump on that chair. If you just touch the chair, it's just, like, you have to learn where things are. It's not intuitive. The obvious. You'll get up to the top, and there's Sweet Smurfette, and you saved her. So, before I do my regular run, scoring is easy. It's 400 points for every obstacle you clear, and 1,000 points for rescuing Smurfette. That's it. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. So I want to show you one more kind of death that you can get because it's just so, it's so brutal. Yeah, so here's some water. Oh no! The little bubbles! Oh, it's so brutal. But it's cute. And once you get used to the weird collision mechanics and stuff, it's not... I point them out because they're humorous, because the first time I played them, it was really weird. But once you get used to it, it's like, oh, I get it. So let me set up. So I'm going to do, starting at skill 1, do a full run through, see the best score I can get. I don't know what that is. I've never seriously tried to get a good score on this. As I do, I will remind you, of course, to check out our merch store if you're in the market for t-shirts or hats or pins or whatever with cool designs. Yes, we have some Smurf designs in there. We have all kinds of pop culture stuff. So if you're in the market for stuff like that, please pop over and check out our merch store. It's at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Okay, here's my Smurf run. I have 5 Smurfs, 1 including the 4 up there. Now the first level, you don't get the extra enemies, the birds and the snakes and stuff. You don't have to worry about those. Just getting over obstacles, not enemies. I mean, you know, these ledges we've learned can be enemies in addition to obstacles because they're pretty deadly. There's our little spider. So as a reminder, fire button does nothing except start the game at the after you end it. That's it. Jump is all done with combinations of up on the joystick. And here we are already. We're already at Smurfette. There we go. $5,000. Easy. So now we will have enemies as well. So that bird, the snake, and stuff. Wait and jump the snake and the water? Sure. How many games actually have music playing all the time in the background? That's not very frequent. To have a full... I mean, I think it's like a 2-voice score there. It sounds like. Or maybe it's just creative use of one voice. I'm not sure. But initially, the first time I heard it, I'm like... Oh, and plus the creepy version here is worth noting, right? Change of instrumentation? Like, music was really... not an afterthought in this game, which I very much appreciate. Ooh, and I got an extra Smurf! You notice there's also this countdown timer at the top. Every time you get to a new part of the world, though, it resets. I've never had the countdown timer be a problem. Saved her again. Level 3 now. Not too bad. Level 3 I can usually manage as well. Everything just gets a little faster. And as long as you time it out, you're okay. Also, you move faster when you're jumping as opposed to walking, so that's a good tip when you're getting away from fast things. And have you noticed, too, that to avoid flickering, they just show one enemy or obstacle at a time? The fence is here, and once you get past mid-screen, then the bird appears. There are other ways to avoid flickering, but that was Coleco's solution, and, I mean, it's better than flicker, I think. This snake is on his giddy... Oh, he got me! He was in a hurry to bite me. That spider is very fast now, but ducking, as you can see. And it's funny that the fire button doesn't jump. It seems like they're not saving it. There's not like it's a smart bomb I'm going to shoot later, blow everything up or something. It's doing nothing. I've not touched the fire button since I started the game. Oh, I walked right into a damn chair. Oh, I hate those. That's 2 lives on a chair. There we go. Smurfette appears. There she is. 23,000 with what? 3 Smurfs left. Oh, that's just Smurfy. Yeah, so this is 4. Here's where it gets crazy. There, up, see? Keep jumping. Just keep going fast. I don't know if I'll even finish this. Ooh, man. Keep jumping. And I still got the snakes coming. Oh, man. Jump, jump. Oh, there he is. Whoa. Whoa. Whew. All right. Ooh. Apparently another snake just came out of nowhere. Oh well. So 25,400. That's my That's my theoretical limit. Maybe I could get to... I don't think I can even finish this 4th level castle. Maybe I get to 26 if I got a few more screens, because 400 points per... Yeah, I think 25 grand's a pretty decent score. But so this is Smurf Rescue in Gargamel's Castle, though we died out of Gargamel's Castle.
The Smurfs franchise is very often closely associated with Generation X, but did you know the Smurfs were a product of the 50s? Yeah, it started life as a Belgian comic book franchise in the late 50s and even had a black and white cartoon series running from 61 to 67, predating the Smurfs we most often think of by nearly 20 years. Man, I like learning stuff. I can still clearly remember going with a friend and his mom to a local single-screen theater in 1981 to see Raiders of the Lost Ark. I had no idea what it was about, but going to the movies was better than doing nothing, and at least I get to hang out with my buddy and eat popcorn. But this wasn't just another movie. Turned out, this was Raiders. Before the end credits rolled, I was already trying to figure out who I could talk into taking me to see it again, and how soon. Well, when the opportunity to write an Atari VCS game based on this film was offered up at Atari, Howard Scott Warshaw, fresh off his first game, Yars Revenge, volunteered. He wanted to create an adventure game that echoed story beats in the movie with multiple rooms, items, and things to do, but he didn't want to follow the adventure model of carrying just one thing at a time. So he devised an inventory system that requires both joysticks in order to move Indy and also manage your items. The end result? Well, a somewhat divisive game that was dismissed by some as too complex, but for me, I absolutely loved it, and still do. In this Friday Plays video, I'm going to take you on a full tour and playthrough of the adventure, and of course, we'll be hunting down Howard's Easter eggs along the way. So grab your whip and fedora, and let's get started.
Okay, here's Raiders of the Lost Ark. When you first start it up, it's playing this theme, just a little loop of the song, slightly out of tune, who cares? But I'm going to reset it because when I do, you'll see the very, very beginning, which is like a preview of the ending. Your score is how high Indy is on this little scissor lift thing. You see the arc at the top, Indy lowers, and you're ready to start. So let me reset the game. There we go. And at this point, you're ready to get started. Now, what I'm doing, I'm playing this on emulation. It requires 2 controllers, but you can see here below me, I have my Xbox controller, and I've mapped both the controllers, all the buttons I need and all the directionals I need, to this controller. So I can play it with just one in my hand through emulation, which is pretty handy. But I wanted you to see what I was doing if you want to map it yourself, controller 1 and controller 2 to the bumpers and everything. So, and let me hit the button. Okay. So at the start of the game, you start in this opening little map. There's Indy, a little pink Indy. He changes colors depending on what room he is in. Why did it have to be snakes? There's a snake. And the very first thing you see is this whip down there that you need to grab. Now you can use that whip periodically. Different times in the game you can actually use it to kill the snake if you're efficient at it. I'm not. But you have this little whip. Get him. There, I got the snake. And you start with a bag of gold. So the bottom is your inventory where you can... Let me get down where the snake isn't. Okay, here's down to the market. You can navigate your inventory with the second controller. I have that mapped to my bumpers, and I can navigate between them. Then your main button is kind of use the thing you're carrying, and then the button on the other controller is to spend or, I guess, expend, consume an item. So, for example, if I want to purchase this flute, okay, let's buy it. And when we enable the flute, it makes you immune to the snake, or actually tsetse flies or spiders or all kinds of stuff. So now you can see I don't get killed. All right, let me turn off this flute. So the entire game consists of navigating the map. There's 15 screens or so total, I think. Navigating that map, managing your inventory, and finding the Lost Ark of the Covenant in the same way that Indy did it in the movie. So I'm going to reset the game, and we're going to start from scratch. And I will tell you, there are more efficient ways to complete this game, but the steps I'm going to follow are the ones that give you the best tour of the game and all the elements of it. So here we go. And he lowers, and away we go. All right, first things first, I'm actually going to start with the Easter egg because it's easier to do it now than do it later. So let's grab the whip. Let's come down here. So to get the Easter egg, we are going to need to first get into the treasure room. So I'm going to get that grenade. We're going to drop that grenade, and then when we leave, it'll blow up, and now there's a hole in the wall. So we can head over here through this hole in the wall. Here's a timepiece. We'll need that clock, certainly. Now, I'm almost never going to go to this room, this silly room, this thing. There's tsetse flies that'll paralyze you. There's a spider that's shooting at you. He gets mad when you touch the wall, tries to come get you. Oh, there, they just touched me and froze me for a second. That room is like a red herring. There's never anything you have to do in that room. The timepiece, on the other hand, very handy. If you select it, it will show you the time of day. And some things only happen at certain times of day. So when you come into this room, you're immediately in this little dungeon, so you can use your whip or your gun to shoot out of it and kind of, if you bump into anything, it'll throw you back in there. So you just have to kind of dodge the walls. Then we go and collect. Now, this is the treasure room. The treasure room consists of treasure, which I can pick up. As soon as I do, the snake shows up, and one of 3 different items. And the one that we want in particular, a couple that we want, but one we want in particular is the chai, which is that one, which looks for all the world like a bunch of bananas with a handle on it or something. And we also want the ankh, both of those things. Now, you could just grab the treasure and see what pops up, but using the timepiece, different things pop up in the treasure room at different times of the day. So, for example, if we want the ankh, let's see, 6 o'clock is a good time to get the ankh, so let's grab it, and there it is. There's the ankh that we wanted. Now, for our purposes, we want gold to the left of the chai down there. You'll see why in a second. So let's drop this treasure. We pick up that ankh. I'm going to go back to the shop. Ooh, watch out, snake. I'm going to go back to the shop and buy a parachute. Back across here. Don't touch the walls or you get stuck. And listen to that sound. That's Yars Revenge nibbling sound. Like, yeah. And then we're going to go and buy a parachute using that gold. There we go. Now we have a parachute. We've spent it. Now, just below the market is the mesas. You're up on top of these mesas with a valley down below. And you get this little, what is it, like a boomerang, like what is it, like a grappling hook, I think, on a rope that you can use to navigate. So what we're going to do, though, is we're going to use the ankh, because the ankh will teleport you to that space. Here we go. There we are. So the way this works is you can extend and shorten your little grappling hook thing, and when the end of it is over a place you want to go, you hit the button and you end up there. Now the ankh is very nice because if you miss, because its job is to teleport you here, you can jump right back here. So let me fall and I'll show you what I mean. Hit the button, it teleports me right back here. The ankh is the best way to navigate these mesas. So we're going to go up here to this oddly UFO-shaped mesa, and after we drop, if we throw away this chai piece, the Easter egg is going to pop. Now I'm going to do 3 things in rapid succession, or 4. I'm going to jump off this mesa. I'm going to drop the chai. I'm going to deploy my parachute. Then I'm going to pause emulation so we can talk about what we're seeing. So here we go. Ready? Paused. Okay. Now, here's what we've got. If you look at the top, you can see the Yar. That's the first part of the Easter egg. So we've accomplished that. Then we have, we need to deploy the parachute right away. That's why I wanted money right after the ankh, or right after the chai, so that when I dropped the chai, the selector would jump to the parachute and I didn't have to navigate to get to the parachute. Now, you should also observe there's this tree branch hanging out from the side. We're going to need that at the end. That's where we're going to get the Well of the Souls later. But for now, we're going to resume the game. It's going to drop us to the valley below the mesas where we have to avoid a robber and some tsetse flies and stuff. So, but keep in mind, we saw the Yar. Part 1 of the Easter egg is done. So let's resume. All right, so we got to avoid these guys. Will freeze us. That bad guy will rob us. And we're out. Now, we're back up to this space. We're happy. We're safe. Now we start the actual game of the game. So we need to go and find out where is the Ark hidden in which one of these mesas. So we start collecting things from these baskets. Let's see, there's the key. The gun is there. I never use the gun. It's overrated. There's also the headpiece of the staff that is in one of these baskets eventually. You just kind of have to wait for it to pop up. So through the magic of editing, I will fast forward to when it pops into my inventory. Oh, I don't have to. There it is. For the first time in forever, it didn't take forever to get to. All right, so we have the key we need and the headpiece. So now we have to go back to the treasure room. All right, so we know we want the ankh, so let's check the time. The ankh does show up at the northeast position, so let's grab treasure. Perfect. Now, if you don't know when those things pop up or don't you haven't figured out where all the locations are, I'll throw in the description, I'll put my little chart of what time things show up, but you could just trial and error it. And keep in mind, as I mentioned at the beginning, there are more efficient ways to do this. I'm doing this in a way that you get the best tour of the game. All right, so we didn't have to go that far. We're going to teleport right to the mesas. Off we go. Now we're headed to the map room. We'll use our little Indiana Jones grappling hook on a rope to work our way down to the bottom of this screen that scrolls. There we go. And then this last one at the bottom. There we go. Now, center yourself dead center of the screen and go down. Here we go. This is the map room. Now, why don't I see the map? Well, that requires the key. So I'm going to select the key. Aha! Look at there. And now we see the map room. So we're going to walk over to the dead center of this room. This is pixel perfect. It must be dead center. Now, let's check the time. Oh, it's 6. At noon, I guess there's no PM in this game. Anyway, it's a 12-hour day. At noon, the sun is going to rise at the top of this, and then we can use the headpiece to find out on which mesa the Lost Ark is buried. So I'm just going to wait a little bit. Okay, it just rolled over to noon. Keep an eye at the top of the screen above the map. You'll see the sun start to peek in. There it is. There it is. And while the sun is out, we go over to the headpiece. Look at that flicker. That tells us exactly which of these mesa tops we're going to have to eventually go to get our arc. So now Easter egg is done. We know where the thing is through the map room, so go back to the key. Now, interestingly, with the key, you can do some crazy things like, walk out into the sky and do that nutty stuff. Okay, we have 2 more steps. We need to buy a shovel, I'll show you that in a second, and find the arc. So for now, though, I'm just going to go south out through the bottom, and we're dropped into this, like a bunch of, I guess they're criminals or robbers or whatever. If you touch them, they'll take stuff from you. Just work your way down at the bottom of the screen, and you'll go out here. Now, this is the black market. This is where you can buy bullets for your gun if you're so inclined. It's also where you can get a shovel to dig for the arc. Now, finally, I'm going to use a save state here. The lunatic is on the left. We're going to have to deal with him later, but if you pass him without paying him, watch what happens. Indy dies. So I'm going to undo that so we didn't actually do that. We're going to buy anything here. We're just going to go and get some money and some other stuff to begin the second phase of our adventure. Now, it's at this point that I will mention, if you haven't already, you should be checking out our merch store, because not only do we have cool, nerdy stuff from all kinds of video games, there's Indiana Jones-inspired stuff too. So please visit GenXGrownUp.com/merch and see what kind of cool stuff is there. I guarantee you're going to find at least one design you think is neat, and maybe something you want to pick up and help support the channel. So we're going to drop things we don't need. We don't need the headpiece. We don't need the key. We'll need money eventually. Now, I like to touch a basket so I can see where the snake is, because his X position is the same on both screens, and it keeps him from getting me by surprise on the next screen. You actually have 3 lives in this game. We're not going to die even once. I mean, we did that one with the lunatic as an example, but in a good run-through, there's no reason you have to die. All right, so we're going to start picking up things that we know we need. In this case, we need the chai and 3 bags of gold. So there's a bag of gold. That's the hourglass. We don't need that. The hourglass is a poor man's ankh. In more advanced run-throughs, you might need that, but you probably aren't going to need that in an average playthrough. The ankh does everything that the hourglass does and then some. So, all right, the chai will show up next at, let me look at my chart, 9 o'clock. So we just have to wait for 9 o'clock to get here. Well, I can go ahead and grab a second bag of gold because we need 3. All right, clock says 9 o'clock. Let's grab gold. Sure enough, there's the chai. We'll drop some gold, pick that up. All right. You remember, we did find a way to get to the black market by going all the way through the mesa field, but there is another way. I love that Yars noise. There's another way. If you'll take that chai and go to the guy who's selling stuff that has a black outfit on, he knows about the black market. So I give him this chai. Boop. He teleports us there. Now, we're on the wrong side of the lunatic. So we'll give him 1 bag of gold, and he won't hurt us. Now we pass right through. Shovel costs 2. 1, 2. Now, we are almost there. We have everything that we need. We have the shovel. Now we need to make our way there with a parachute. So let's head back to the treasure room to restock our supplies. in this case, all we need is the Ankh and at least one bag of gold. So let's see what time it is. The Ankh will next show up at the next tick, so we wait for it to go off of noon to the northeast position. There it is. So let's grab a bag of gold. Let's grab the Ankh. There we go. We don't need this key at all. This is the final run. I always walk over that thing. I like hearing the Yars beep. Okay, let's purchase a parachute. Got it. Now let's use the Ankh to teleport us to the Mesa field. All right. Do you remember where it was? This is the trick. You have got to remember where it was in the map room. You know, jot it down on a piece of paper if your memory is not great. So we're going to teleport over to where it is, this lower right one. There we go. Now, drop the Ankh. Now, remember when we got the Easter egg? We saw the Yar. What we want to do is we're going to deploy our parachute, and then we're going to use it to hook on that branch sticking out from the side of the cliff wall, and it'll slide right into the Well of Souls. This is by far the hardest skill to master in this game. And if you fail, you got to go all the way back around to do it. But once you get the hang of it, it's not so tough. So here we go. Just going to step right off, parachute, and hook. There it is. It's just that easy. After you've fallen 800 times, you'll see it's just that easy. So use your shovel to dig over here. Have the shovel selected. Now, if you're not in the right place, you'll just drop into that valley again where the robber is. But we know we're in the right place, so here we go. We've done it! Plus, look in the inventory. HSW2. That indicates that you found the Yar. And 2 for, this is Howard Scott Warshaw's second game. So, we found the Yar Easter egg. We got to the map room, found out where the Ark was hidden. Bought the shovel from the black market and then took it to the right place, dropped it on the side of the hill, and we dug it up, and we win. And the higher you are on this little scissory lifty thing is how high your score is. Now, this is the highest I've ever gotten. I have seen people with like just a smidgen taller. I don't know. This is pretty much a perfect game, give or take. There's a few things I didn't buy or places I didn't go maybe, but that in all of its glory is Raiders of the Lost Ark.
When I was a kid, Raiders was in heavy rotation in my VCS. It may seem that once you've completed the adventure, there's nothing else to do, but something about the rules and mechanics of the game and the somewhat cryptic rating system of Indy on the scissor lift kept me replaying time after time to try and do just a little bit better. And eventually, it wasn't even the score, but just the joy of playing and finding new and interesting ways to play in this little sandbox that I found so fun and relaxing and still do today. The name Sega is right up there on the list of iconic gaming companies like Atari and Nintendo. When the home video game market began to take off in the early 80s, Sega licensed some of their arcade games like Frogger, Carnival, Zaxxon to other companies to make translations for the Atari 2600. But in a stroke of awful timing, they chose to enter the market themselves in 1983, right at the leading edge of the North American video game crash. And with Sega's first-party Atari cartridges hitting the stage in 83 and 84, when home console purchases were hitting an all-time low, it's not surprising if many of their games never hit your radar. And that's the case for me with a pick for today's video, and it's Thunderground. Thunderground is based on just one level of their arcade game, Borderline. And not only do I not remember Borderline in the arcades, I also never experienced Thunderground for the Atari VCS before now. But as they say, it's never too late to learn about something new, so off to Thunderground we go.
Ta-da! Here's Thunderground. Doesn't look like much, does it, at first glance? And you might even say when you get into the game doesn't look like much, but in the true spirit of Sega, look, it's based on an arcade game. Arcade games are not about story, they're about having good mechanics for figuring out how to get the best high score. And that's what I think they did well here in Thunderground. It's worth noting, no difficulty switches, no color black and white switch, no game options. Literally, you turn on the game, push fire on the joystick, and you're playing. That's it. So, the object, you drive around a little car down here, is to destroy those 6 nuclear bases up at the top of the screen. Now, they're behind what's called a shield. This is all called shield, and look, you're driving this car. The car is actually called a core capsule. I'm going to call it a car because it looks like a little car. I like it. And all this stuff you're digging through is actually shielding. Looks like dirt. I'm going to call it dirt. Hell, they call it Thunderground. That implies I'm underground. But anyway, you see little tanks. Those are monitoring. Those are going back and forth. You can see the bottom of the screen. There's 3 cars. You actually have 6 cars. Only shows 3 at a time. There's a tank moving across the bottom. That's your timer for how much time you have left. And then the bottom right is the current stage you are on. There are 12 levels, each having 4 rounds or stages for a total of 48 different incremental levels of difficulty. Things get faster, as you might imagine, different kinds of enemies. And that's it. Plus, the extra little variable, I guess, is that there are also bonuses. I guess they call them, what do they call them? Enemy supplies hidden like in the dirt. So I could come up here at any time and shoot one of those shields. So let me run over here. There, I shot that shield. And it's worth, I don't know, it's worth 50, 60 points. It gradually gets higher in point value as you go. But buried in the ground somewhere here, there it is, a hidden enemy supply. Every nuclear base you destroy after picking that up is worth way more. So it's actually in your benefit to explore the ground, find the hidden thing before you ever attack nuclear bases up here, which you could just walk across and shoot and end the game real quick. Right, the round is over. Then they start introducing blue tanks. The blue tanks, they can dig through the dirt themselves. The white tanks can just kind of monitor, there he goes, can monitor areas that are already dug out. When you destroy a tank, another one will take its place, but if both are destroyed, they're immediately going to have a new one pop in. So as I come across and kind of dig up the dirt, as I'm describing it to you, hey, there's the hidden item. It doesn't sound all that fascinating, right? Stay with me, though. There's a lot more, again, not in complexity, but is in strategy and how you work toward building that high score. The scoring is you have 50 points for every tank you destroy, so that's not where the money is. Ooh, there's my little bonus item. For every little timer tick when you finish a level, that's 40 points. And supplies are worth anywhere from 1,000 to 4,000. But the big money is in destroying these things. Watch my score climb here as I blow these up. Hundreds of points, and later thousands of points for each one of those things. And eventually, look, it starts to get more complex. This is the last level, the last round of the first level. Now there's no dirt at all, as you can see. So I got to just clear away this shielding and blow these things up. And once you get to the second level, things really start to develop. You get an extra man every time you finish one of the full levels, the rounds. And now the little nuclear bases only show up one at a time. So I can destroy one, but then I have to wait until I do that to find where the other one is going to be. And as I complete them, the last one will tell me it's the last one by being all flickery. Oh, there's the bonus item. Ooh, he just shot me. Shot me around the corner. There's the flashing one. And then it finishes the level. So there's no real goal or story. As I said, it is a race to try to get the best high score. And the first few rounds are just child's play. The creativity of how you maximize your score, that's what makes this interesting and more like an arcade game, with true to the Sega lineage. All right, so I'm going to try to do a score run. I've been playing this over the last week or so. My best score is around 100,000. I'm going to do my best. Before I do, of course, I'll mention, please consider stopping by our merch store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. There's a lot of cool stuff over there, original designs based on all kind of nerdy stuff. You can get it on shirts and hats and mugs and stickers and pins. And every sale gets you something cool and supports the next video we do here. So, all right, let's jump into this, get the best score I can, do my run. And I'll point out a few more little cool idiosyncrasies that make this game interesting. So I want to point out that when you shoot, look at the kind of the machine gun nature of your bullets. It's like one comes from the passenger side and one the driver's side. So by multi-firing, you can kind of shoot around clumps of dirt. The tanks fire that way too. They do a kind of a bullet to the left of them and a bullet to the right of them. Okay, this is my score run, and yet I've been just talking. So let's get after this because I'm getting behind. At least I haven't died. So I'm looking around for there it is, the bonus item. I want that bonus item before I do anything, because that makes every single one of those atomic things more valuable. I love the squealing tire noise of the bonus payout. I think that's really fun. I'm going to take these out as I clear that away. I'll show you in a minute. There's even a way to get the tanks to clear out that shield for you if you can work it out just right. All right, so this is the last round of the first level, and I have the sound of the game in my earphones, and the droning of the car. Oh, that's cool. It's kind of comforting in an odd kind of way. Very small play space. It just forces you to find new and creative ways to to accomplish the game. Adapt to the changing difficulty. I read another review out there that criticized that the game was really it wasn't fun until you get to about level 8 or 9. And I get that, but you know, kind of like how modern games are today, there's no tutorial level in old games, and so it's almost like a tutorial. It's like, hey, we're going to take it easy on you for the first few rounds while you figure out how to play the game. Although in subsequent playthroughs, it can get, you know, monotonous to play through the super easy levels. Ooh, my car is speeding up a little bit. I don't know if you can tell that, but it definitely is. I don't want to shoot any of those until I found a bonus item. It's got to be here somewhere. Down here? There it is! You got to watch out for being on the top level, because that's where the new ones spawn, in that northwest and northeast corner. 30 grand. 2 blue tanks. There we go. Tear up as much of this as I can. Look, see how the tank was taking care of the shielding for me? So now I need to lure these guys down a bit. Here they come. He's down here. Let's shoot this one and get after these nuclear reactors. There's one. You see it's starting to get a little more challenging because those blue tanks, even the white tanks, start chasing you around. Now you don't even see the dirt, so I can't even remember where I've been. So I'm trying to find the bonus item. Got it! Oh, he got me. Dang it! Hold up, there he goes. See, he's going to clear the way for me. Unbeknownst to him, he is helping me out. Wide open like this, you have nowhere to run. Are these always in the same places, in the same order? It feels like they are. Alright, 45,000. Alright, an extra man. Because I got to level 9. And there's my bonus item. And now it's all white tanks again. So that means they don't burrow. They just... Woo! Look how fast the bullets are, though. 50 grand. About halfway to my theoretical high score. Whoa! Got it. Alright, let's get up here and clear the shielding. It's not a war, right? It's little skirmishes. Each round is like a little skirmish. Like, okay, you know the rules now. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I got him. Okay. 57. Alright, 2 blue tanks. That's always bad news. Clear out the shield. Whoa! Whoa! Man! You see why I only made it to about 100 grand. These bullets get so fast. Here he comes. Yeah. Yeah, get this last one. Then we're on level 12, right? So this is the final round of this level. If I can complete this one, I'll get an extra car. And score starts really ramping up. Like, well, I'll show you the score chart from the manual and how it really accelerates quickly once you get to the higher levels. Like, eventually it's like 5,000 points for one of these nuclear things you shoot, which is, I mean, huge. That's like, took the first 4 rounds to get that many points before. All right, extra man, ding ding. Yay, extra man. We're getting to it. And if I lost a car, I may have lost 1, I don't remember. You only show 3 of the 6 on the screen at any given time. Where is that bonus item? There it is. Okay. Whoa! Now I've lost a car. The bullets are just so fast. Like, you just can't be on the same level with them for any amount of time, it seems. The levels are so well structured. Like, it's really getting into super challenging mode now. Yeah, I see ya. And when you shoot them, a new one comes, which makes it harder. Come on, come down. I don't want you there. Come down, chase me. You won't chase me. Just get it, get it. Woo! Oh, dang it, he got me. Okay, I thought that was the last one. 80 grand. Get it, get it, get it. Come on. All right, can I come behind this guy, maybe? Yes, get him. Woo! Woo! There we go. Okay, so now that we've moved up to these levels, oh, look at my bonus item. They don't even rebuild the the terrain. So whatever dugout you've done, you have to live with. Oh, there we go. Okay, until the blue tank comes. Oh, there he is! That was close. While they're down there, clear it out. One more. Boom, got it. Well, almost up to the 100 grand. And you're wondering, like, man, John, you've only died once. You're going to do well. No, I start dying fast at these levels. It just goes so quickly. Like, I want to lure this guy down. Yeah, come on down, guy. Woo! And as soon as I got to the top, the other one spawned. All right, so I got... All right, it's all cleared out now. That's good. Oh, man, it's just no time. You can't even wiggle around those guys anymore. Yep. One more. 100 grand. All right, this is my new high score. This is the best I've ever done. So apparently I saved up all my luck for the on-cam run-through. Ooh, there's my bonus item. Come on down, guy. Yeah. Making progress. All right, new level, extra man. What a good run. I'm not sure I've even been to level 17 before at all. And you want to be mindful of what you dig, because, where I told you, now the dirt doesn't even regenerate. Oh, dang it! It's just so fast now. Kill him. Oh! And they're turning around on a dime now. I have 2 cars left. This one and one in reserve. That's it. Whoa! And they just don't want to chase me. Well, I'm very happy that I got a good run, because it's about over. Got him. Whoa! All right, so now all I have is the shadow of a car, just for timer purposes. The next man I lose is the game over. There it was. 117,120. Not a shabby run for Thunderground. You ought to give this one a try, even if you don't have the cartridge. I mean, it's kind of expensive. It's like 20 bucks for the cartridge. But I mean, play it in emulation. You should try it. It's one that I ignored because I was like, well, if I haven't played it when I was a kid, it must not be any good. It's not the case. There were a lot of good developers making a lot of good stuff out there. We just didn't get it all because either the crash or we couldn't afford it or whatever. So that is Thunderground.
After spending a few hours with Thunderground and thoroughly enjoying it, it just makes me wonder what other great Atari 2600 experiences are still out there for me to discover, even some 40 years after the fact. From just a screenshot, I would have dismissed this game before playing it, but you'd think after all these years I would finally learn that it's not the graphics that make the game, but the game mechanics and design. In 1982, Gary Kitchen reverse engineered the Atari VCS and used those skills to write the US Games release Space Jockey. And then later that year, he was enlisted by Coleco to write the conversion of Donkey Kong for the console. And the very next year, after joining Activision, he created the charmingly colorful and immensely replayable Keystone Kapers. Not a bad third effort. You know, I recently had an opportunity to sit down and speak with Gary Kitchen, and if you missed that interview, I will put a link to it here on this video. We spoke about his early work with the 2600 and talked at length about Keystone Kapers. He had set out to create a light-hearted game that looked and felt like a cartoon, and this was his result. If you're a Keystone Kapers fan, then you already know how remarkable this game not only looks, but feels to play with buttery smooth controls and fluid animation not often seen on the console at that point. Now, I could just keep talking about it, or, better yet, I could show you.
So here we go, Keystone Kapers. I mean, right off the bat, it's so bright and so colorful. And look how many colors are on the screen. I mean, just from the green and yellow, the multi-shaded yellow of the floors and the front of them, and then you have a mini map, and then like there's the cityscape with the like the sunset or sunrise in the background. All of that adds up to make this just immediately. I remember the first time I saw it, it was just striking. I'm like, is this on Atari? I didn't know it could do all that. You know, it's one of those things. You play as Officer Keystone Kelly, and you're trying to catch Harry Hooligan. I didn't know all this. I had to look it up in the manual. And you're in Southwick's department store. He has stolen something. He's taken a bag of money, whatever it is. I think it says in the manual. And your job is to get to him before he exits all the way off of the roof. That's where his getaway is, at the top of the roof. In the midst of doing that, you've got to dodge all these obstacles that would be in a department store, balls and model planes and radios and stuff like that, shopping carts that are in the way. you catch the crook before he gets away, as I said. Plus, along the way, you're collecting these little suitcases and money bags for points. So a quick tour around the screen. If you look at the top, there is a timer up there. There's 3 little hats that show your lives. You can have more lives, but 3 is all it can show. So every second you spend, that timer ticks down, of course. And then if you look just to the bottom down there, there's this little mini map. And that represents, you can see in the center is a gray dot he's passing right now. That's the elevators we'll look at in a second. And then there are escalators on either end. And then I'm the black dot, and the little white dot is Harry Hooligan, who's trying to get away. And that's the simplicity of it. And so when you're like, catch the bad guy before he gets away, how many games is that the premise of? But as I had a chance to talk with Gary, as I said, he was trying to make something that felt like a cartoon. And so many little things he did, we're going to get into when we play it. But you get 3 men, as I said, to start with, bonus every 10,000. You can lose a life by getting hit by one of the obstacles. If the crook escapes, and if you do any of those things, you also lose 9 seconds off the clock. So you're going to try to finish the game. You have less time to get it done in. And then finally, for scoring, you get points for every second left on the clock when you do catch the bad guy, and then 50 points for each of the little money bag things. So let's look at just the mechanics of this game. So the sound is just a little tick, tick, tick of his running feet. And I want you to observe how he jumps. See how smooth it is? It's not just doink, doink, right? He's not down and then up. It's like this arc. It's this sine curve. Right? Oh, there goes the bad guy. This is not my points run. And each screen is designed to be able to run through it without stopping, which is a mark of great design. So if I just don't stop and I jump at the right time, I'm good. That's not always true. Later you have things to duck. And then in the middle you have this elevator. I always thought the elevator was a sucker bet, but we'll try it, because what you're going to do is you're going to jump in this guy and then wait for it to go up. Actually, it might work out this time because he's just now passing. We get up to the third one. I always avoid the elevator because I find that it causes me more harm than good. I'm actually going to catch the bad guy using it now, but I skipped out on all the bonus stuff, you know what I mean? Also remember back to his first game, Space Jockey, how everything, even like this ball you're jumping, I should have stopped. The money bags, here's that escalator that we talk at length about in our interview. Everything is graduated. These little blue boxes, they're not just one color. They're shaded. They have shading on them. Look when I come up on a suitcase or a money bag, and like every scan line is a slightly different color. Look, the ball that's bouncing is multicolors. There's that suitcase up there. See how it's like 5 or 6 shades? Money bag is multiple colors. Nothing is just an afterthought. I remember that Gary was saying that he and David Crane had this philosophy that if you make a sprite for the Atari and you can't tell what it is without somebody telling you, it wouldn't go in the game. What a cool philosophy that is. It's like, if we can't tell what it is, you're squinting, and I don't know what that is, it's not going to do it. And then we catch the bad guy. Ugh! There we go. Now, it was 35,000 points to get a patch. I don't know that I'm going to get a patch, but I'm going to try to do my point run. I've not done a point run of Keystone in a long time. I'm going to try. Before I do, as I always like to, so you know what I mentioned, the merch store in the middle of these videos, and I go, oh, they have, something relating to the game, Smurfs or whatever. And I thought, certainly there's not a Keystone Kapers. There is! There is a Keystone Kapers design in the merch store. So if you head over to GenXGrownUp.com/merch, all kinds of cool designs, including I kind of want this Keystone Cops shirt, actually, so I might pick that one up. You might see that one in a future video. I didn't even know that was in the store. So I'm going to reset, and this is my point run. As soon as you hit reset, the game is starting. It doesn't wait for you to jump or anything. So I'm going to see how I can do. Will I get a patch? I doubt it. All right, off we go. Grab the money bag. With the escalator, they say you should definitely jump on the escalator because you start halfway up it then. So when I get to it here, watch. I always tend to jump because it saves time. And I tend to jump off of it. You don't need to. I always did. I always held down the fire button and he'd leap off of it. And it felt to me like I was getting a head start. You got to be careful with that elevator because what happens is if you get ahead of the robber, he'll turn around and run the other direction. And then you got to work your way back down to him somehow, which, yeah, you can end up in a stalemate situation where you just run out of time and die. So Also, there's a style point thing where I always jump when I catch the bad guy. I always jump on him. Yep! And I'm holding the stick already running. Now, so far we've just had to do, over the first few levels, it's just jumping over stuff. In a bit, you have to start ducking under stuff. I'm not going to stop because it costs me time, but I'll show you in a second how you could duck. There. Duck, like that, see? That's just holding down on the stick. Now, if you notice, each time you play, it feels like he gets a little farther ahead. Yeah, jumping on the escalator is even in Gary's hints in the manual, so it does save you, a precious half second or so. I don't know if the jumping off matters, but... Gotcha! Oh, I wasn't leaping. I think it was clever to put things that are in a department store in this department store game. You could easily have just put, X's or skulls or whatever, but by putting things in the game that you would see in the store, it adds to that that cartoon kind of feel, that accuracy, the lived-in world feeling. I don't know how you want to describe it, but jump, get him! And there's something to it, like there's no background hum like there was in Thunderground, but this little constant tick, 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 his footsteps. Oh, duck that plane. Gotta duck it twice. It's also, again, I have it in my headset, and it's just... Maybe it's the sound chip of the Atari. Maybe it's not Keystone at all, but you'll see there how I didn't jump on it. I missed, and it took an extra half second or so. Duck. Now, in those things you have to duck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's 6 steps. Yeah, you can time that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, duck. Yeah, it's 6 steps, I think. Oh, I see him. He's on the next screen. Get him, get him, get him, get him! All right, 11 grand. All right, it starts getting really tough now. So now you gotta, oh, didn't quite get it. You gotta duck under that ball. Yeah, instead of guessing, that's the way to do it. Duck, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, duck. I keep thinking that shopping cart is gonna wrap around, but it never does. Now when they get faster, it will. Oh, not quite. I know that bounces in the middle, but I was just off. Maybe a little early. Oh no! I forgot, man. I wasn't ready for that. I forgot they change it up and add more of those radios. So I guess I only lost the time. Maybe I'm mistaken. I guess you don't lose a life every time, but I definitely lost the time on the clock. I definitely lost the time. Oh man! See, now I lost it. Not a life, but time. Now I have 2 seconds. 1 second. There we go. 1 second. Oh, I was right there. All right, that's definitely a life. I need to start remembering what's on the floors above me so that just don't hit anything else and I should be okay on time. Where's he at? There, I didn't hit that again, so I have a chance now. Oh, he's right there. We're good. We're good, we're good, we're good. However, I'm pretty far from that patch score. I feel like I might be nearing the end of this run. Oh, look how fast that thing is. Yeah, that thing's going to get me. Whoa! I guess only 2 jumps required, but again, I always think that cart is going to wrap around. Whoa! Don't jump at the plane, dummy. Jump these. All right, I didn't screw that up again. Oh, he's right there. I think we're good. I think we're good. Go, 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 go. 10 seconds. Get him! All right. But we're finishing so late, we're not getting much in terms of bonus, so... Oh, man, I'm going to hit one of those radios. I know it. I know I am. Ah, I jumped at the plane. Oh, that's it. Well, not quite. A 35,000 point run. I feel like I could if I practiced more and remembered like the sequence of like when it gets to double radios and how far apart they are. I'm sure there's a pattern, but not bad. But look, even losing, I had such a good time playing it, and that's what's so like magical is such a fanciful word, but certainly something greater than the sum of its parts in this game. You know, the cartoon aspect, the arc of his jump, the whimsy of the characters, and you're a Keystone Cop, let's not forget that, who's a comical figure in the first place. All that combines to make Keystone Kapers just a really, really good 2600 game.
Keystone Kapers is one of my favorite Activision titles for the VCS, and that's saying something considering the company it keeps. What do you get when you combine equal parts Donkey Kong, Popeye, and Crazy Climber into a single Intellivision cartridge? you get the first non-2600 game I've ever covered in this Friday Plays series, Beauty and the Beast. With the announcement last week that Atari acquired the Intellivision brand and game library, my interest in learning more about this competitor to the VCS has spiked. Now, so far I've only scratched the surface of the library, but what I've already learned is that even though I didn't play these games as a youngster, I'm having the same kind of simple fun as I'm accustomed to with my 2600. Today I've chosen the Imagic game Beauty and the Beast. Now, a couple of caveats. Being published by Imagic, this is almost certainly not part of the Atari acquisition, and prior to this week, I had never played this game before. But from the screenshots, I got a distinct Donkey Kong vibe, and it's a simple one-button game that doesn't require me to get too involved in that Intellivision keypad thing on my first outing with the system. So, let's get to Beauty and the Beast.
Here is Imagic's Beauty and the Beast. I'm going to reset it so you can hear this lovely theme song. Published by Imagic, 1982. Actually came out like December 31st of 1982, almost 1983. And the first thing I'm struck by when I'm now looking at these Intellivision games is how much easier it must have been for them to do more colors, more like look at the tree line back there. You have the black and the two different shades of green and text. By the way, Atari didn't even do text natively other than scoring, and even that was these blocky letters. And Imagic went out of their way to make sure you didn't think this was Donkey Kong. They created this whole backstory. You play bashful Buford trying to rescue tiny Mabel from horrible Hank. But it looks all the world like it's Mario trying to save Pauline from Donkey Kong. But so I'm going to pause a lot here as I walk you through the game to show you what's going on. There are no game variations. You hit the fire button to begin. Even that numpad overlay has no functions. That's all there is. And I'm going to be pausing the emulation occasionally to point out things that I noticed that are interesting, and then we will do a point run and see how well I can do. So let me hit the button here. All right, let me pause right quick. So looks like a building. Could be Donkey Kong, right? So you see your guy down here at the bottom. Up at the top is Horrible Hank. The figure he's holding in his hand, that's Tiny Mabel. Remember I talked about it's kind of Donkey Kong. You can see that in it. You can also, there's a Popeye element because Tiny Mabel is throwing down hearts that can help you. And you can see there's one of the hearts falling already. Like Crazy Climber, you're working way up a much taller building, and the way you climb is not ladders like Donkey Kong, but finding open windows to kind of walk up through. It's kind of a fast-paced game, which is why I'm kind of pausing. So, scoring. So first of all, let's walk through just a moment. Let's look at it play. So you can see, look, here are these open windows. You can walk up through the open windows. He's throwing these, they're actually supposed to be boulders, not barrels. You can see there are the hearts flying down. They give you a moment of invincibility if you can catch them. Look, I destroyed that boulder by using that heart. And then you climb up. And let me pause. So if you are able to make it through one floor, you're presented with the entire building map. The red shows how far you've gone. And then this plane flies across with what seems like condescending comments sometimes. Like sometimes they'll say, lucky. Like, really? No skill? But while you're on this screen on the lower left, there's how many lives you have left. You can actually gain lives on these early levels. Every other floor, you'll be granted an extra life. And you'll need it sometimes, because sometimes it can get really unfair. At the lower right, there's nothing, there's number there right now, but if you had completed a building, it would tell you what building you were on or how many you completed. And then, of course, the top there next to the building is your score. And after every time you reach Horrible Hank, it comes to this screen and regroups. The building gets narrower and narrower and tougher to get to the top. So here's another one. You have to make sure the window doesn't close on you while you're on your way up. And I have found that the hit collision is a little wonky sometimes. And if the window closes on your fingers, like, see, there was a case where the bird and the boulder were in the same place. And then it dropped me where a boulder was coming, so if I wasn't ready. Also, like, if you're moving one direction and you try to go up, sometimes it won't always go. These are all, so I'm registering all my complaints up front because it's not a super polished game. But what it lacks in polish, it makes up for in character. So as these boulders fall, it's also worth noting that they can only change levels at these little bumpers, these junction points, and you can see they're across the floors. You can score by collecting a heart, that's 50 points, breaking something with a heart, like killing a rat or a bird with it, or a boulder. Every time you can get Buford to the top where Hank is, that's 100 points. And if you can finish a building, 500 points. So the main obstacles, though, are everything. If the windows close on you, or if a boulder hits you, or an object hits you, or if you fall even. And I'll show you that in a moment because it's terrifying. Let me make my way up. Well done, it says. 450 points. Now, if I can make it through one more, I'll get one more extra life as well, because every other floor... Whoa! Get up there! There's a rat got me. I have a lot of trouble sometimes. As much as I've played this even, I have trouble with controls. Again, hasn't stopped me. That's almost become like part of the game, is how to beat the odd controls. Woo! Over that. Yeah. So as you progress, you can even finish a building, get another building. Boulders can start breaking on you, stuff like that. But the toughest part of all for me is the control, because sometimes you're up high on this building. See how it's getting narrower and narrower? Is if you aren't paying attention and you walk off the edge, not only do you lose a life, in this case my last life, but you lose all your progress as well. So far I've made it through 2 buildings. That's the best that I have done. You have all of these elements that are really simple. It's like a mobile game these days almost, which is perfect for a quick play. I've had this, like I'll be running it and I'll leave it paused in the background and play it more and more and more. In early games, you can get extra life every 2 floors. In later games, they stretch that out. Like every 4 or 5 floors, do you even get an extra life? And sometimes they'll drop you in impossible spots where 2 things are closing in on you. But all of that doesn't make it not fun, I have found. Now, I'm going to do a point run. The best I can do. We'll see. I might have to try it twice. We'll see. I will mention, as I always do, our merch store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where not only can you get branded merchandise for us, I checked. Sure enough, Intellivision stuff over there. Box covers, artwork like this, a television collector. It's a really good collection of original designs, and every purchase supports GenXGrownUp. So please consider checking that out. So, all right. Here is, as I just do a regular playthrough, here is what has made me so fond of Beauty and the Beast, despite, I know, what sounds like all the complaints that I've made so far. So just tap the fire button, and away I go. All right, got that heart? Up I go. I find that deaths in this game come in batches. I'll do well for a while, and then I'll die like 4 or 5 times in a row. And sometimes they'll put you in impossible scenarios. Like they'll put boulders too close together where you can't double jump them, and you just have to avoid them. You know, I would consider that, I would consider that like polish that should go onto a game that just this game didn't get. You know, gameplay testing to go, you know, in what scenarios is it unfair? Unless maybe the unfairness was part of the plan. I don't know, you know, to make it more challenging. Not bad. Thanks. Catch a heart. It's always good for points, although the invincibility doesn't last long. It's better than not having it. Let's get up that one. Jump. Well done. We're definitely going to make it through at least one building. There's a rat. Good job. See, that was a quick run. Sometimes you just rip right up that building. I got an extra life for my trouble. See how the building's getting more narrow now? Lucky. Thanks. Let's see. Catch this heart. Up, 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 and jump. You get no points for jumping the boulders, by the way. And you should start noticing the boulders splitting around this time. This is about the time I started noticing it. You'll see what I mean. There's a fall. Whoa! Up there. Come on. Get up! There we go. Good job. Oh, the first the first non-condescending message. Building's getting narrower. Made it up there. All right, so now we're getting even thinner. And look, I have 5 extra lives. You can only have a max of 6, I believe. It's now also easier to fall off the building. So I'm going to pause here because, not bad again, because a lot of things are going to happen if I'm able to finish this building. First, quickly, you'll see Horrible Hank fall to his demise. Then you'll see me and Tiny Mabel little at the top of the building. The plane comes across and picks us up, and then it jumps to the next building. It'll all happen quickly, so I want to explain what all is going to happen now before it happens. There it goes. He falls. We're at the top of the building. The whole screen shakes. Here comes the plane, and we jump on the wheels, apparently, and fly off. So now we've completed. Oh, there. The boulders are breaking. You saw it. You saw it. Breaking apart. Come on, get up there. Nope. Oh. See, that window closed on me. There we go. We'll pause right quick. I mentioned in the lower right now, it shows how many buildings we've completed. We completed that first building, 4 lives. So this screen in between the floors is actually really helpful, and it's a great place to pause, and it's also a good place to get an idea, an overview of your general progress. So out, broken boulders. Yep, get you see, died 2 or 3 times in a row, and it dropped me in the middle of a bunch of stuff that was falling. That's the thing I'm talking about, where sometimes it can get unfair. You can lose a lot quickly. Now I'm down to 2 lives. But look, I finished a building at least, so at least when I'm done with this run, I will not have been totally embarrassed. Up. There we go. Good job. 2650. Up. And there's a heart. And up. And up. Whew, that was close. We might make it to a second building. We'll see. 3 lives left. Up. And... up! Yeah. All that stuff happening at once. Come on, jump! Jump! Whew! All right, so getting narrower. Oh, the broken boulders. Yep. Come on. No. There's no timer, fortunately. Oh, but there's that bird. Or bat, or whatever it is. Okay, up. Come on. See, double jump you can't do. So that was impossible. Oh, and there's all my lives. You saw it like that. That's how fast it could go. But I made it through one whole building. I got almost 3,000 points. This is about the point where I usually lose. But right now, like, I want to push start again. And as soon as I push stop on this recording, I'm probably going to push start again. Because I'm like, oh, I was halfway up that building. I want to progress. It's the kind of game that I get why people enjoyed it. Even though on the surface you could go, well, this is not great, this is not great, this is not great. But as the sum of its parts, greater than all those little defects that it might have, it's a great place to start with the Intellivision. Simple place to start, Beauty and the Beast.
As you saw, Beauty and the Beast has its fair share of shortcomings, from finicky controls to no-win scenarios, but that hasn't stopped me from replaying it obsessively. Because what it does have is a simple premise that's easy to pick up for a play or two, and the prospect of maybe making it through just one more level is enough to keep bringing me back. If I'd had an Intellivision and gotten Beauty and the Beast for my birthday, I could see it being in regular rotation with other, more polished games. You no doubt know the story of how Yars Revenge came about when Howard Scott Warshaw was assigned to port Star Castle to the Atari VCS. The system just wasn't quite capable, but with a little redesign, a new and now classic game was born. Now, I don't know for a fact that a similar evolution took place on the way to my pick for this video, but for all the world, it feels like a clever reinterpretation of Atari's Tempest. Atari's Tempest hit the arcades in October of 1981. And if my assessment of Turmoil, published by 20th Century Fox in 1982, is correct, they likely tapped programmer Mark Turmoil to write it, and he similarly recognized that 2600 just wasn't up to the task of replicating those 3-dimensional vector tunnel effects, and instead proposed a compromise. A simpler layout of a geometric shape where you could still move around the edge, or in this case the middle, of the screen, blasting increasingly challenging enemies as they approach. Now, in my full 20th Century Fox ranking tier video, I gave Turmoil high marks, but as you'll soon see, not for any one thing. Turmoil brings all the main concepts of Tempest to the Atari screen in a simpler layout, but then layers on more interesting tasks and variable enemies, making it way more than just a remix of the arcade game. So, let's go play.
Here is 20th Century Fox's Turmoil, 1982. Now, title at the top of the screen, familiar character down at the bottom of the screen if you know the 20th Century Fox library. And then we can start looking at the similarities. Not that I'm trying to prove this is similar to Tempest, but explain to you why it feels that way to me. So in Tempest, you move around the edge of these tunnels and shoot down the tunnel, but you have a spinner. And so the logic here is that you're moving up and down this central column, shooting guys down this tunnel, but the tunnels go off the edge of the screen, almost like you're at the top of something and it's leveling out, down the hill sort of thing. And way more enemies too. I mean, Tempest does have things that come at you, like the big paddles and the sparks and the spikes and all those sorts of things. So there are 5 different types of enemies in this. Now, some are pretty pedestrian. They all come in from the outside toward the inside, and if you touch them, they will get you. Some of them can't be destroyed. Others can only be destroyed under certain conditions. And some you can collect for prizes before they turn into something dangerous. So the overview of how you're able to navigate, the select button, you can go through and pick up to 9 different difficulty levels. And as you flip through them, you get a preview of what the game will look like when you play. How fast stuff is coming, how much stuff is coming out at you. And notice too, with all this stuff on the screen, I don't see any flicker. Everything is rock solid. And I'll do a lot of pausing here to show you the things that I'm seeing. Also, there is a pause button baked right in. I'll try to remember to use that when I can. So let me jump into the lowest level game. We'll pause a bit here using that pause function and look at the different kinds of enemies and elements that you have in the game that you have to pay attention to. And rainbow, color, and the song. All right. So real quickly, here's some stuff on screen, some special objects. In the lower right, you see just a regular enemy like a electric spider. Above that is this arrow. Arrows can be shot, no problem. If they make it to the end of the row, they'll turn into a tank who has his own special problems. The third one down on the left over there is a prize. You want to go fetch that prize before it times out. If you do, it's a big bonus. If you don't, it turns into a supersonic cannonball that can destroy you. So check this out. We'll let that time out. See, it turned into a tank, and look at the cannonball going so fast. Now, again, regular enemies, no problem. The tanks, you have to kill them from behind. You shoot them from the front, it just shoves them back a little, so they become difficult. And then you can get them. There's one of those bonuses. I ran down and got him. Now, here's the other type of enemy. It's worth noting. This guy that's moving across, he's called a ghost. He has no body in the middle of him, so you can't shoot him. He cannot be destroyed. He can just be in the way. So if you're trying to wipe out enemies, you're going to dodge him because you can get hit. Now, of course, other things going on the screen. Top of the screen is the score, your current score. Bottom of the screen is all of your lives. You start the game with 5 lives, 4 of them in reserve, 1 is on screen. And it's very generous. Every time you finish a level, you're going to get another extra life. Now, that might sound like overkill, but you're going to need it. The other regular enemies, like the arrows and stuff, you just blast those as you go. So real quickly, give you an idea, and then shortly, a moment here, so to give you an idea of a little bit of gameplay, I'll kind of talk about, and then we will do a points run. So see, there's the spider. I caught him in time. You can't destroy him at all. See that? Little ships you can blast with no trouble. And you can hold down the button. Move up and down as quick as you want. 1 bullet per row. Lots of bullets on the screen at the same time. Oh, go get it. Oh! I didn't go in time and it turned into that bullet, right? So let me just go far enough to show you when you get enough points in a level, you'll be promoted to the next level. I'm just ready to kill this. There we go. Let's go get this one. Got it. Can't shoot that. There's a slow-moving hot dog. Also, the faster objects are moving on screen, the more points they're worth as well. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of fast-moving objects. Don't be afraid of lots of moving. Don't be afraid of lots of shooting. Infinite bullets. And then you go into level 2. So, those are the basics of Turmoil. No other variations. Pick your starting level. You have a built-in pause, even if you're playing on a regular console with the color black and white switch. Okay. This could be a rough game, and it is rough in the way that Tempest is rough. It's so much stuff going on the screen, but I like it that way. So many Atari shooters don't have this level of rapid-fire stuff coming at you to keep track of. It's often, well, here's a bullet, jump over that thing, there's a bullet. Whereas here you have all these rows, and it's all just chaos. All right, I'm going to do my score run. First, though, I'm going to remind you, Not only will I remind you to stop and check out our merch store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, not only did I see that they do have a Tempest design, it looks like the side art kind of distressed on t-shirts, plus they now have ball caps. You can get hats that have those designs on them. They had a Tempest one there. That's going to be bad for my budget because you know how I like hats. So if you're interested in getting stuff like that, you can still get hats and pins and stickers and phone cases and all that. The hats, I said, but now they have ball caps, which they didn't used to have. So stop and check it out. Okay, here we go. I'm going to reset the game. We're going to go to level 1. And I'm going to get my best score that I possibly can on Turmoil. I've only been practicing for a couple of days. Here we go. Wish me luck. Those things are lots of points. Arrow. I like how the explosions of the enemies send them flying away. They don't just pop, you know, they're not just a stable explosion, their inertia continues with their flaming Hulk. So, not too tough this first level, you know? You should keep your wits about you, you probably won't die. Let that arrow get to the end. Turns into a tank. Level 2. Now I have 6 men, so I had 5. Finished a level, it gave me 1 more. Ooh, I ran into 1. It happens. Whoa! Get that one. The sound effects, too, I find to be, if not memorable of Tempest, certainly the same kind of pacing of Tempest, you know? Different sound chip and everything, but the rapid fire is definitely reminds me of Tempest. Okay, I've said Tempest enough. I think you get the idea. At this point, you either agree with me or don't that it is based on Tempest. There are similarities enough, but it doesn't matter at this point. I think it's a game in its own right, whether or not it was inspired by the arcade classic, in my opinion. Up 12 grand. Ooh, up to level 3. I'm not sure if the levels are based on how far you progressed or score or what that is, but like you have to stay in the zone on this game. You got to stay focused. I probably am not talking nearly as much as I have on other games because I just like it's really a focused game. Oh, that thing turned into the cannonball right away. Lost 2 lives in a row. Up to 4. That brought me back to 5 lives. There we go. Oh, look, we lost our walls. You gotta remember where that middle is. And they're always gonna send a ghost whenever there's a bonus for you to go grab. Good arrow. It's a good way. There's a good mix of regular enemies plus the prizes plus the tanks plus the arrows. So there's lots of, you know, the pawns to shoot, and then also the ones you gotta look out for that can be more of a challenge, right? Oh, I didn't make that. Get it. Ouch. All right, down to 4. You got to remember to look at both sides, left and right, you know. Whoa, get it. Oh, that was close. So there is a pause button, but you almost need a friend to hit it for you. Like, I can't reach away from this to go reach for the pause button. Need a buddy to go, ready to pause, ready to unpause, you know. The generous replenishment of your lives. Just make it through some levels and you get some more lives. Like, that's what makes it, you know, it makes it truly, whoa! It doesn't matter if you make a few mistakes, if you can just survive for a while, you can be back in this. I appreciate games where you're never like, oh, I might as well quit because I'm out of it. Because you can literally make back all the ground you've lost. Ouch. That's just good game design, honestly. Oh, that tank. Oh, now I got more tanks. Look at all that. Come on, get them. There's that tank. Get those tanks. Those tanks are causing a problem. You saw. So I guess what I'm seeing is they avoid flicker. There's never more than one enemy and bullet on any line at the same time. So they can do that whole beam racing thing. But that doesn't make it not frenetic, you know? Oh, I knew that was stale. There's something about not being able to see the walls. Ooh. That's hard to gauge where stuff is. Very challenging. Get it. 50 grand. Almost got caught by the ghost. Whoa. Okay. Last life. Boy, it's stepping up. I don't mind telling you. Got it. Oh, he got me. Oh. Whew. 52, 320. I'll take it. I'll take it. What do we get to level 6 or so, I think? That's great. That's halfway through the difficulty level. Now, it gets more difficult after 9, of course. It progresses, but you can start up to 9. And, man, I remember being 10 or 12 years old and borrowing this from another kid in the neighborhood, and I really didn't want to give it back. I hadn't seen it in the store. I know where he got it from. I think his dad gave it to him for Christmas. And I kept trying to like trade him, going, can I give you this instead? Can I give you this instead? Now, he knew. He wanted Turmoil back. So that is Turmoil from 20th Century Fox.
Now, whether or not you can see the DNA of Tempest in Turmoil when you squint and hold your head just right, there should be at least one thing on which we can all agree. This 20th Century Fox release brings a fast, colorful, and polished shooter to the Atari 2600 library that simply doesn't get the kind of attention it deserves. And before I go, a bit of trivia. Did you know that often more than 90% of the views I get on these videos are from viewers who are not subscribed to the channel? Look, I see you coming back week after week, so I'm going to ask you right now to take 2 seconds and click on that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you a thing, and it tells YouTube that you want to see more of what I'm doing. The vast majority of Atari's legacy library were games published prior to 1984. That North American video game crash threw a big wet blanket over new game releases for the system, and many that came out after then, and before the modern homebrew scene popped up, were pretty lackluster. But I'm starting to learn that the same may not be true for the Intellivision library. Mattel was subject to the same climate, but perhaps being an established toy company helped to prop up the Intellivision well past '83. Case in point, my pick for today's video, the very cool Thunder Castle for the Intellivision, published in 1986. Thunder Castle is the second Intellivision game I've covered here on my Friday Plays series, and this one was suggested in the comments section of a previous entry by viewer Disco Stew. So let's go check out Thunder Castle.
There's Thunder Castle with a little opening title screen, and like it sounds like we get 2 or 3 voices of music. I can't tell. I don't know the capabilities of the Intellivision off the top of my head, but and that, like the dragon blinking and the splash screen, this is like a track mode that it's in right now. As usual, I'm going to walk you through the mechanics of this game, then we'll do a points run to get a good view of it. I'm going to try to get you to all 3 of the different types of mazes. And in fact, the mazes are different from time to time. Like, take a look at the maze as it is now. Then I'm going to restart and let it come back and look. Yeah, totally different maze layout. Look, the castle's in a different spot, the trees or bushes are in a different spot. So though the mechanics of the game are pretty much the same every time you play, it's a different game every time you play because you get new mazes as you go through. So, overview, this is a maze game. Oh, it's going to show me the different castles. Nice. This is a maze game. And the object is to kill all of the evil maze guardians. In the forest maze, there are 3 dragons. In the castle maze, which is this one, there are 6 sorcerers. And the dungeon maze, which we'll get to in a second, there are 9 demons. Let me go ahead and hit start on the game. So it's going to ask me how many players. Now you have to use the numpad for this. I'll show you what the numpad looks like. That's pretty much all it's for. So let's say 1 player, and let's say enter. The reason this isn't just a run-of-the-mill maze game in my book is that these gates open and close. So you see the maze is here. Let me just run around and show you. There's a dragon after me. See the little gate here that just opened? I'll walk through it, and you'll see, look above me, it just closed. That's a key mechanic in this game. Also, you'll notice that, see this crown over here? You have these different objects you can pick up. The crown will freeze the enemies if you hit the button. So it's like a weapon you pick up, and if I hit the freeze button, it froze him. Look at that. Now there are magical either creatures or objects in the game as well that you can pick up. There's a ring. Knowing these objects, this is key. So the ring, for example, is a teleport. So look at the dragon about to get me. Teleport. Single use, but they'll save you from a jam. Knowing what these different things do, there's a grail that energizes you. There is a crown that freezes you. We just saw a necklace that gives you speed. a lantern that doubles your energy, whatever that means. I haven't figured that out. The key lets you move through those closed gates, and that ring which you saw, which we could teleport. There are also coins that give you 500 points, and then there's and then there's a comb. Why a comb? Cuts your score in half. It's the only negative thing in the game other than the monsters. I guess if you're wearing armor, I mean, you're gonna have a bad hair day. You'd need a comb, but it costs you half your points. Oh, dragon, dragon, dragon! There we go. You start the game with 4 lives, which you can see up in the corner. It says a 3. That's how many lives I have left. Then you have a score that's hidden somewhere in the maze. Then the different levels, there are basically Pac-Man power pellets. In this case, they're these bats. So I touch the bat, it energizes my knight. While you're energized, you can kill the evil guardian. In this case, the dragon. Let's grab a bat. Now, while I'm flashing like that, I can kill the dragon. Grab another one. In my experience, the key is going to be stay around these bats because they're going to let me... If you catch the dragon without it, it's of no use to you. And of course, it ran out just as I got there. There's that comb in the lower right. Don't pick that up unless you want your score to get cut in half. They're also going to get points for killing the evil guardians, of course. The higher level they are, the more points you're going to get for killing them. Come here, dragon! Now, the different enemies, you have green, yellow, and red enemies. And the deal is that the green enemies move slower than you. That's good news. The yellow enemies move about the same speed as you. Red enemies can outrun you. Come on, dragon. Come here, dragon. Got him. Now watch, a yellow dragon is going to appear eventually. There he is. Yellow dragon. Look, I got caught in a gate trying to grab that bat. There's some coins up top of the screen. Those are just points. Come here, yellow dragon. He's running away at top speed. Come here, dragon. Come here, dragon. Oh, and we're up to red then. So the last one is red, and you will see he's much faster. There he comes. So that's the deal. You work through the different mazes, killing the different evil guardians. If you can get through all of it, I haven't done that. I've gotten to the 3rd level, but not through it. Then it starts over faster. Oh, come on, open the gate, open the gate! Oh, he got me. Okay. All right, so I'm going to try to do a point run and show you all the levels and the different nuances of this game. I'd never played it before getting it for this video, and it's simple, and yet keeps me coming back again and again. So I'm going to restart. I'm going to do a full game, but of course, I'm going to remind you to please consider stopping by our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. If you've watched a recent video, you know that not only do they have great designs on t-shirts and mugs and stickers, now they have hats. So all those cool designs you can get on all sorts of different stuff is at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Check it out the next time you're in the market for something cool for you or, someone you like. And grab them something with a really cool original design. And it helps us out so we can make future videos like this. All right, let's do that point run. I've been getting around 9,000 points. All right, let's be serious about this. And pretty much you hang around the bats in the first level, whatever it is. There's a bat, the second you see there's a rat. They are what you want. You want to be near them. Because without them, or one of the power-ups, the Grail is the absolute best thing. Come on, bat. Woohoo! He made that easy. He flew right into me. Dead green dragon. Ooh, ring! Go get it, go get it. Ah, the wall closed. Open up! Open up! It went away. Yeah, those things don't last very long either, I've noticed. There's a crown. The crown will freeze enemies. Now, that's good. I'm happy to get that. Let's grab that. Now, this is great. When he gets near me, I can freeze him when I'm chasing him. So that'll be really good. It's also worth noting, to make those corners, I'm going left. If I now hold up, he'll continue going left until the corner comes. That way you don't miss those turns. That's a really nice feature. I don't know if that's universal in the Intellivision games, but it's certainly cool here. All right, I froze him. Froze him. Oh, there we go. Got the yellow. Red next. All right, hang out with the bats because red guy, he's fast. All right, that's the lantern. That will double my energy. I don't know what that means exactly. Maybe it doubles the Energizer? I just tried to use it. Make it last longer. It seems like it did. It made that energy last longer. That's cool. Oh, oh, oh. Is he stuck? He's stuck! Don't open that door, don't open that door! Get him, get him, get him! Oh, he got away! Oh, now he's gonna... that was close. Come on, open, open, open. There we go. Now, if I can get this bat, I can freeze him. Freeze! Got him! Look at that. Boom! Got the red dragon. We made it through the forest. So the forest had 3 dragons. We got all 3 of them. 2,100 points. Still got 3 men. Not bad. You can earn extra men. You score, of course. Different. Here's that wizard or whatever he is. Got the rat hanging out on the cane. Really good intermediate screens. Alright, so here we are. So you see there's the rat running around. There's the little green wizard. Sorcerers they're called. There's on this castle level there's one magical creature, the one rat. And you kind of just need to hang around him. Also, I wish they would tell you what you have in inventory. Like I happen to know I have the ring, but you got to remember that. That Grail is the one I need. Come on, Grail. All right. That is a free power-up, so you can get these guys as soon as... Boom! Gotcha! Plus a rat. Oh, no! Oh, that's terrible. Oh, I got caught! So both the gates closed. Even though I had freeze, it just paused them. They were going to kill me. Now, you can play this 2 players, where it says here, first night, that's just first player. It could be second night also if you're doing 2 players. Woohoo! Got one. Now, they mix it up how sometimes you're chasing around bats or rats. In the 3rd maze... Oh, no! I picked up that stupid comb appeared right in front of me. Did you see that? Anyway, into the 3rd one... That's terrible for a point run. And in the 3rd one, what I was going to say is there's these skulls that sit still. Man, what a cheap way to take half my points. Ugh. Come here, yellow thing. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Woohoo, I got one. Great. Oh, no. Dead end, dead end. Open the door, open the door. Whew. Keep going, head to the rat. Oh, no, dead end. Oh. Well, I did get an extra man, apparently, before the comb hit me. So, I have 4, back to 3. Oh, he made the turn. I got a red and a yellow! Yes! That was great. That was fantastic. So I think one more red is all there is? Just one guy? I think that's right. I'm almost going to need one of those treasures to beat this guy. There. Oh, there's the Grail! Come on, open the door, open the door. Let me get the Grail. Please, 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 let me get the Grail. Got it. All right, here he comes. I'll be able to catch him. I just got to get him in a corner. I'm going to pin him in a corner. He was not ready for me to have that Grail. So that finishes the castle. Now the 3rd and final type of... Oh, and I got extra life too. Look at that. There's one of the demons. He's holding these skulls. And the skulls are now what you need to power up your little knight. Same general construction. See, there's one skull that's flashing. Oh, and look, there's 3 of them on the screen at once, too. Which is even... And 3 of them, they can converge on me like that. We'll get at least 1 or 2 of them here. We got 2 lives left. Alright, so I just chased the skulls. Oh, it ran out. If you sit around... Oh, no, 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 no! Go, 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 go! Oh, that wall! Man! This is the sign of what makes it so much fun, for me at least, is that I always feel like, oh, if I just made one little decision differently, I would have done better at this part of the game. And so, like, I never feel super cheated. That comb was kind of a cheat, but there's the necklace that gives me extra speed. I could use that against a red guy. There's 2 of them together there. Come on. Got 1. Okay. There's that dumb coat looking at the corner. Oh, there's the yellow guy. Oh, no. Got him. Well, he was dumb. Just keep getting the skulls. And you know it's not going to last. Oh, look there. Oh, I lucked out. He appeared right in front of me. That was fantastic. Let's grab this other one while I'm here. Yeah. Come on, open the door, open the door, open the door. Now we got 2 red and a green. Got the green one. And can you imagine, like, the later levels when this is even faster? So So that key lets me open doors. I go right through that now. Got him. Because I had the ability to go through those, not the doors, the gates. You know what I meant. It could be tough without any power-ups, though. Oh! I got them both! They got stuck in the corner. 8,500 points. I'll take it. So I've never seen this. So now we can restart. Oh, the bats are black now. Oh, man. They're harder to see. You have to look for little distortions. I think he's up here. Yeah, there he is. Walk through the gates I just used. That key. Got him. Just before my power ran out. I'm not sure he's faster than me. I think he's exactly the same speed as me. Oh! And the bat flew right into me. Man! I'm so happy I'm recording. This is the best run I've ever had in this game. Teleport! Ha ha! Ha! Stupid dragon. Dragons is so stupid. I'd have loved to have the chalice right now. Oh no, he's faster than me. Oh no, he's faster than me. No, 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 no! Man! I got stuck in the wall. There's the chalice! Go get it, go get it! Yes! Now all I have to do is get next to him, trap him in a corner. Ha! I activated it and touched him right away. Wow, 10 grand? Now I've made it. This will be the Castle Maze second time with the sorcerers. Luckily the rat is still visible. Oh no! Did you see that? They dropped that comb right in front of me again. That's dirty pool. Go! Box him in! Yeah, they did! Got one. Woohoo, that was something. Come here. Oh no! Oh, the rat ran away and left me up there in the corner with no defenses. Oh, look at the little VN in the corner. That's cute too. Little ending music. This is a charming little title. Yeah. Intellivision, Thunder Castle. There you go.
When viewer Disco Stew suggested Thunder Castle, he thought I might like it because, quote, it has very simple maze gameplay with charming graphics and music. You know what? I think he was right. Like Beauty and the Beast before it, I find myself firing this one up again and again to see just how far I can get. And scoring is almost secondary to the little cat and mouse game you play with those evil maze guardians. The more I explore the Intellivision library, which was previously a complete unknown for me, the more I'm enjoying it. I missed these games entirely the first time around, but they have that same 70s and 80s flavor that I know from the VCS, but almost like they're from a parallel dimension, and I get to discover them brand new in 2024. Okay, here we go. How many munchies can your munchkin munch before your munchkin's all munched out? Made it. That tongue twister is the question posed right on the box cover for KC Munchkin for the Odyssey 2. Monsters, a maze, munching power pellets. Yeah, KC Munchkin was obviously heavily inspired by the success of Pac-Man, and when it was released in 1981, Philips was sued, but not by Namco, as you might expect. My Friday Plays selection for today is another viewer's suggestion. Some random dude on the internet, that's the name, asked if I'd ever played KC Munchkin. And while I know the story of the game, never having owned an Odyssey 2, I hadn't. So I'm about to fix that. But back to the lawsuit. Pac-Man fever was at pandemic levels when Ed Averitt wrote KC Munchkin for the Odyssey 2. But its release for home systems didn't upset Pac-Man's owner Namco, but rather Atari, who had acquired the rights from Namco for distribution of Pac-Man on home video game systems. And while Munchkin wasn't technically Pac-Man, they felt it was similar enough to impact the sales of their Pac-Man port for the 2600, which was still in development. Now, they initially failed to convince the court, but were ultimately able to convince an appellate court that Philips had indeed copied Pac-Man and halted sales of KC Munchkin entirely. But that was 40 plus years ago, and today we have easy access to the game and can see what all the fuss was about. Let's go.
And here we are with KC Munchkin on the Odyssey 2. When you fire it up, you're just greeted with a select game, and the manual explains there are several different options to pick from, which I'll talk about in a second. I'll just tap 0 to go to the default. Yeah, and right away, like, you're in the game. There's no other choice than to be in the game. In fact, I'm going to pause it. Okay, so we can talk about the different elements of the game. So they went hard on this whole Munchkin thing. Like, it's like Smurfs. Everything is Smurfy, that kind of thing. Yeah. So you are a Munchkin. The enemies, these little ghosts, whatever they are now, are called Munchers. You get 3 of those on a screen rather than 4 in Pac-Man. The dots are called Munchies, and there are only 12 of them. And you'll notice they move around the maze. They're not just stable. And in fact, the farther you go, the more you play, the Munchies get faster. For scoring, a regular Munchie is a point. A flashing Munchie is 3 points. The first Muncher you eat, that's the ghost, 5 points. Second is 10. The third one is 20. And then successive levels, it just, gets, faster, harder, more challenging, just like typical things are. So unpause this. Now, you only get 1 life in the game. So that's why as soon as I die, it's over. Now, what's flashing at the bottom there, the lower right is your score. Yeah, so as I eat dots, you can see my score, or I eat Munchers. I'm not going to get to them. There we go. There we got one. Score goes up. When a game ends, if you have the high score, you have the opportunity to enter your initials, like an arcade game, right? You have a side door you can get out. Come here! You gotta kind of intercept that. I'm gonna pause. And then you finish a level, it starts again, and you have 12 more of those Munchies moving around. But as I mentioned, other little oddities that are different, like only 1 life for the whole game. You don't earn lives or anything. You get a shot at it. Go as long as you can without dying, and that's it. Like, I have 35 points right now. If I continue, maybe I get to 40, 50, 60, I don't know, before I die. Low scoring affair. It's very generous that they have 1,000 points you can get. 4 characters on there. I don't know how many times I've gotten to 3 characters, really. There, put GXG as the high score. You can just stop, not just at ends of the maze, I can stop in the middle, like that, to kind of strategize. That's a little bit different from Pac-Man 2, in that, you can't stop in the middle of the hallway, on regular Pac-Man, of course. And when they're flashing, that pink-blue, they're dangerous when they're blue, but not when they're pink, so you even have to time getting that last Muncher when they're kind of toward the end of the, I'll call it the power pellet. Now, I mentioned that the little Munchies get faster as you go. The Munchies, by the way, are the dots. It can be easy to get them all confused. As I eat them, notice how they're getting faster. In fact, the last one you get is moving the same speed as you. The only way to get it is to intercept it, because you can't catch it. Let's see if I can. If you chase it down, see, same speed as me. You've got to intercept it. Like, catch it at the end of a hallway, which I didn't do. That's the only way that you can catch that last one. You catch it. Now, I mentioned there were let's go to the little menu here. There are other types of maps. So 0 gives you the standard maze map. Now, this was before Ms. Pac-Man, when there weren't alternate mazes in any Pac-Man games. And so a way that I think KC Munchkin tried to differentiate itself was, hey, different mazes. And they went hard on that too. So the 0 one, the basic one you just saw, and then there's this one, which is a little bit different. You can see it has the rotating, I'll call it a ghost box at the bottom. I know it's a Muncher box because this is KC Munchkin. Give me ghost, good. But there's this long section here that around that ghost box, or the Muncher box, that you have to navigate and work your way through. Now this maze type 2. So just it's a more vertical maze rather than horizontal. Just another variation, something different to try. And I've tried them all. In my mind, the standard maze, the 0 maze, is the classic maze, and the one that we're going to use in a moment when we kind of try to do a score run on this. And then you have maze type 3. This one is a killer. So as you can see, it's segmented off. You can only navigate between them either across the shortcut, which he's coming through right now, here, the shortcut, or you have to use the ghost box in the middle to make your way around. So I have to wait for it to open to get to the different sections. Now this is really rough, and it's kind of, I guess they call it the most complex or most difficult maze in there. It's type 3. Because as you progress, like, the only way you can get to these 3 Munchies over here is I have to go sit in the center of the screen and make myself vulnerable while I wait for this thing to move around. But the upside is, during that time, none of the ghosts can get to me unless they also come through that portal. And then the last variation is type 4. And what that does is it gives you a type of map, but after every play, it's going to randomize that map. If you hit P instead of one of the numbers, you go to this programmable mode, where using the letters and numbers, you can actually change the maze, and it's a grid. Like, the manual explains how to do it. You can't save that map. You could just build the map and then try to play it. There are rules, like you can't box off sections and things like that. But I think that's an interesting thing to do, but more importantly, I think it was just another way they were trying really hard to make sure they said, look, not Pac-Man. Look at all this computery stuff you can do. It's something very different than Pac-Man. I think it's Pac-Man. But look, okay, we're going to try a score run on type 0, the standard map that you can do. It's a normal map that everybody can try. I'll see the best I can do. Won't take long because it's a pretty hard game and you have one chance. Maybe I'll do 2 score runs. We'll see. First, I will remind you and ask you that if you're looking for any kind of cool hats or tees or anything, please check out our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Yeah, you can get t-shirts with our logos on it, or yeah, I found an Odyssey logo in our store that you can get, not Odyssey 2, but it's got Odyssey. They have so much cool stuff over there. And now you can even get hats, ball caps, or dad caps, or whatever they call them. Trucker caps also available over there. Every purchase gets you something cool and supports videos like this one, so please check it out if you have a shot. So, all right, let's go reset this game. Hit the reset button. Big 0. This is our big score run, such as it is, so let's see how it does. And you're going, like, right away. So first score, I guess I want to try to actually actively try to get the munchers, where previously I just tried to make it through the maze, you know. Oh, he's after me. I guess I noticed that the munchers don't reconstitute until they've all made it back. Is that right? Or no, that one came back. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure what all the rules are on how they reconstitute. Oh, I'm getting stuck in the corner already. Go, go, go! I'm down to the last one. Gotta intercept it. Got it. And you're going right away. Like there's no time to go, oh, that was successful. No, you gotta run. I feel like volume is gonna be the key to score here, because I have a lot of trouble actually catching the munchers. My strategy really has been try to keep them pink as long as possible so I don't get caught. Whoa! Oh, last one. Oh, I stopped. Well, there we go. 67. I feel like that was pretty pitiful. We'll try one more time. That was only, what, 2 mazes? Oh, look, all 3. Got them all. That's nice. That's 40 points already. Do I wait until they turn? Are they going to come out? There they go. I got them all again. All right, I've already beat my high score. All right, so a little strategery is required maybe if you want to get a good high score. Now they reconstitute down in the ghost box just like regular Pac-Man. Kind of wait for him to come back. Oh, there, one came back. Oh, he's after me. Oh, and they're out of the box. Whew, caught it. 90 points. All right. Reversing your direction is a little less exact than it is in Pac-Man, I've noticed. Like, you kind of have to finish making your way down, I would say, like, one little box of the map before you can reverse. Like, I can't immediately reverse. It's hard to explain. If you played it, you would know right away what I meant. Well, there's one. Well, that was trying to get away from me. Got to chase it down. Which way is he going to turn? There we go. 115 points. Okay. This is my official score run. The last one was garbage. Oh, it's much faster. Much faster. Oh, no. 3 left. Whoa, he's after me. He was pink. Dang it, I could have got him. That last one. Got it. 150. Woo! This will be over shortly. So there's 2 I got. Oh, he's turning. Oh. There we go. 171 points. Not bad. I mean, for a Pac-Man knockoff game, I don't dislike it. It's fun. It's interesting. I think you can see how they worked hard to make it different, but it's Pac-Man. Isn't it Pac-Man? I think it's Pac-Man.
For all the little ways that KC Munchkin is different from Pac-Man, it was those very differences that actually tipped the scale in Atari's favor. The court said, quote, all of those alterations only tend to emphasize the extent to which it deliberately copied the plaintiff's work. This ruling laid much of the legal groundwork establishing how copyright law would ultimately be applied to the look and feel of computer software in the decades to follow. As for the game itself, it feels like a riff on Pac-Man to me, so I think the court called this one right. Now, it's regularly listed among the best games for the Odyssey 2, but aside from historical curiosity, today you're probably better off just playing Pac-Man. In 1977, Patrick Duffy washed ashore during a storm
No.
What?
That's the Man from Atlantis, the TV show.
Oh, that's Man from Atlantis.
Yeah.
Well, what are we talking about?
The Atari game Atlantis
Oh,
from
right,
Magic.
right. In 1982, Imagic released the game Atlantis for the Atari 2600. Written by Dennis Coble, Atlantis tasks you with defending the legendary underwater city from attacking Gorgon vessels who are eager to see Atlantis quickly obtain that Lost City nickname. In visual design, if not in gameplay, Atlantis seems to take a lot of inspiration from the 1981 Taito arcade game Colony 7, as well as the 1980 Atari game Missile Command. Atlantis is regularly cited as one of the most popular VCS games released by Imagic, and for good reason. Let's take a look.
If, like me, you are a long-term fan of Atlantis, you have played the game, you know it well, that was me too, and I thought I knew the game great, but whenever I prep for one of these Friday plays, I read the manual from front to back just to make sure I don't miss anything or there are any interesting little trivia bits I can talk about. And in reading the manual for this, I'm like, how did I never know this? But I found out some cool stuff. So I bet you learned something like I did here. So the layout of Atlantis is very Missile Commandy in its layout, right? We said Colony 7 and Missile Command were kind of inspirations. You have 6 things that can be destroyed. So across the bottom, you have these 3 like areas of Atlantis. You have the Aqua Plain, and then you have the Domed Palace, and then on the right-hand side is the Bridged Bazaar, as those are called. And then you have these 3 little generators as well. Those are just as equal as the city elements. Those are things that you need to protect and not be destroyed. And then in the center, okay, so the top center is one of these turrets. You have a left and a right turret. I just thought they were all equal. And I always knew that the center turret was easiest to shoot from, and they always destroy it first. But what I didn't know is the center is the Acropolis Command Post. That not only is a turret you can fire from, but it's a protective shield. If that's there, nothing else can be destroyed. That's why that always gets destroyed first. Not only because it's easy to shoot from, but because before they destroy that, they can't destroy anything else. I had no idea. The side ones are sentry posts. Now, as long as the side sentry posts, they aren't mission critical. As long as you have any one of the 6 elements, the 3 little city parts, the 3 generators, or that Acropolis, the game is going. But if you lose all of them, then the game ends. Now you can shoot from the left, center, or right just by holding your stick, left, center, or right, and firing the button. And you have 2 bullets at once that you can do. Scoring, get 100 points for Gorgon ships or 1,000 points for that little bomber that blows up the screen like a smart bomb. Now I always knew it was easier to shoot from the middle. What I didn't know, learned something else, if you shoot from the sides where it's more difficult, doubles the points. So Gorgon ships are 200 and the bomber is 2,000. So not only get used to shooting from there for score, but get used to shooting from there because when your central Acropolis gets destroyed, you got to use those sides. Now, for every element that's still there when you finish a wave, you get 500 points. And for every 10,000 points, it will restore 1 little element. And I think it always starts with your Acropolis first, and then it starts adding the underground stuff. Okay, now, there are no difficulty settings. Let's jump in the game. Let's play a little bit as we talk about. There are no difficulty settings in this game. Look, you've probably played this plenty, just like me, and you know what the game looks like. There are, though, 4 game options. So using the game select, the first one in the manual they call the Real Challenge. And that's the one that I've always played. I never really tried the others. I honestly don't know if I knew there were other options. Game option number 2, the central command post at Acropolis doesn't fire. You can only shoot from the left and the right. That's it. That's an added layer of difficulty. Number 4, game option 4, is what they call easy mode, and what that effectively means is it doesn't difficulty doesn't ramp up as rapidly as it does in the regular games. And what I also didn't know is there is a 2-player option. Now it's not take turns; it's collaborative. It's simultaneous, and it's much like the option 2, where one person controls the left sentry, one person controls the right sentry, those guns. Nobody can shoot from the middle, and you have a combined high score. Yeah, so... Oh, there's Smart! Get him! He blows up everything. So, and talking about the Gorgon ships, if you're not familiar, all the those are all the ones that are worth 100 points, these little guys. It's that tiny one that has the audio cue, the wow, wow, wow noise. When that one comes across, if you can shoot it, not only is it worth 1,000 points, and there it is, get it, but it also blows up everything on screen like a little smart bomb. Ugh. And see, I lost my little central command post. I can't tell you how many hundreds of times I've played this game and had no idea that shooting from different places scored differently. I had no idea why they shot my the center one like that, like they always do. It's because if they don't shoot that, they can't shoot anything else. If you haven't learned something, well, then you knew more about Atlantis than I did. The last thing that I think it's important to learn, if you didn't know this already, and I did a video on this some time ago about the secret sequel. See the little UFO that just flew off? That is the ship you pilot in the sequel to Atlantis, Cosmic Ark. So they had this follow-on where they had this continuing story. So, Atlantis was lost. The survivors left in this little ship, and then in Cosmic Ark, they're going around the galaxy, saving other survivors from other planets by going around and doing a little tractor beam in that Cosmic Ark game that you probably already know, and one that I should feature in a future Friday Plays. Now, of course, I'm going to try to do a points run to get my best high score that I can get. I'm not great at this game, but I'm going to try it, do the best that I can. Before I do, I'll remind you of our merch store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get t-shirts and hats and mugs and stickers and pins and all kinds of cool stuff with great designs, either our logo or other cool stuff. Now, I saw they did have an Atlantis box cover t-shirt, but the one I thought was the coolest was the Cosmic Ark distressed design tee. Look at this thing. I think that's really neat. If you're looking for something for yourself or for someone else, please consider checking out our store first, because everything you spend not only gets you something cool, but goes to support future videos like this one. Now, the high score at Twin Galaxies on Atlantis is over 8 million points. I'm going to get maybe 20 grand, but I'm going to do the best that I can. We're going to try it. It's game option 1. So you can see the 2, 3, 4. We're just doing regular game option 1. We're going to give it a shot. Wish me luck. Atlantis. Here we go. So I think early on, I'm going to try to use the side turrets because things are so frantic and you're going to score double. And it's good to practice and get proficient at those side turrets, because as soon as you lose that center Acropolis, that's the only thing you've got to shoot with. And if you're no good at it, well, you're up a creek. There's 5 grand right away. That's great. Oh. They say it's a good idea to let those come lower on the screen to blow up more stuff, but you only get points for the bomber. Even if it blows up 3 other things, you don't get any more points. So what's the benefit? Just, shoot them as soon as possible in my book. Oh! It got my center one, but I get 10,000. It came right back. All right. Whoa! I got it again. Oh, there went one of my cities. And I say I probably get about 20 grand, didn't I? If you're not good in there. Ugh, I went down to 3 things. 17 grand. So my bonuses are less now. Oh. Get it! No! Oh, I got it, but I'm down to just 1 thing. All right, 19.7. This might be a quick run. Get it! Oh, it's all over! 19.7. I want to try one more time. I feel like I can do better than that. Not even 20 grand. I'm going to try one more. Just to give myself a shot. Like, I don't think... Look, I'm not getting 9 million. But I feel like that was a very short game. And generally, when I play this game, it is a short run. It doesn't take long to do the best I can do at this game, and I'm done. But that's the nature of it. Because it's kind of this quick action, twitchy game, it's fun to just go again, go again, go again. And that's what's happening now. Yeah, 51 instead of 55 from last time. I think the secret to this game likely is getting good at aiming, timing your bullets with those side turrets. If you can do that, then you're going to have no trouble, even if you get in a bind and that center Acropolis is gone, you know? It's tempting to just always use the center turret because it's so much easier, but it's a trade-off. And that's what's good structure about a game like this. It's a trade-off. Like, well, you can go the easy route, or you can get more points. Whoa! Ooh, that was close. No! Well, I got my center back. Okay. Now, when slow ones are there, I think it's actually good to let the slow ones survive because the fast ones can't pass. So you see that fast one above it can't go by. 23-1. Okay, I'm doing much, much better this time around, aren't I? Oh, get it! Whew. See how you can shoot it just before it destroys your centerpiece? Whew, close. Ooh, they got me. Oh, they're coming down fast. And they restored the Acropolis first, because that's the shield. Nothing can be destroyed as long as that's there. 29.5. I'm about to earn. There it is, 30,000. I'll earn another piece back. So we'll get probably the city piece on the left, I guess. Oh, ouch. Oh, not like that. No. So I'll get the Acropolis back because it went out. Whew, those are fast. Look how it's speeding up. Yeah, this is going to be over shortly. And there we go. 34.9. Pretty respectable. Off went my little escape pod, off to Cosmic Ark, and yeah, that's Atlantis.
Now, if you own a copy of Atlantis, it's worth double checking to see if it's this regular edition or the super rare Atlantis 2 cartridge. Atlantis 2 isn't a sequel, that was Cosmic Ark, but rather, when Imagic ran their Defend Atlantis contest where the winner got $10,000, Coble found that good players could pretty much play forever. So he wrote a modified, more difficult version of the game for top scorers to play on for the championship held in Bermuda. It's said that only 93 of those cartridges were ever produced, and one of those goes for upwards of $800 today. Not bad for a 40-year-old Atari game. Last year, I did a full ranking tier of every Activision game ever released for the Atari 2600, and that was the first time I'd ever played Steve Cartwright's Frostbite. I really enjoyed it, and I even gave it a top ranking, but several viewers pointed out that I must not fully understand the game because I was running away from these little green fish that are actually worth bonus points. Well, they were right, of course, and it was then that I vowed to always fully read the instructions before playing a game for a video. This then is the first stop on my apology tour for Frostbite, a game where you help Frostbite Bailey build igloos before the temperature drops to 0 and you meet a chilly end. Even when I only half understood the game, I enjoyed it, but now that I've researched it further, I like it even more. Let me show you why.
And here we are at Frostbite by Activision, 1983. It's a little bit like Q*bert, a little bit like Frogger. It's like a lot of games you've seen, but combined in a way that I'm not familiar with. Your goal is, so you're in the Arctic, and you're this little guy, and your goal is to build an igloo. You see it starts at 45 degrees up in the upper left, and every time you jump on one of these white ice flows, those turn blue, and you gain a block in your little igloo. The igloo you can see is at the upper right. Try not to get killed here. Now I'm going to wait for this ice flow to come across. This is all joystick driven. The only thing you use the button for is to reverse ice flows. So I'm on this one right now and I like to go the other way. Hit the button and it'll change directions. But that costs you a block out of your igloo. Now I can reverse. See how I took one away? I start the game with 4 men, the one I'm using, and then the 3 in reserve. You can see my 3 men flashing up there. And it's flashing now because it's almost 0 degrees. I've got to get this igloo built and get inside of it before it hits to 0 like it just did, and I turn to solid blue ice and I'm dead. And eventually, let me finish an igloo to show you. There's a little door. Now, you can still jump on anything that you want, but you're not going to... You're not going to gain points for jumping on things. Let's reverse this thing. Now, a nice benefit is that once you have built your igloo, using reverse does not take pieces off of it. So once it's complete, it can't be damaged. And then I jump in. There we go. Now, so for scoring, you get points for each block you put in the igloo. You get points for every second left on the clock. That was the ding, ding, ding that you get. Also, you can pick up these little green fish, and those are worth a couple hundred points apiece. Also, you get a bonus just for finishing your igloo and getting into it. Those are the green fish that I didn't know you were supposed to step on, and I was dodging them before. Also, it's worth noting that you have a lot of control over your little guy when he jumps in the air. So watch the English I can put on this when I jump and then swerve. Jump and swerve. Jump and swerve. Another big mistake that I made playing this game initially was I didn't understand that. I thought that it was like Frogger. You went directly up or directly down, but not the case here. There are a few game options. So if I use the game select here, you see I have 4. There's regular 2-player, advanced, and advanced 2-player. You get the 4 men, as I mentioned. However, you can get an extra man every 5,000 points, and a maximum of 9 men is how many you can have. And whereas I thought the fish could hurt me, they can't, but everything else can. And what they do is push you off the ice. Let's let this duck get me, or goose, whatever he is. Just shoves you off into the water, so you can't get in the water, as you might imagine. Think Frogger. You can't jump in the water. How come Frogger the frog could not get in the water? Aren't frogs amphibious? I never understood that. Doesn't matter. So a lot of the mechanics are like games, as I mentioned, that you know. But the fact that you have all that mid-air control, that really makes a lot of the difference. And it gets faster and faster. And the nice thing is the faster it gets, the more control you have over that mid-air English that you have. So you can really slide horizontally really quickly at later levels. Once you get to the 4th level, there's also a bear that comes after you. Let me see. I think, are we on level 2 or 3? Let me show you the bear. You also notice the shape of the ice flows change. Sometimes they're wide, sometimes they're narrow, sometimes they're grouped, sometimes they're changing directions or they're changing how they're packed. There he is. So there's the bear. As you can imagine, you just need to stay away from the bear. Oh! Oh, the bear just killed me. So you can see it's a really creative game. I think I read that Steve Cartwright he got dinged a lot because reviewers felt it was derivative of other games they'd seen before, like Q*bert and Frogger, like I had said. I think that's really the magic of creative games, is to take a mechanic you know and use it in a different way. So I think what they did here with Frostbite, even though it was toward the end of the heyday of the 2600, it came out in 83, as I said, I think it's a really creative game. Okay, of course, I'm going to make a points run at it. I could typically maybe get to 20,000. I think the patch is at 40,000, and I don't think I'm going to get that. Before I do, I will, of course, remind you, please check out our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. If you're wondering what's over there, it's t-shirts and hats and pins and stickers and mugs and phone cases and everything with cool creative designs that are done by original artists. And yes, there is a Frostbite t-shirt, the design that I found there. I say t-shirt, you can get it on anything. It's much like that Keystone Kapers design we saw a few weeks ago. Might be the same artist. I think the design is called How to Build an Igloo with a Joystick, since they can't really use the Frostbite name. It's really creative. And please check it out. Every dollar you spend gets you something cool and supports GenXGrownUp and future videos like this. Okay, let's restart. We're going to play the standard edition and see what I can do. Try not to make stupid mistakes. Really, controlling how you use the adjusting in the air, I have found, is the true secret to this game. Remembering that you don't have to jump straight. You can jump and turn, jump and kind of steer, get up there. I just need one more, and it's that bottom one. Come on, get down there. There it is. And you can thread the needle. You can jump between enemies, because enemies can only hurt you when you are standing both feet on an ice floe. So if you can jump past an enemy and not land with him in a position to attack you, he can't get you. I'll show you that in a minute if I don't screw up. So, see, I touched that bird, but the fact that he wasn't, ooh, one man down. The fact that he wasn't in front of me when I did land, I was okay. There we go. Finish that igloo. Make short order of that. It always starts at 45 degrees and works its way down to 0. So, and you know, as you see, the quicker you can do it, the more points you're going to get. Oh! Oh! I landed on that one and then instantly jumped again, which was my mistake. Oh, this is going to be a terrible run. I know I can do better than this. It's done. Let's jump in. I might get an extra man here. Let's see. Not quite. 46, 7, 8. Oh, yeah, extra man. That's great. All right. Oh, there's the bear. We made it to level 4. Whoa, I almost walked off of that one. When you watch a speedrunner, I call a speedrunner, there are people that play this incredibly fast, and it's impressive. Oh, no, the bear's in the way. There we go. Jump past the bear. This thing gets flying. I don't know how you can focus, but it's really amazing. Jump past him. Oh, no. I gotta wait for this next one to come around. Come on. Oh, there comes a clam, I think he is. There we go. Here comes a crab. Go! Whew. All right, it's done. Now that bear's in the way. Come on, go, bear, go. There we go. Run, run. I think I'm as fast as the bear. Whew. Another extra man. All right, now we're cooking. Check out. Now the ice flows are changing density. See that? Whoa. That tricky jumping is the secret to this game, I tell you. Just keeping track. Get the fish. Get the fish. Whoa! Oh, is he getting me? Ah, doggone it. Yeah, I said I might get around 20. I might not get 20. See, now some of the enemies are starting and stopping. Get up here. Oh, it's done. Get in. Oh! Oh! Oh, I thought the bear was going that way. All right, so now what happens? Now, since the igloo is done, can I just get in? Oh, I just have to dodge the bear. Let's turn around and then get in. There we go. Whew! Charming. I find myself, since I picked this for my Friday plays, just going back and playing it again and again. Because it's a cute, charming little game. It honestly is. Whoa! Oh no. Whoa! Got me again. I might not make 20 grand. All right, here's been my final run. Woo! Get back up there. Oh, it's done. Oh no! Oh, I was about to get in the igloo and he got me. So that's Frostbite. You can see, and I can see, it's a much better game once you understand all the mechanics. And though you could say it's repetitive, jump on the blocks and change, the fact that the blocks change width, how they move, the fact that the enemies start and stop sometimes, and then you have the bonus of the fish that's like a risk-reward thing because you're trying to get that extra man. All of it together, for me, makes Frostbite, I think in my ranking tier I gave it an S for superb. It is. It is a superb game, and if you're like me and you haven't played it, you should seek it out and give it a shot.
Activision was always quite clever with their instruction manuals, and Frostbite, no different. Along with how to play and tips from the programmer, there's a whole page that describes how to build an Arctic igloo in the real world. Not a skill I hope I ever need to use, but just in case. Now it's in my head. I thought I'd played all of the Donkey Kong ports and variations worth playing until viewer Michael LaRocca pinged me on Twitter the other day recommending Donkey Kong for the Nintendo Game Boy. Now, I never had a Game Boy, and the early 90s saw little Johnny focused on Atari computers rather than consoles. But, having come so highly recommended by Michael, I fired it up, and boy was I pleasantly surprised. And if you've never played this version of DK, I think you will be too. I had two thoughts approaching Donkey Kong for the Game Boy. Firstly, I thought, Game Boy games aren't even that old. I mean, I cover older games, and then I did the math and realized 1994, you ready? 30 years ago. Okay, well, take care of that. Secondly, I couldn't imagine a port of the arcade legend would be worth playing on that little black and white handheld. Well, firstly, I quickly learned this isn't a port at all. Sneaky Nintendo. It actually features gameplay elements from Donkey Kong Jr., Super Mario Bros. 2, and more. And then secondly, it turns out that Donkey Kong was the first Game Boy title designed with enhanced features when played on Super Game Boy. So in addition to being more than the game I thought it was, it can be played in color on the right hardware. Alright, enough setup. Let's fire up 1994's Donkey Kong for the Nintendo Game Boy. and I'll show you what I mean.
So here's the opening screen. Now this is playing on regular Game Boy hardware. And when I first played this, unassuming, says Donkey Kong, nothing special. So before we get into what's special about it, let me switch over to play on, I think I have a Game Boy Advance or something hardware, and look at how it looks enhanced. Would you look at this? So, like, it's not like full color, but I mean, it's, what is it, 16 colors or something, I guess? So, not that playing it on that grayscale was nothing, but I mean, I wasn't expecting this much out of this game. And here's a peek at, like, the first level. I don't want you to have to look at a window within a window within a window within a window. So let me zoom in on this a little bit. Just know that this arcade cabinet frame is around it when you play it on the right hardware, and then we can focus on the game in the middle. Okay. That looks pretty good. The arcade cabinet's around it. Just know that. So, again, first time I played this, look how much nicer it looks with some color. I hit start. I thought it was going to be a Donkey Kong port. I have a save game here. I'm not going to do that. Hit the little bell. Looks like Donkey Kong. There he goes. He's got Pauline. Now, of course, I read the instructions after the fact to learn what more is going on in this game. But I want you to be surprised like I was. Sure. Okay. All's well. Let's get the hammer. Ooh. It's all hammer. There's a fireball coming. All good. Look, I threw the hammer. Did you see that? And then it ran out. Ooh, look at that. Big double flip back jump thing. Look at that. And I started to find crazy things you could do, like this handstand. Anyway, so I finished the first level. I was puzzled already. I'm like, what a crazy port they have done on Donkey Kong here. Okay. 50 meters. So far, so good. All right, into the Pie Factory. This is the Japanese version of the arcade game sequencing, which makes perfect sense, I guess. Oh, can't reach with my hammer, but I can throw that hammer. Come on, get up there. Okay, finish the second level. Oh, there was a one up there I could have got. I missed that. Okay, so that's 2 out of 4 levels from Donkey Kong, right? 75 meters. Elevators, right? Perfect. Just what you'd expect. Look at the little shadow there. So I started to notice little differences. Like this is odd. Like why? You know, the weird jumps and stuff. I just wasn't expecting. Let's get that one up if we can. Great. Pretty easy. Away goes Donkey Kong again. And then we got the final level. Now here's where you would defeat Donkey Kong. And here's where the twist comes. And if this is a surprise to you, I'm sorry, but if learning this twist will get you exposed to this game, he's back up again. He's got Pauline. And off he goes. And this is where the game takes its turn. It starts out Donkey Kong the arcade game with weird controls, and now it turns into more of like a Donkey Kong console game where Mario is trying to rescue Pauline like you would from Bowser, you know, in like 64 or something. You have to get these keys and keep following Donkey Kong. Now, this is often called Donkey Kong 94, I've learned, which makes sense now since there's much more to the game. Look at this! There's a whole map. I'm going to save my game. I'm in the big city. Over the course of the game, you can go to, let's see, big city, there's a ship, a jungle, rocky valley, an airplane, and other levels. Of course, you're consistently trying to save Pauline, but now these are all new adventure levels. Check this out. So, takes her away, puts her little door there, pick things up. I can hit guys with it. So I can use this hammer just like I would in Donkey Kong. Get this guy maybe, yeah. And then throw the hammer when I'm done with it. Cool. if you get all of Pauline's stuff, right, her hat or whatever, that's going to lead to a bonus level at the end. And so the different things you could do, look, you could do this little handstand, and when you do that, you can jump higher. They keep adding abilities. It's so much more than just a port. All right, so here's the key. So I got to grab that key. Great. Take the key down here. Take it to the door, and you progress. So since I got all of Pauline's items, I get to play this little slot machine game. And you just hit the button 3 times. The first time stops the first one. And I didn't get much. I got a 1-up. Okay, that's something. Well, I'm going to take you through at least one set of this big city to show you, but there's so much more to see. This has been on my playlist now. I kept playing this. When I was sick over the last couple of weeks, I kept firing this up on my emulator because there's just so much more to do in it that I didn't know, didn't expect. Look, as we play through this, I'm going to quickly remind you, of course, please consider checking out our merch store if you're looking for cool stuff. We have hats and t-shirts and mugs and stickers and pins and phone cases and all that cool stuff. I looked and I found this really cool retro Game Boy t-shirt design, as well as we have a GenXGrownUp logo in the Nintendo style. Shh, don't tell anybody. It's kind of Nintendo-y. It's just go over to GenXGrownUp.com/merch next time you're in the market. Everything you purchase gets you something cool, and it supports independent content like this. So let me show you some more of this cool stuff. Can I climb up these? I don't even know. Oh yeah, what about how far Mario can fall? I wasn't ready for that either. Look. Oh, sometimes he'll fall, he'll be a little bit stunned. If you fall like the whole screen, he'll definitely be like hurt. So it's a very forgiving, if you've played any Mario adventure games, it's very forgiving. It gives you lives upon lives. And if you fail, you just start again where you left off, you know. So there's the key. So you got to get it up, so you can throw it up there. And then you can keep getting it. Come on, throw it up there. There we go. If you leave it too long, it will disappear, but that's not so tough. And in the door. So you can see this is 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one we get to is a boss level. And that's how each of the stages, each of the worlds are laid out. And you get another chance. It's another boss battle, kind of like the last level of the original Donkey Kong arcade game, you know? Whoa, they got excited after I picked up that hammer, didn't he? Whoa! I fell down a hole. All right, so there's the key. I got to work the key up somehow. So can I... But you can jump with it, so here we go. There we go. Ooh! Got hit by a spark. That's from Donkey Kong Jr. from Mario's Hideout. And cross again. All right. So this time we need to time it for when that spark comes, right? So I think we're going to jump up now, this time. There we go, and then jump across. There we go! Got it. So we're going to make it to the first boss level here. Ooh! An extra kind of bonus. All right. Stop the wheel. 1. Of course. All right. We're going to take it at least to this boss level to show you the kind of cool adventure you get in this game that again, unexpected surprises, all that. Oh, knocked him down. Well, I'm Chumbawamba. Get back up again. So I guess don't be on the ground when he does that. Well, I say failed to do that, but that's what I was supposed to do. Oh, I got hit. Squished. Oh, flattened. In later versions of these boss battles, sometimes he'll throw barrels that you can pick up and throw back at him. You know, boss battle type stuff that you'd expect. I'm going to be off the ground when he jumps. timed it that time. All right. Not on the ladder. There we go. There we go. Get down quickly. All right. Cross. Whoa! Whoo! Let's thread the needle on that. Try to time it so I can jump when he's jumping. All right. So something down this ladder probably. Get up there. Get up there. And across. Come on, get across. Up. Got there. Just as he was going to hit the ground. And away you go. So, look, there's a time trial mode of this game. That's not for me. I don't like to race through these games, but that's there. After you get through the first levels, the first 4, there are 97 levels. And look, right away in this next, we're going to introduce a new mechanic. This little thing that turns on bridges. It's the kind of progression you like to see in a Mario game, but crammed into what otherwise could slip right past you as just another Donkey Kong port. Not that at all.
This Donkey Kong was awarded Best Game Boy Game of 1994 by Electronic Gaming Monthly. And in '97, EGM ranked it number 67 on their 100 best games of all time, lauding it for how unexpectedly it expanded on the gameplay of the original arcade game and offered a steady challenge through its many puzzle-oriented levels. And unexpectedly, that's the key word there for me. When I first tried this DK, I was expecting a so-so port, and instead I was treated to surprise after surprise as a long-form arcade adventure unfolded in front of my eyes. Michael has done me the tremendous favor of introducing me to a wonderful Donkey Kong game I'd entirely missed from decades ago. If you played this back in the day, well, you know what I mean. And if you didn't, then add this to your check it out list. Thanks for the recommendation, Michael. A few weeks ago, I featured Imagic's Atlantis for the Atari 2600 here on my Friday Plays. And we talked then about how, once that game ends, a tiny spaceship escapes and continues the story of your Atlantean survivors in the sequel. So, in today's entry, I'll be exploring that sequel to Atlantis, Imagic's Cosmic Ark. Rob Fulop was first employed by Atari, where he most notably did arcade ports, Night Driver and Space Invaders for home computers, and the immensely successful Missile Command for the 2600. Now, like developers before him who left to form Activision, when he felt the sting of Atari's apathy, he left the company in 1981 to form Imagic, where he got things kicked off programming the bestseller Demon Attack. In this video, though, I'm going to focus on my favorite Rob Fulop Imagic game, one of meteor showers and an intergalactic rescue mission, Cosmic Ark.
Here you go, 1982's Cosmic Ark from Imagic. The concept, right from the manual, the sun of H.E.R.O is fading out, and it's up to you and your Atlantean crew, it's the survivors of Atlantis, to rescue the doomed beasties, all these little monsters are called beasties, on all of the planets of the H.E.R.O solar system. So the concept in the manual is that, look, this is a giant solar system, I guess, and in between every planet is this meteor storm. And it's like several Imagic games, a lot of Atari games actually, that's this two-screen game. And at this Attract mode, it's showing you have this meteor storm that's kind of like the arcade game Space Zap, where meteors are coming from 4 directions. And then you have this rescue screen where you send down this little shuttlecraft to try to pick up all these little beasties that are running around on the ground. Now, there's a bunch of little minutia in here, but let me start by talking about difficulty switches. So the left difficulty switch will change the width of your ship. So I change between it here, it's narrow. Might be hard to see. See, it's currently wide, and I can make it narrow. I'll do it again when the ship comes down. It's currently narrow, and I hit the button, and it's wide. So it just makes the ship wider. So therefore, harder to defend in the meteor sections. So you narrow it down. I always play on the easier mode. And then the right difficulty switch actually affects multiplayer. So you have 6 different game options. So you go 1 through 6. 1 is the regular game. It's what I always play. It's difficult enough. Number 2, you can play just the meteor storm. No rescuing any of the beasties. 4 is an advanced game. Everything is faster. Look, it's fast enough on regular. Then number 5, you can do the meteor storm, just the advanced. And then finally, you have options 3 and 6, and those are multiplayer, but they're not competitive. They're cooperative. And what happens is 3 is the regular difficulty, and then 6 is the advanced game. And what happens is by using the right difficulty, the left stick will control the meteor storm, the right stick will do the rescuing on the planet. If you throw that right difficulty, it swaps those. So the right player does the meteor storm and the left player does the stuff on the planet. This is a game where it's not about getting the high score when you're playing multiplayer, it's about working together to get the best score you can together at the same time. So I'm going to use pause, I think, a lot in walking through this. So really quickly, so I'm going to pause right quick. Now, this is the ship that escaped from Atlantis, that flew off at the end. This is that ship. And it starts off with this meteor storm. And like the arcade game Space Zap, you just move your stick in the direction of where the meteor is coming in. And if you fire in the right direction, you're gonna get it. So let's see if we can do a few. Right, up, left, up, left, right. There we go. All right. So I accomplished that. Now, sometimes there are these little red or pink meteors. They're kind of wobbly. It takes a couple shots sometimes. You got to be careful for those. If you accomplish that, then you come to the planet where you have this little shuttlecraft. And his job is to beam up these little beasties. And they're not often easy to get. There's one. Got him. And you have a time limit. If you're out here too long, an alarm will sound on your ship, which you'll hear in a moment. There it is. You're going to get back in the ship before a meteor comes. You shoot it, and then you'll get away. Now, in this case, I saved both of the beasties. And if we make it to the next meteor storm, we'll get to the next planet. If you don't get them both, you got to come back again and again and again until you save them. Now, the first time on the planet was pretty easy. The second time gets more difficult. I want you to watch on the sides of the screen, on the left and right, this planetary defense thing starts to move up. And it's defending the beasties. Look, they don't know you're saving them, I guess. And so it's going to shoot periodically. And every planet, they shoot faster. So now, a little laser comes out. You got to make sure you don't get shot by that. There we go. I got both of them. Let's get back to my ship. The alarm didn't even sound, so pretty good shape. There's one of those pink ones I was talking about. Careful, careful, careful. Whew, okay. What's really interesting about the mechanics of Cosmic Ark is it's not based on how many lives you have or even how to get an extra man or anything. It's all fuel driven. So you have, when you're on the meteor page, you have the bar under your score that shows how much fuel you have. You have 40 units of fuel for starters. Every time you fire a shot at a meteor, you lose 1. Every time you destroy a meteor, you gain 1. So if you don't miss any meteors, that's going to be a null sum. You'll minus plus, minus plus, minus plus. Every time you get your ship destroyed by a meteor, you lose 10, so a quarter of your tank. But if you save a beastie, you get a plus 10. So just getting to the planet and getting a guy, that's a plus. Finally, the coup de grace of Cosmic Ark is if you can rescue both of the beasties and get back to the ship before the klaxon goes off, it'll fill your tank completely no matter what. Now, I seldom do that. You got to be really efficient in getting these guys. Like he's running away from me, so it's difficult. Oh, I got shot, and I dropped the guy I was carrying. Okay, I gotta get back quickly. Whew! So one beastie was left, so after this meteor level, we'll go back and we'll get another chance to get that second beastie, right? But getting him is going to get us 10 fuel points. Come here. Got him. And so it's going to fill our tank back up because we were only down about 12 or so. So, yeah, not bad. And if you get blown up, as you see, 10 are lost. So you lose a great amount. Now, this becomes just absolute concentration. In fact, I don't know how I'm talking to you and not dying repeatedly, because you have to really focus on those levels. This defense laser is going to get faster and faster. Later in the game, it's just kind of like zap, 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 zap. Oh, I made it back without the alert, so I've saved it. So this is just the entire back and forth through the meteor level. See how many guys you can save. And they continually get more difficult as you play through it. Come on, come on, come on. I also want you to pay attention to the star field behind that. That's important. There's actually a version of this game where the color black and white switch can turn off that star field. It was actually something Rob Fulop... Well, I'll tell you in a second. I'll tell you in a minute. I'll tell you about that. So here we're on the ducks level. The little beasties are different throughout the course of the game. Or ducks or dogs or whatever they are. Let's get back quick. Made it. Full tank. Pause. Okay. Whew. It's fast-paced. So the game is simple. If you look at the instruction manual, it just has about 5 pages, and 2 of them talk about how to shoot. Up is forward, down is back, left is right. It's like a full page if you look at the manual of how to shoot. It's an Imagic game. It has the look of an Imagic game. It has those sound effects that you hear in games like Demon Attack and Dragonfire and stuff like that. Clearly an Imagic title, and it's why I wanted to highlight it. Now, I'm going to try to do a points run, as I always like to do. I usually get about 7,000 or 8,000 on a good day. When I was younger, my reflexes were faster. I did better. We're going to try and see how well I can do. I would love to hear how you can do. Before I do, of course, I'll remind you, please, if you're in the market for cool t-shirts or hats or anything, stop by our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Original designs by independent creators, including a cool Cosmic Ark shirt that I found that I might actually pick up. It looks pretty cool. It's the ship beaming up a beastie. It's really cute. You can see it right here. Yeah, so next time you're in the market, check out our store. It supports everything that we do here, supports the next video, and gets you something cool. Okay, so I'm just going to restart the game. Level 6, or level 1 rather, the standard level, game 1. It's a lot of concentration. I hope I remember to talk is the part. Like, can I do that? Okay, here we go. The down meteor is the one that always gets me for some reason. All right, rescue the beasties. Come on. So our power's not too far down right now. We don't have to work too hard. As long as we get one guy, we'll be fine. There, got them both. You get 8 beeps of that alert, by the way, before a meteor comes. 7, 8. There it is. One meteor comes in at you. Level 2. See, sometimes you'll shoot in the wrong direction. That's okay, but as I said, it does take us a unit of energy to fire that bullet. Come on, guys. I'm trying to save you. There's one. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, only got one of them. All right, just one left here. Come back and clean up. That'll refuel our tank. Come here, guy. He just doesn't want to be saved. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't get even one. Another shot at him. You know, sometimes I'll go through level after level and just beam these guys up quickly like that. And then I'll go through level after level where I can't pick one up to save my life. They get more elusive. And getting killed here is not the end of the world as long as you don't do it 2 or 3 times in a row. Like, so I got hit there. It's okay, because just grabbing one beastie is going to restore that, right? Let's see what we got now. Looks like kind of little E.T. looking guys. I always remember trying to figure out what these aliens represented, if anything. Later on in the game, there is very clearly one that looks like Pac-Man. Like, absolutely. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fairly forgiving game, though, as long as you don't die, I guess, like I said, too many times in a row, you're going to be okay. Sometimes you get them in the corner, but, only got one. Got it. Full tank, though, so not too upset about that. All right, 4,000. Not terrible. Come here, you little alien. Got him. Woo! Took a couple extra shots, but not bad. Oh, you look like some little dogs. Come here, little doggies. Come on, get along, little doggy. Get hit by the laser. Get up there. Got them both. Get a little faster. Woo! Man! Some more little dogs. All right. Yeah! Didn't quite make it before the alarm. That's okay. That's 20 energy points, though. So I'll still refuel. It's kind of getting to that point where I usually start dying. Oh! Another loss. Yeah. Come on. Oh no! Oh no! Could this be it? Come on, make it! Make it! Make it! Whew! I made it, just barely. All right, got to get at least one. Look at these little guys. What are they supposed to be? Ooh, it got shot! Oh, I need one of them. 6, 7, 8. Get in there. All right, so I got a little fuel, about half. Oh no! What'd I say? About 7, 8 year end. That's about how far I get. Oh, that's it. Now watch. Here's the spaceship. So that was going to be for the next sequel, the third in this series. 1983 crash in North America. Never happened. And Magic had actually filed for an IPO, for public offering, to go public. That got rescinded because everything was in the crapper. And so this is the end of the Atlantean crew. Somebody could pick it up today, I guess, and do something with it. I'd love to see Rob Fulop come back around and go, what could we do now? What was next? What was coming after this? But went from Atlantis, then it went to Cosmic Ark. Something was coming after this. It just never happened. So this then is Cosmic Ark.
According to Rob Fulop, a large part of the design of Cosmic Ark came from friendly competitiveness with his former Atari co-workers. He wanted to show off the impressive background starfield effect achieved by exploiting a bug in the 2600 hardware to Activision programmers David Crane and Bob Whitehead. Whatever the motivation, Fulop's Cosmic Ark remains one of my favorite titles for the 2600. Recently, I've explored a couple of Imagic's most well-known games for the Atari VCS, Atlantis and Cosmic Ark. But in this video, I'll be taking a look at a much lesser-known Imagic title that I believe deserves some attention. It's the Greek mythology-inspired No Escape. If you told me you've never seen or played No Escape from Imagic, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. You see, I'd never played it myself until some months ago when I produced my Imagic Atari 2600 ranking tier and was pleasantly surprised to discover it's more than its first impression might suggest. Programmed by Michael Green and released in April 1983, No Escape is what you get if you toss Breakout, Space Invaders, Demon Attack, and a generous scoop of Greek mythology into a blender and hit the puree button. Let's take a look.
Here is 1983's No Escape from Imagic. It's No Escape! Exclamation point. I guess that's important. So the Greek mythology part is you play as Jason of Jason and the Argonauts, and you have stolen the Golden Fleece, as Jason does, and the gods of Olympus are upset at you because you've done that, and so they have sicked all of these furies on you, all these monsters who are after you, and they've trapped you in the temple of Aphrodite. However, Aphrodite wants to help you out, so she has put rocks on the ground and given you the ability to throw them all the way to the ceiling and dislodge these sacred bricks apparently, on the roof of her temple, that those can drop and destroy the Furies. Now, a few things to know. Let's start with on the console, the game options. The manual says the color black and white switch will pause. My copy doesn't pause. I don't know if that's inaccurate or they changed it or whatever, but they say it pauses, it doesn't. However, there are game options, and it's really just difficulty. So game options 1, 3, 5, and 7 are more progressively more difficult, and then 2, 4, 6, 8 are the two-player variants of that. You just take turns playing. Okay, so I'm going to start the game because when you start it, the first level goes as slow as you want it to. There's no rush, there's no timer, and we can really focus on what you can do in the game. So at any time you can fire. You're picking up rocks, you don't have to do anything to pick them up, and you throw the rock at the roof, and the rock falls. So if the rock hits you, you die. So in fact, if I'm under it and it hits me, I get hit, and it impacts me. Your rock will also destroy a falling brick, so you can destroy it there. So here's the deal. What you have to do is the way you kill the Furies is you have to drop one of those sacred bricks on them. There we go. I got one. And it gets much harder, by the way, if you're like, this is old and boring. If you hit one of the Furies with one of the rocks, though, they duplicate, they clone, they make more of themselves. Now you could say that's more points for me to get, but not that many points to be had in the Furies, so you drop that. Additionally, if you look, there's a underneath your lifeline is underneath your score. So you don't have lives per se, you have this life bar. Effectively, you start with 4 lives. So if I reset, you can see it's about half full, 4 lives, and 8 lives is the max that you can have. And as you play, if you finish a level, we'll talk about difficulty switches in a second. Theoretically, if you finish a level, you'll get an extra man. Plus, there's this extra thing of kind of putting English on the rock you throw. So if I'm running and throw the rock, look at how it kind of bends. And the longer you've been running, the farther that bend. So it kind of curves. But I'm standing still, it just throws straight up. So you can kind of gauge how far you're going to throw it. And if you let go of the stick, it'll stop curving and go straight up. So it's hard to explain, but essentially, look, I'm running, I throw, let go, and it'll go straight up. So you have the ability to kind of put some curve on the rock that you're throwing. So hitting the Furies with the rock, bad. Hitting the Furies with a brick, good. You get hit by anything and you're dead. And in subsequent levels after level 1, the Furies also throw rocks at you, so you can get hit by that. So lots of ways to get hurt. Now, with the difficulty switches, the A and B, so the B, the basic difficulty, I mentioned you get an extra life, or that duration, that length on that life bar every time you finish a level. However, on the advanced difficulty, you only get an extra life if you finish the level and you didn't get hit. So that's what I needed the most if I got hit, right? So, but you basically have to be doing perfectly and not get hit to earn lives, but then I don't need lives, so I never play on that higher difficulty. And finally, scoring is pretty simple. Every time you kill it, well, most of it's pretty simple. Every time you kill a Fury, 2 points. At the end of a level, every brick you have left is 5 points. And finally, there's this twisted bonus thing you can get that I never knew anything about. If every throw you make dislodges a brick and kills one of the Furies, you'll get 99 points extra on top of your bonus, and on subsequent levels, even more than that. Yeah, so basically, I just try to not get hit by rocks and try to kill the bad guys. It's as simple as it is, really. So let's get this last one, and you'll see how it tallies up your points. I missed, and got him. Every brick you have left, 5 points. It tallies up, and then that's a lot of bricks. Nice. And then they start shooting, and they change bad guys. There's different bad guys every time. Some of them are fully different. Some of them are like a different color palette, but here's a variation on those skeletons we had. Now look how they fire. About every 2 seconds they fire. There can only be 1 bullet, but they fire fast, and in later levels, they can bend their bullets like you do, and that's a pretty cheap death when that happens. So, since I discovered this game, I've been playing it pretty semi-regularly, and I can usually get about 2,500 to 3,000 points. That's pretty generous. What I've learned is pay attention to when he fires a bullet and run under him as fast as you can after he does that to get out from under. Now, in later levels, good luck with that, because they're moving so fast and so erratically that it's easy to get hit. Okay, so those are the basic rules. That's how it's played. If you run out of bricks, you're just out of luck. The game doesn't end. The manual just says you have to restart the game. You're just stuck. And if there's a hole in the ceiling, by the way, if there's no brick to hit, it'll just go right out, and you'll just miss it entirely. So, okay. I'm going to try to do a points run. I'll show you what gameplay is like and how crazy it can get, all the different enemies. First, of course, I will remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. The next time you're in the market for a cool design on a t-shirt or a hat or a mug or sticker or whatever, look, all of our designs are by independent creators, just like myself. And every time you purchase something, not only do you get something cool, but you're helping independent creators like those people that make the shirts and like me, who's making videos. Okay, here we go. Wish me luck. Here's my points run. Let's reset this guy. First level, pretty easy. You have the skeletons. No bullets are coming at you, so it's just a matter of timing to get the Furies when they come underneath you. Yep, pretty straightforward. Oh, I missed that one. Got him. Yeah, finishing a level is the place to get your points, right? You saw I went from nothing to 700 points all of a sudden. And you'll see when you get shot, the action doesn't stop. You'll see me get shot in a moment, I assure you. The action, like that. The action doesn't stop. You lose the credit for your life on that life bar, but you continue to fight. So it's easy to lose a couple of lives in a row if you're not careful. So I watch for him to shoot, and then I run under him as fast as I can before he can shoot again. As far as I can tell, only one bullet at a time from the bad guys. And I can have one bullet, or one rock, I guess, one rock, and one brick at a time. So once a brick is falling, I can fire another rock. Come on, one more. Get him, get him, get him. Got him. Nice. All right, now they start to get crazy. So now we get these little vulture-y looking things, scarabs or whatever they are, I'm not sure. They reverse direction so quickly on you. Ugh. And sometimes you're like pacing them, like you don't want to be running right underneath them. That's bad news. And there's only like 6 per screen, but man, it feels like more. And of course, I'm trying not to shoot them because that's what makes them multiply, as you'll recall, right? Effectively, if you kill one, 2 come back. So the one you killed comes back plus 1 more. Whoa. There's one. There's another one. That was quick. One more, one more. Got him. Brick falls. Give me my bonus points. Oh, now another kind of, what is it, like a bat or what is that, a weasel or a ferret? Ow! Oh! Oh! I hit the fury, and they multiplied. Like I said, don't do. They're so low. Look, I just lost 2 lives in a row. Dang it! They're so low. It's so easy to get hit. Come on, bad guys. Get the bad guys. There's one. Come on, one more. Get one more. Get one more. Come on, come back. Yeah, got him. Whew! I'll take it. All right, 2,500. I'm getting close. Ooh, now we got some... Ooh, centaurs. Did you see him curve that bullet? Yeah, I don't know if you saw it or not, but he did. And it's easy to get hit by these things now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You can kind of hide in the side a little bit, but if they come over after you in the side, forget about it. So, what is that like? Oh, like 2 lives left or so, that looks like. That's bad news. Come on, I can get through this level, can't I? There's one. Come on, just 2 more. Whoa! Don't run right underneath them. That's terrible. Come on, one more. One more. There's another. Come on, throw the rocks. Oh, look at that curved bullet he did at me. What a jerk. Got him. Yeah! All right, so that should break 3 grand. 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Anything after this is gravy. Like 3,500, 4,000, that's about my top. Oh, man, there's some golden centaurs. Oh! It's just, that curved bullet. That's just so hard to dodge. Oh, now I duplicated him. Oh, this is almost over. Look out. I got one. Come on. Oh! Now at the end, not that this is the end, but if the end happens, there's a little kind of Atlantis-y animation, kind of like Cosmic Arc. Oh, he got me. There it goes. 3,266, not bad. And there we go. There's Jason escaping. Now, I thought he would get defeated, but I guess at the end, that's enough Furies and you fly off. Was that going to be a sequel? Who knows? I don't know anything about that or not, but as you can see, this game has elements of other Magic games. Like I mentioned, Demon Attack with the various attack patterns and different enemies and their multicolor qualities that I liked so much in those games. Definite Space Invaders, though you're shooting from the bottom to the top to drop from the top. And of course, Breakout in that you're breaking out the top of the roof. So the Greek mythology, obviously, with those columns and Jason and the Argonauts and everything. So that is No Escape from a Magic, and that is why I think it deserves more attention than it usually gets for a game that kind of flies under the radar in a Magic's library.
No Escape was well received by critics at the time of release. IGN, for example, called it a strange shooter, but then went on to praise it for its compelling gameplay and attractive visuals. And I agree on all counts. No Escape is a strange shooter, which is to say it's not quite like anything that came before it, and that's probably why I enjoy it so much. Let me know your experience with No Escape in the comments, and do keep those suggestions coming for future installments. I've got a real soft spot for the Atari Lynx, but you wouldn't know it from looking at my back catalog of videos. Despite having owned both versions of the Lynx and dozens of carts back in the 90s, for some reason I just haven't given the Lynx much attention. Well, I'm going to break that streak today with a look at one of my favorite exclusives for this Atari handheld, the World War I dogfight simulator, Warbirds. I owned, played, and loved the Atari Lynx. Over a decade ago, I made the regrettable decision, though, to trade in my Lynx collection for store credit at a mom-and-pop game store. I'm still kicking myself for that, and maybe, subconsciously, I don't talk about the Lynx much because it reminds me of that bad decision. But my heart has healed enough now that I'm ready once more to celebrate Atari's scrappy little battery hog of a handheld, and I'm starting with Warbirds. Written and designed by Atari veteran Robert Zibel and released in 1991, Warbirds puts you in the cockpit of a World War I biplane engaged in dogfights against enemy pilots or via the comlinks cable against up to 3 other human opponents on their Atari Lynx. It was a game that I owned and played, never had other friends with Lynx to play it, but even the single player is pretty remarkable. Let's take a look. Warbirds, copyright 1990. It was going to be released in 1990 as Red Baron, but came out in 1991 as Warbirds, as we now know. There's Robert Zibel. If this is your first time seeing a Lynx game, I mean, bask in the beauty of what this little handheld could do. I don't understand. I mean, I know all the history, but this was vying for dominance against the Game Boy, and yet it lost because Nintendo just had a better foothold, really. Atari kind of started late. Anyway, I love the Atari Lynx, and you can see why. It just looks so good. And unlike playing games on, the Atari 2600 or Intellivision or something like that, I mean, this is a full decade after those platforms were released. This is the 90s. So you didn't have like all these little switches and stuff to do. You had full menus already baked in. So as soon as you start the game, you get this briefing from your commander, right? And so the concept in the manual, it says that it's a brand new plane, and so you get some say in how it's outfitted. And really, it's just options for how you want the game to play. So let's see. So you can pick how much ammo. And by the way, you can land, replenish your ammo. I'll show you that in a second. And you can use this as a handicap. So individual players can have more or less ammo. So if you have a better player, you can handicap them so that it's a fair fight. Amount of damage, how much damage you can take. Basically, the only way you can die with unlimited damage is to crash. Critical, you're already almost dead. Minimal damage. Tournament damage is very interesting in that where they hit you does more damage. So if they hit you around the cockpit and engine, it does more damage than if they just hit you like on a wing or something. So it makes beautiful sense. I'm going to have unlimited damage so I don't die while I show you the game. Collisions makes sense. It's can you hit the other planes or not. I'll turn it off for now. How many lives? 1 is enough because we can't die. Dueling starts you head to head versus just a random start, you're somewhere. And then finally, Flight Simulator or Arcade. Now this is fascinating because I didn't know this about old biplanes, but because the motor was on the front of the plane and spinning in a certain direction, it would pull you in that direction one way or the other. So it's like easier, I forget which way it was. Like it's easier to turn right than left or anyway. So if you wanted to behave like a World War II biplane would, you put it in flight sim mode. So many cool options. They could have done none of that, right? But they did so much cool stuff. And then you decide like what the mission is. And it's basically how many pilots you're up against. And this is all single player. I don't have a multiplayer to show you, but imagine. A milk run is just 1 scrub. Red Baron is you're up against an ace, the ace. Double teamed, you have 2 guys that are so-so. I think Paths of Glory is 2 guys, but they're stronger. It's a pair of aces. Anyway, and then up and finally it's like 3 aces up against. So to show you a tour of the game, I'm gonna play a real game, maybe a double team in a second and see how I do. But I'm gonna go into Milk Run here and just show you around. All right, we're in the plane and we're flying. And most previous kind of cockpit flying games, yeah, he's shooting at me. Most kind of cockpit flying games, this would be it. On the Lynx, you had an A button and a B button, plus you had option buttons, and all those can be used in tandem to do different things. So you can hit the A button to fire, of course. Now you can see just below my guns there, I can see my altimeter and my airspeed. But if I hold down the B button, I have lots of other options to view. So if I hold down B, I can look around. So there's behind me, I can see him in the distance, I can look to my left wing, I can look out my right wing. If I look down, I can see the rest of my cockpit view there, including my my oil pressure, which is kind of like a damage meter. If it gets to the red, it's bad. And then my compass is visible there. Number of kills, I think, is the 0 currently. Make sure I'm gaining altitude. Number of kills. In the middle, that is your squadron. So when you're playing multiplayer, you have 4 different logos that you're kind of your represent your team. And in the bottom, you see those little gray silver lines. Those are your ammo. Now you can only see the most. It's like the belt feeds coming up. You can only see the last couple, like 10 or 15 of them there. But when you're running out of ammo, you'll see those start to run out. All right, so I'm up pretty high. Let's see if we can find the bad guy. Kind of look around, see where he's at. Oh, and I can look up also, which is pretty cool. So I'm barreling down. I was really high up in the air, so I'm kind of seeing if I can find him. It's making me. Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh, you can also kill your engine if you want to stop gaining altitude, or you want to slow your speed. Get a few shots in on him. Shoot him a little bit. Now collisions are off. Otherwise, of course, I would have to dodge like that and make sure I don't hit him. There it is. Oh, is he behind me? Yeah. All right. Let's see if I can't barrel roll around. Come up behind him. Kill my motor. Do it. I don't see him. Oh, he's still behind me. What a guy. Okay, come on. Turn around. There he is. Oh, he's really close. And you can see, I mean, compare this to, like a Game Boy game. Yeah, I'm a little partial to Atari, but I always thought the Atari Lynx should have had more success, especially up against the Game Boy. Even the Game Boy Color that came out wasn't backlit. This was backlit. Like, look at the gradient on the red of the pylons of your plane. It just looks so nice. I always thought just the Lynx looked better and in many cases played better, I thought, than the Game Boy. But neither here nor there. History has already declared a winner, but that's okay. Let's shoot this guy a couple more times, and then I want to show you how you land. Because that was something that I never did when I used to have this game, because I didn't know how. There, we put a little more damage into him. So let's try to land. Now landing, it won't fix your plane, but it will replenish your ammo. Now I have unlimited ammo. There's a little building somewhere down here toward the ground. Oh, and by the way, the clouds are, you can hide behind the clouds. So they're really dense. So as you're flying around and you get above or below the clouds, if you want to hide though, get in the clouds and they can't see you. Kind of kill the motor, see if I can. There's my little house. It's like a little building on the ground there, you see. You have to get down to where your altimeter is in that little green section, which is the last like 1,000 feet or so. And then you have to make sure your engine is off. So you get a little animation, which is kind of cute. So, all right, we're getting close, getting close. Just like your little hangar, right, where your guys are awaiting, helping you out. Okay, all right, so here we go. So I'm leveled out and... Oh, and of course, he can still shoot at you. There we go, did it. So the ravages of war on the terrain. Little guys run out and they're reloading ammo into your plane. They're done, and you automatically fire up your motor and take off again, and it starts you relatively low. But again, while you're on the ground, the enemies can see you. They could shoot you. You sit and duck when you're down there. So, do that sparingly, I guess you would say. All right, so those are mechanics of Warbirds. Those are the things that you can accomplish in Warbirds. You can imagine this as a multiplayer. Now, rather than a points run, I am going to attempt to do the double teamed mission, where there are 2 enemy fighters that I have to take down. Before I do, I will remind you, of course, that if ever you're in the market for graphic tees or cool designs on shirts or mugs or stickers or whatever, to check out our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. We have all kinds of great designs across all, movies and television and, of course, video gaming and pop culture and politics and whatever you're into. It's all original designs by independent creators, and every dollar you spend ought to get you something cool, but supports the next Gen X Grown Up video, just like this one. Okay, so let's set up the game, to jump in, and we can configure what we want to do. Unlimited ammo, I think, is fine. I don't want to be critical. I do want to take damage. Let's make it fair. Collisions only make sense. How many lives? You only got 1 life to live. You could go up to 3 if you'd like, or unlimited. I just want 1 life. Let's see how well I can do with that 1 life. Dueling start is fine, and I want to do arcade. I don't want to deal with the rotation of anything, so... And we're going to go into this one, which double teamed means it's me against 2 so-so pilots, because I'm also a so-so pilot, so that makes sense. Here we go. Wish me luck.
So we start head on with this guy, so I'm going to try right off the bat. The other one is, where is he? I thought I saw him over there. And because it's unlimited ammo, of course, I can just strafe willy-nilly. But collisions are on, so I got to be careful not to run into him, right? Kill my motor. All right, and then zip back around here. He was going that way. Oh, I see him behind me. There he is. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, see, there's another one. Lay some bullets into. Whoa! Oh! Okay. Collisions work. Let me try one more time without wrecking into people. Yeah, they weren't kidding about those collisions. All right, doing a little damage to him. Let's get out of the way. All right, to my left. They're behind me. Oh, they're definitely behind me. All right. I'm way up high, so I'm gonna... Whoa! Man! They had just absolutely behind me and drilled into my plane. I want to shoot at least one of these guys down, right? I got spoiled with unlimited damage. Man. I'm getting him. Okay. Pull up. Oh, there he is. No, I don't want to run into you. Oh, man. So I always loved this. It felt like you were in a plane. It did a little more than I remember seeing in other kind of flight simulators like this. I just... I see you. Oh, they got me again. Oh, no. Okay, because I've lost so terribly, I at least want to show you shooting down a plane. You can't call this a points run, certainly can you? I'm just going to do a single plane that I have to shoot down, okay? Maybe I can do this. Please do not let my lack of skill in any way discourage you from trying Warbirds. All right, so I've done some damage to him. Maybe if there aren't two planes shooting me, I have a chance to show you taking down a plane, so you can at least see the victory screen. Where'd he go? Oh, he's off to my left there. Yeah, I saw him. There he is. Killed him. Oh, luckily no collisions. Turn my motor back on. Oh, he's smoking. That's good news. Oh, now I'm on his tail. That's awesome. Get him! Get him! Oh, come on, get him! Yes! Got him! Finally. I get to show you what it looks like when you succeed in one of the missions. You get a victory. Now you can continue to start the game. You just continue. If you play the game again, you get a second victory, a third victory, and your rank increases. So, this is Warbirds. Again, please don't be discouraged by my lack of skill keeping you from trying it. Warbirds on the Atari Lynx, and really, so much on the Lynx library is worth checking out.
Robert A. Young summed up my feelings for Warbirds pretty well in his review for IGN when he wrote, "It's a game that's simple in concept and fun to play. Throw in true simulator realism, a variety of options, and the ability for 4-player competition, and the sum is greater than its parts. For the video gamer looking for realistic aerial action, Warbirds leaves everything else behind." With Atari just announcing their 7800 Plus a few days ago, it naturally got me in a 7800 kind of mood. Now, by the time the 7800 was released, I was onto the Atari 8-bit computer line, so I actually missed out on that entire library back in the day. I only really started paying attention to this slice of the Atari pie when playing through Digital Eclipse's Atari 50th anniversary celebration, when Ninja Golf caught my eye. Golf with a ninja? I was intrigued, and now I've found my first 7800 favorite. Released in 1990 and programmed by David A. Dent and David R. Sullivan, Ninja Golf is, somewhat puzzlingly, exactly what the title suggests. This is a golf game where you take your swing, and then on the way to where your ball lands, your ninja combats gophers, frogs, snakes, sharks, and other ninjas, yes, I said sharks, who inexplicably populate the course. It sounds kind of crazy, but it's that tongue-in-cheek tone that gives Ninja Golf its own unique personality. Let's have a look. This little tune welcomes us to Ninja Golf. We hit any button and we can choose a difficulty: normal, hard, kamikaze, or easy. I'll do normal, I guess. It's hard enough. So hit a button. Here we go. After many long years of ninja training,
You're finally ready for the most difficult test of all, 9 holes of Ninja Golf. It's that kooky attitude that really it makes this game stand out amongst other 7800 games I've played that, you know, arcade ports and stuff, which are great, but this is so kind of different and original. All right, so you arrive at the screen and it's divided into 3 sections. The whole top, like 2/3, 3/4 is, that's the beat 'em up area kind of, where you're going to be running from where we are here, the tee, to wherever our ball lands. Now you look at the lower left, and that's the overview of the course, this hole. And you can see there's kind of an aiming thing. I can adjust my aim. What direction do I want to aim? And all you have to do to swing is hit the button when the that extending dot is where you would like to hit it. And if, of course, you get too close to the end, it might come back to the beginning, and you see how it adjusts. You can see at the top, there's the hole number. This is hole number 1, my little ninja there. And the lower right, there's this whole UI for all of your stats. You have your score. You have a high score, so that persists as long as you have the cartridge in. You have a little health meter, and then there are 3 things on the side. You only see 2 right now, but there's number of throwing stars. We have 10. Number of extra lives. We have this one plus 2. And then below that is sometimes you'll pick up a shield, and that will show you the duration of that shield. During that time, you're invincible. Nothing can hurt you. Now, once you pick a direction and you hit the ball, then you start the beat 'em up section, where the controls, you have a jump and a attack. If you're standing still, throw a star. If you're moving in a direction, it's going to be a punch or a kick. So let's go ahead and do one. And I want you to note that once you do hit the ball and start running, the little dot that shows where you are is working its way to the ball. You're progressing down the fairway here. So let's hit the button. All right, we are now fighting. So there's pickups that you can do. So I see there's some throwing stars. There's that gopher. Now, interestingly, I was like, a gopher on a golf course, that seems a little on the nose. But I found out that this game was initially being developed as a tie-in for Caddyshack. But you know how licensing sometimes goes. That actually says the fact that ninja movies were so popular that they said, yeah, let's just tie ninjas into it somehow. And probably also didn't get the license, I don't know. But that's why the Gophers are there, because it was initially going to be, a Caddyshack game of some kind. So they kept the Gophers. There's some health. You can pick that up. Squat, pick that up. Shoot the Gopher. There we go, some health. Now look, my dot has nearly made it to where the ball ended. So now we come up on the ball again. We get another shot. Now your only requirement is to get to the green. And once you get to the green, you play this Shinobi bonus level style game where you have to kill this flying dragon. So as long as I can get to the green, there we go. There we go. So it landed on the green. I just have to walk to it. And when I do, I'll get to fight the dragon. And that's the second half of the... second half is the wrong term. It's the ending boss battle part of this game. Whoa, ow, ow! Now in subsequent levels, as we'll see in a few minutes, there are new enemies. Also, sometimes you get in the green or you have to cross the water. Like if you, let's see, in the rough, I think there's frogs in the rough. When you get in the water, there's sharks. There's some area, there's snakes, I remember, I forget what that is, but as you traverse, as you walk your way down the fairway here, you're going to encounter all that stuff. And that gopher doesn't always throw when it looks like he's gonna. There's also additional ninjas. Right now we've just had red ninjas. In the second level, they add blue ninjas that are a real pain. Oh, turn around, get him. The third level adds some green ninjas, and I'm not sure I've been past the third hole to know what else there is. There's some throwing stars. Always keep an eye out for those pickups. Oh, he killed one of my ninjas. You always want to keep an eye out for those pickups because you never know. All right, we made it to the green. Now, all you have to do is shoot this dragon in the face a few times and dodge his fireballs. There's one. It's pretty easy to dodge his fireballs. That being said, I usually get hit a couple of times anyway. Oh, like that. Yeah, got hit twice. And thrice. Maybe one more. It's like 5 or 6 times. There we go. And we hit him. Then we get a score. So 1 hole, 2 shots, plus the bonus for finishing it. Plus we got all the points for every ninja or enemy or whatever that you kill, you get points. And then you get an overall course score. So we can see so far, 2 holes, 2 shots. So we're, does that say what par is? I don't know if it says what par is. And then you progress to the very next hole. You can see there on the gong, a little pagoda gong says it's hole 2. And now we have a new one. There's a sand trap in this one. And as the holes progress, you have new ninjas to fight, new enemies to encounter, new terrain to run through, and you toggle between hit the golf ball, do some ninja stuff. Hit the golf ball, do some ninja stuff. Now, my score right now is about 19.5. I'm going to try a points run. I will warn you that my points runs, as I've got used to this game, only hit about 30 or 40,000. Maybe get to level 3 or 4, but I want to show you through a few levels. I'll edit and fast forward through that so you can see some of the other environments that there are that you can see. There's the rough, there's the woods, there's the sand trap, the water hazards, all those things. Before I do, of course, I will remind you and ask you to consider checking out our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. You can get tees or hats or mugs or stickers or whatever with our logo or original designs from us or other creators, including the shirt I'm wearing today, which I can't see it down here, but you saw it in the stand-up. It's called Pixel Fruit. You can look for that. It's all the pixelated Miss Pac-Man fruit. Every purchase that you make gets you something cool and also goes to support the next Gen X Grown Up video like this. And I do see you checking out the store occasionally. I get an email every time we make a sale, and I'm like, hey, somebody saw our video and checked out our store and found something cool for themselves. So, all right, let's reset and try a full score run of 7800 Ninja Golf. All right, I'm definitely doing normal. Many long years of ninja training. Yes, yes, yes. Hit a button. All right. Usually I can do a par 2 on this first hole. Also, I found don't hurry through this game. Take your time. You want to hurry and get... I want to hurry and get to the ball. Oh, that was not a great hit. Oh, there's a shield. Oh, there. Now you can see in that lower right, the 15-second shield. So you can kind of willy-nilly kill these guys with no danger. And if I didn't want the points, I could just run, of course. All right, now let's run out. Take your time. Jump over this stuff. Jump over him. Ah, I missed him. That's not great. I'm almost to my ball. Got past them and they disappeared. All right. Oh, I just made it. I made it to the green. All right. I got a little better. Use the ninja stars to get those gophers. Oh, I'm in the rough. Oh, now we have giant frogs to deal with. Oh. Because I was just in the edge of the rough. So you see as my dot walked through that section, it switched terrain on me. Oh, I don't know if I can kill those frogs. They're giants. 4 ninjas. Okay, so we made it back to the fairway. Okay, great. Now it's just back to gophers. I think I prefer the frogs, realistically. I'm taking more damage than I ought to. Maybe some health will show up. Ah, those gophers are unpredictable in their throwing patterns. All right, we're almost to the green. There we go. We just gotta shinobi this dragon. Maybe just 2 more, I think. I never counted. It feels like it's about 5 or 6 hits. Got him. Okay, pretty standard. 2 strokes, 7,000 bonus. Hole number 2. Now this one I have to go through the sand. I think the sand is where there's snakes, maybe? All right, not bad. Not bad. There's health. Oh, there's the blue ninja. They're a little more aggressive. All right, I'm out of stars now, as you see. So I can't shoot the gopher until I pick up some more of those throwing stars. Ow. Down below half health. Taking too much damage. Jump past this guy. Can I get him? That was not bad. Oh, there's that bomb that blows up everything. Boom! Except it was right on the edge of the screen, and everybody came back. Oh! 1 ninja down. I told you I would make it about 30 or 40,000. All right, so this next stroke is going to put us to the green, but we'll have to walk through the sand trap because we have to make our way to the ball, right? The hit detection, I mean, it's no fighting game. Oh, we made it to the sand trap. All right. And there's like Snake Charmer music. Not surprising. There's a little health. I'll take it. Now, I could shoot the snake if I had any throwing stars, but I don't. So I gotta jump him. Like that. Cleared the sand almost to the green now. Just gotta make it a little bit farther. Ow! Didn't quite clear that gopher. You can see how the hitbox is. I'm sure it's fine. It's just not exactly where I'm expecting it to be is all. The shield. Give me that shield. I barely needed it. I'm all the way to the end now. Okay, here we go. 2. I think that was 2. 3. Ooh, I got hit. 4. No, I missed there. Now, if you run out of throwing stars, you have to go over to the side and pick up more, but I've never had to take more than 10 shots. Got lucky, I guess. Hole number 3. Now, this introduces the green ninjas, I think? Not sure. We'll see. All right, there's my first stroke. All right, I need those throwing stars. Hit them. Oh, at what cost? Oh, man, that was terrible. Lost about half my health trying to pick up stars. Ugh. Risk reward. Oh, that gopher cost me more health than anything because you can't fight and punch the gopher at the same time, you know. Oh, oh, down to my last ninja. Oh man. You can pick up an extra life. That is something that has happened. I've never seen one personally, but they do exist. All right, let's hit it up over this water. This is going to be a 3-stroke at least, right? Oh, no! So I barely hit it. I messed up, so you don't have to run as far. Then you take another stroke. Yeah, I'm still not going to make it to the green, though. Yeah. Okay, so here's the water. Here's where the sharks, of course, because water. Ow, ow. I don't know what works. I've had no great success getting past. Here's a star. Luckily, it's not far you have to go to get past all these because the water's not that far across. Ah, shark. Oh, no, no, no. Don't kill me. Ow. Ugh. That's terrible. We're back on the green, at least. It looks like you can't kill 2 of the ninjas at once, so if they're really close together, it's easy to get hit by one after you kill the first one, you know? It's... Oh, here's the gopher shooting me. All right. Not quite to the green, but we don't have far to go. So just a little over. And a short walk to get to the green. Jump a couple of gophers. There's some stars. I'll take it. And there we go. So at least we'll get to see. So you can see the changing pattern in the dragon now. He's going fast in one direction and slow in another direction. Oh! I didn't even get him. He blew fire on me. You have failed your quest. You've caused dishonor to fall upon your family and upon yourself. Your only hope to restore your honor is to try again. And you can't see your score here, but luckily, since it's the high score, if we pop in and look, we can see almost 50,000. 49.6. That's not terrible for a run at... Look, I only got through almost 3 holes. 9 holes is a full game. I've not accomplished it yet. I might fall back to easy and try it, but yeah. If you've never seen Ninja Golf before, give it a try. It is a really fun little game that has more mechanics to it than just a single game. It is kind of 2 games in one and 2 goofy games that don't belong together in one. And that's what kind of endeared it to me, and I think you'll dig it too.
From the what could have been department, it turns out that a version of Ninja Golf for the Atari 8-bit computers was in development right alongside the 7800 version, but it got canceled. Had it not been, I would have been enjoying Ninja Golf all along for the past 30 plus years, but instead it took me this long to discover this amusing 7800 exclusive. But you know what they say? Better late than never. With the announcement of the Spectrum, a replica ZX Spectrum, coming this fall from Retro Games Limited, I've been spending a lot of time learning more about the Specky's library of games. And the one that keeps popping up in top 10 lists time after time as one of the best titles is 1983's Manic Miner. Matthew Smith's Manic Miner was inspired by one of my all-time favorite Atari 8-bit games, Bill Hogue's Miner 2049er. Both are mining platformers with widely varied level design that can sometimes put your pixel-perfect joystick timing to the test. Now, as I noted, Manic Miner is often cited as one of the best the ZX Spectrum has to offer. And while it has been ported to more than a dozen other platforms since 1983, I wanted to play the original.
All right, so here's the splash screen for Manic Manor. It starts playing this little piano rendition, kind of off key of the Blue Danube, and you can see there's Minor Willie sitting there with his starring Minor Willie, the first of several games he's in, by the way. And once it good, the music paused. That's good. So I can tell you a little bit about. I could hit enter to go into the game, I guess. So, Minor Willie, the concept is you discover this ancient, long-forgotten mine shaft. Evidence of lost civilization was there, and they use these automatons, these robots, the guy roaming back and forth, to mine for precious resources. Your goal in each cavern is to avoid the automatons, because they're still running around, collect all the keys to unlock the precious mineral stockpile, which is what I have in the lower right there. And you have to do all that while avoiding enemies, obstacles, all that. And you have an air supply. If you look at the bottom there under the name of this level, Central Cavern, you have this decreasing air supply. That's your timer. You have to finish the game in a certain amount of time. Else while we're looking at the screen, the lower left, you can see there's our extra lives. We have 2 left because we have 1 and 2 in reserve. There's a high score that lasts as long as the game is running. Your current score is listed there. Around the screen, you can see, like in this example, we have keys. So you see 5 keys scattered around the room you need to collect. Each level, they're different, but they're little flashing obstacles. You know, the first time I played this game, I'm like, well, I wonder what's deadly. Turns out pretty much everything that's not the ground or one of those keys is deadly. Like that grass there that I had to hop over, that's deadly. Look at the leap Willie has, by the way. So here's some regular terrain here. You'll notice that they're bricks. I can jump all the way up here through a platform, but my head can't jump through bricks, so that keeps you from jumping too high. Here's some destructible terrain. Interestingly, let's get this key. Interestingly, the way Manic Manor handles destructible terrain is kind of creative in that if you get off it before it's fully destroyed, you can come back to it. We were just on a conveyor belt there, as you can see. It's forcing you to move. If you land on it and you're not moving against it, you're going to keep moving in the direction it sends you. So you have one opportunity to move against it at the beginning when you land on it, but beyond that, let's use this incredible leap that my miner has to make it over here. Whew, man, he should be in the long jump competition. You've got to time these jumps, though, because look how high he always jumps. So, for example, you can see there's a key over here that's very close to a stalactite. So I've got to time the jumps that I do to just barely touch the key on my way up or down. So I'll kind of jump as I go past it like this, and that grabs it. And, of course, I need to jump before that destructible terrain goes by. Okay, now, I get the last key. Watch when I do, the stockpile on the lower right starts to flash. That's the indicator that it's time to make your way back down to the stockpile, still avoiding all these bad guys. Ooh, I ran out of time. Still avoiding all the bad guys, and go into the stockpile on the lower right and claim it. Now, I was talking to you, so I ran out of air, ran out of time, and lost a life, which is okay. There are 20 caverns in this game, 20 different levels, and they keep changing the enemies, the layout of the screen, the challenge, how hard it is to get to where you need to go. It's using these same pieces, they do creative different things. Now, I'm going to try to do a points run on Manic Manor. I'm going to do my best. I have only played this game for about a week. You get an extra man at 10,000 points. I've never even gotten an extra man. We'll see what I can do. And the further I go through the levels, 3, 4, 5, I played less, of course. Before I do, I will remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get hats and t-shirts and mugs and stickers and pins and all kinds of cool stuff with original designs by independent creators, including, yeah, I checked, some great Manic Manor designs, splash screens, the character designs, stuff like that. So, look, if you're in the market for anything cool like that, keep us in mind. Every dollar you spend not only gets you something cool, but goes to support the next Gen X Grown Up video like this one. And I really appreciate it. I've seen you going to the merch store picking up stuff, and I really appreciate it. I get an email every time someone anonymous has bought something, and I love seeing that. Okay, let's reset Manic Manor, and I'm going to take my best possible points run. Here we go. The title screen. Okay, and we're off. And everything is deadly, pretty much, if it's not the ground. Watch out, you'll see how I leap off of that? See how the terrain doesn't destroy if you stop standing on it? It just gives you, and that's important on other levels, it gives you a chance to go back and try again. Or maybe I need to jump on something twice after I pick something up, you know? It makes you feel like you have some some agency over this game because he's not underpowered. He has that big leap. Go. Let's get this last key. Got it. That stockpile is open again. Let's work our way back down. You may have noticed the background music here. Another rendition. This is in the Hall of the Mountain King. More classical music in use on old computer games. Not unusual. And you'll get a bonus for all the air you have left, so the faster you do it, the bigger that bonus. All right, so now we're in the cold room. In this case, we have the automatons are penguins, and the keys are, what are those? Are those like tennis rackets or something? I don't know what they're supposed to be. So let's leap up here. I can move against this conveyor at the first. See how I got over there? And then I can make the leap up. Okay. Get up and up. Very often you have to time jumping over bad guys with collecting stuff. It's not so specific on this level, but more later levels it gets way more finicky. I like the ending of this level because you just fall. As the destructible ground goes away, you work your way down this little channel, and there you are. Boom. Finish the cold room. Made it through 2. Haven't died yet. All right. So now we have, what is that, ostrich? I like this level. It feels really easy. I say that after, I'm probably going to die doing something stupid, but let's grab this key. Once you have that one done, just a little timing, get up here. This is one of those where you have to time when you leave and jump over everything, because I can't stop. There's all that destructible ground here. So let's get that one. Gonna jump and get this key on the way, but not so late that I hit that spider. Jump over this one. Ooh, that was close. Want to quickly let this destruct so I fall, and that emu or whatever he is gonna be working his way. Ostrich. Let's go to the stockpile. All right, made it through the menagerie. 5,000 points. Okay, now here's where the platforming starts to get hairy, right? Look at how these are spread out. You need to make some pixel perfect leaps to make it and land on the next platform, or you'll just go falling to your death. Let's work our way back across here. I think I can make that jump. You can die by falling too far, too, as you might imagine. So, I felt like I jumped too late. Oh, it was close. It was so close. All right. And right on the end of this, up there, and then cross. Those destroy. All right, grab this one. Now, because I didn't destroy the blocks under me, I can make one more jump off of them, like this. Clever. Getting on and off quickly can sometimes be the key. No pun intended, the key. Let's get this key. All right, and once I get this one, I can't fall to the right, but the stockpile is active, so I got to fall down, over. Let's jump over here, then over here, and work my way back up. This one, like, taunts you. You think you can make that fall, but you can't. And then this is one of those precarious last-second jumps. Boom. We got it. Abandoned uranium workings behind us. Yeah, 6 grand. Oh my god. I've never been past this screen. Look at this crazy Eugene's lair. So, I'm not even sure how to get to all the things. So there's one. I can't fall down there. That's too far. I'm going to have to make my way across. I really don't know. And there's this, this egghead looking thing. Will I get that falling? No. So let's jump this. I hit him. Yeah, that timing is a problem. I can imagine how fun this game would have been. Just I have to get to this part to figure out how to do the next part. And you really don't know. So I gotta wait for that egghead, I guess, to come down. I guess I'll work my way across to the left. All right, let's try to time this. And I'm on a conveyor, so I can't stop. There's a toilet in my way. All right, I gotta jump this toilet without hitting the other toilet. Okay, let's see. Well, let's try to get this box, I guess. I mean, I have an extra life to try. This looks tough because I have to jump that thing. Right, there's one. Let's jump back over this. I think I can get back up. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta be careful. I jump too high, I'll hit that black commode. Looks like I can fall down here. That's the stockpile at the bottom. That must be Eugene, right? Oh, I fell in the stockpile. Let's see. Can I get over here? Can I make that jump? Nope, I can't make that jump. I have one more try to figure this out. I don't even know how to get that other one. Let's get over these. Yeah, I'm not sure. That one that's right below me now? Yeah. People that have played this game are like, you dummy. It's obvious. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Oh, and I get squished. How very Monty Python-esque of you, Manic Miner. So what did that get me? $7,000? I don't think $7,000 is too bad for an American who never played Manic Miner until just this week. It's a charming little game. It is something that I understand why it's a favorite. It would be easy to look at it at first glance, and I did. Look at it at first glance and go, what a rudimentary game. But that's the thing about these old games. We fill in the blanks with our imagination, and it's just creative level design, and it's challenging puzzles, and it's no wonder why Manic Miner is a favorite for ZX Spectrum fans all over the world. And it's going to be included, by the way, on the Spectrum when it comes out later this year.
What a charming little platformer. I mean, I can definitely see the Miner 2049er inspiration with the floating girders and the roaming bad guys, but it's definitely not a clone. It's its own thing. I understand that Miner Willie, the protagonist in Manic Miner, went on to be featured in a number of other Spectrum titles, including Jet Set Willie, which I also spotted on several of those top 10 lists. Maybe that's something for a future episode. Carol Shaw was hired at Atari in 1978, where she collaborated on a number of titles like Super Breakout and Othello, and then wrote 3D Tic-Tac-Toe and Checkers for the 2600. But none of those titles can hold a candle to her masterpiece developed while working at Activision in 1982, River Raid. Initially, Shaw was inspired by the Konami arcade classic Scramble. She was interested in creating a perpetually scrolling playfield for her game, but the VCS just wasn't equipped for that sort of side-scrolling, so she opted for a vertical scrolling environment. A masterclass in simplicity, River Raid is regularly cited by players as a standout on the platform, even among other Activision games, with gameplay that still holds up today. So, let's jump in.
That friendly scroll tells me I'm about to have some fun playing River Raid. Your goal in River Raid is to navigate the River of No Return. Something I guess you might not have known unless you read the manual. I didn't know that as a kid. It's in the manual. It's called the River of No Return. Each section of the river is separated by a bridge. And you see right now I'm sitting in the middle of a road and I'm kind of flying above in the middle of the road. There would be a bridge there. Each section of the river, at the end of it, you blow up a bridge. And then you move into a slightly more difficult section of the river. And in fact, if you destroy that bridge, even if you don't cross through it, and you die, your jet crashes, you still will start in that next section. Destroying the bridge is the method to move into the next section. Real quickly, let's do a tour of the screen. That's pretty obvious. The bottom of the screen is your HUD. You have number of lives remaining. So you start the game with 1 jet you're using and 3 in reserve. So you basically get 4 lives. Then you have the fuel meter, which is the important mechanic to keep an eye on throughout the course of this game, because you can speed up and slow down, but if you slow down too much, you run out of fuel, you can pick up more fuel. It's really the thing that keeps this on the edge of your seat kind of game. Then you have your score. I have 0 points right now. Around the screen, the only important, there's a house and a tree over there. That doesn't matter. You see a tanker, one of the enemies. You see a helicopter up there. And then you see this fuel tank. There's only one more enemy that gets added later on, and that's a jet that kind of flies horizontally across the screen. We'll see him in a second. Before I jump into the game to kind of give you a tour, let's talk about, it's a 2600 game. Let's talk about the switches. Game select switch is just number of players. You can have 1 player or 2 player game. You take turns with the 2 controllers. And then the difficulty switches are just for whether or not you have guided bullets or not. And I'll show you that in a second. So let me, oh, by the way, you can get an extra jet at 10,000 points. Almost forgot to tell you about that. So let's start a game and give you a little tour. All right. So right now you can see we're in difficulty A. So the bullets continue their trajectory as I continue to move my jet. But if you switch it over to difficulty B, you can guide those bullets. It depends on what your preference is, however you like to play. There's that bridge at the end. Boom. I'm going to switch it back to, I like bullets not to be guided. I like difficulty A. So let's talk a little bit about your fuel. So you can see how my fuel is decreasing, but if I get over a fuel tank, I can refill that, right? So you got to keep an eye on that fuel gauge all the time and try to refuel it. Scoring, by the way, this fuel tanks come into play again. These little tanker boats are only worth 30 points. Choppers are worth 60. The fuel tanks are worth 80, but keep in mind you need the fuel. We'll talk about that in a second. Then there's some jets that fly around, and they're worth 100. The cool thing that I thought I discovered myself when I was a kid, but it's actually in the manual, Carol Shaw herself talks about it, is filling up with fuel and then blowing up the fuel tank. You can get the fuel and still get the 80 points if you'll just kind of go through it and then blow it up after. So it doesn't take too much to refill your fuel tank, but yeah, it certainly is. It's certainly worth your time to consider because they're so worth so many points. Well, watch out, Jet. They're worth so many points. You might want to think about actually blowing them up in addition to getting fuel out of them, right? Now I want to talk about controls. This is a joystick game, and you never move from the bottom of the screen. But what you can do is, in addition to moving left and right, and you have some acceleration left and right, you can hold forward to speed up, hold back to slow down. And there are some times when you need to do those things to make it through some narrow little passages. I remember my buddy had this game, and I'm like, where did this come from? I never would have picked up a game called River Raid. You know, it wasn't blasting stuff in outer space, but I'm like, this is really clever. And the way that the difficulty ramps up ever so gradually just makes for a fantastic game. Smash. Okay. That being said, okay, I'm going to try a points run. Before I do, of course, I will mention, please keep in mind we have a store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch where you can get all kinds of cool original designs on hats and t-shirts and mugs and stickers and pins and all kinds of cool stuff, including, yeah, some River Raid designs. I checked. If you're a River Raid fan or Activision fan, we have some cool stuff in there. To get a patch, you probably know Activision games, you could earn a patch for certain performances. 15,000 points is the score to earn a patch. I'm not sure I've ever done that, but I've never paid attention either. I usually get around 10,000. That's an extra man. So roughly my peak performance is getting your first extra man and then dying, typically. So I'm going to do my best. Let's see how we do. Let's reset this game. I have it on difficulty A because I like the bullets to follow their path and not be guided. So let's see. So speed doesn't really matter other than fuel consumption. Your plane uses the same amount of fuel whether you're going fast or slow. So it's all about getting to the things you want. If you have a choice, of course, go over the things of higher point values. So a helicopter over a tanker, a fuel tank over a helicopter, of course a jet over everything. Whoa! There we go. And then you can start picking paths, right? Like which way is the best way to go. And sometimes I get obsessed, like going after something I want to shoot, and sometimes you're better to just get past it. 2,500? Oh, that doggone tanker. I knew he was going to move. That reminds me a lot of Scramble, the game that inspired Shaw, because those rockets in Scramble would launch as you're flying over them. Ooh, whoa! There's 32. Yeah. Haven't died yet, I'm surprised. Oh, I just jinxed it, I'm sure! Shaw also did ports of this game, including one to the Atari 8-bit. And in those, the helicopters can shoot back at you in later levels. Whoa! And I'd like to have shot that plane, but I didn't quite make it. Oh, I didn't quite make it around there. Oh, well, 5,000, I'm half of my, my typical peak performance. 500 points for that bridge, by the way. I always wonder about the people living in the houses on the edge of the river. Whew, that was close. Run out of fuel. Get past that jet before it comes in and gets me. I was thinking the people in the houses. Oh man, I gotta get some fuel. I'm like, what are they thinking? I'm like, this plane is flying on the river, blowing up everything in the river, and they're just like hanging out in the house. There we go. Got it. Oh man. Doing okay. I don't think it's going to be a patch game, but we're doing okay. Got it. All right, 89. Oh, look at all the fuel over there. Oh, I almost hit the dead-cum land just trying to pick up the fuel. You can see how tight it is, though. Oh, no, that helicopter. Oh, I just got past him. Whew. Jet. Man, are we going to get an extra man? We might. 98. It's going okay.
Hey, it's Editor John from the future. As I was putting this together, I realized that toward the end of my gameplay footage, my webcam froze up. I don't know why, but look, I normally would just reshoot it, but I'm not sure I can reproduce that performance on River Raid, so I'm going to leave it as is. So from now to the end of the video till we're back here in the studio, just pretend my lips are moving.
There's 10,000. There's an extra jet. Look at that. Yeah, I remember this section. It gets really tight, and I die regularly. Because the passages get skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. Get past that. Oh, man, I thought that helicopter was going to get me. Fuel. Get past all those guys. I lost all those points. It just felt hairy. Woo! We might get a patch. I mean, we'll actually get a patch, but we might get the score of a patch. I mean, I'd have to screw up pretty bad at this point to not get 15,000. Come on! Come on, we can do it! We can do it! Ah! It's okay. 14-4. I was waiting on the helicopter to go, and he just wouldn't go. There we go. Look at all those choppers. Woo! Okay. Ooh, into the side. Oh, man. I did it! 15,000! Did you see that? Okay. My life is complete now. I don't have to do any better. Oh, which good thing is I just crashed again trying to get that chopper. Last life. I don't think I'm going to make it to 20, but here's hoping. Come on. Oh, he wouldn't come out. Dang it. Okay. I knew if I go past him, he'd crash into me, but hey, I'm not too upset at 16,090 on a run at River Raid. And I probably haven't done a serious run at River Raid for 20-some years. I don't know. But yeah, it's just fun. It's just fun. There's a reason this is so beloved. And Carol Shaw just absolutely put a gem into the world when she coded this.
Released in December of 1982, River Raid was the top-selling Activision game of '83 and the second best-selling game for the 2600 of that year overall, only being outsold by Ms. Pac-Man. Shaw left the video game industry behind in 1983, but her work with Atari and Activision, especially with River Raid, make me wonder what other classics could have been if she had chosen to continue writing. Developer Rob Fulop was already an Atari rock star after porting Missile Command to the 2600 in 1981. But it was his work at competitor Imagic, a company he co-founded, that many gamers remember most fondly with his 1982 fixed shooter, Demon Attack. In Rob Fulop's Demon Attack, you find yourself marooned on the ice planet Krybor, under attack by wave after wave of eerie creatures set on destroying your protective bunkers. If any of that sounds unfamiliar, then like me, you probably never read the instruction manual as a kid, but it's in there. There's no one big thing that sets Demon Attack apart from similar games, but rather a number of small things. There's the wide variety of multicolored animated enemies, varied and unpredictable attack patterns, and that pulsing background sound that builds in pitch like an ominous heartbeat. It all adds up to deliver a gaming experience previously unseen on the 2600. So, let's jump in.
So here's Demon Attack. Pretty unassuming at first glance, right? Just like a stark black screen, a little ship at the bottom, maybe a little graduated background is nice, and a game select at the top. I'm going to go ahead and start a game so you can start to see what's so special about it if you didn't already know. Now, I mentioned at the beginning that it was the graduated color of the aliens. But I mean, look at the background down there. It's just like, it's the ice planet Krybor, so if you didn't know it was an ice planet, you wouldn't necessarily think about that, but like the shaded blue at the bottom of the screen. Now they have this odd, they call it a mythology around the game. That is, those aren't spare ships down there, those are your bunkers. And when your ship takes a hit, you lose one of your bunkers, and when you're out of bunkers, the next hit will destroy your entire, all of your outpost on Krybor or whatever is the idea. And let me start again just so we can see. Notice there are these three horizontal rows where the demons exist. Only the demon at the bottom can actually shoot at you. And in the early levels, the demons can't even change levels. So if you destroy a demon on a level, another one won't drop down, and so in early levels you can actually plan to destroy the bottom demons, and they'll stop shooting at you. So let's go ahead and get these last couple of guys. There. And I was in this state a second ago where they can't drop down to hurt you any longer. Now, that doesn't stay the same forever, but... Now, and the aliens change their look, as you'll see over the course of the game. When I do my points run, you'll see that they continue to look different. Extra man. You will gain... You start with 3 extra bunkers. You'll gain a man each level you get through. They say each level you get through unscathed, meaning you don't lose any guys. You get an extra man. Now, I always thought you got an extra man just for finishing a level in general, but apparently it's only if you don't get hit. Scoring, rather than walk through the scoring, I'll just pop up the bit from the manual that shows you. As you progress through the game, I love how the aliens change appearance and shoot differently. Yeah, these. As you progress through the game, the score for higher risk reward stuff, of course. If they're shooting at you, or if they're split, or if they're diving, all of those things make it more valuable. Now, let's talk a second about, while we're in a spot where they can't hurt me, and I have that great pulsing in the background. I love that sound. Let's talk about the game select. Now, this is interesting. If you only played Yars Revenge and played level 1, you thought that was great. There's some interesting stuff in the game select that you should always check out. So just popping up this table from the manual that describes, now the one-player game is what we were just playing, the basic standard demon attack. And then they have tracer shot, which is kind of what you think. It's guided missiles. So when I move, I'm guiding my missile like that, right? So that's just an option. And 4 is a 2-player version of that. 5 is what I think is peak demon attack, and it's the one we're going to use for my points run in a second. But look at the difference between basic demon attack. Look at my bullets, and let's go to option 5. This is just a different game. Look how fast my bullets move. And look at the fact that the aliens, the demons, their missiles are now guided. Right, so they have the tracer shots. They can actually move their bullets after they release them. Okay, we're going to get back to that. Then you have 7 is advanced, that game, but with the guided bullets, the tracer. And then they have the co-op. So the way co-op works, now you can do regular game multiplayer, you take turns. With co-op, what happens, and I'll just show you really quickly here. I don't have 2 joysticks hooked up. But, so I'm player 1, and I'm steering, and every 4 seconds it switches. See how it switches to the yellow character? That's player 2. He plays for 4 seconds, and then you play for 4 seconds. You share bunkers, and it's up to the 2 of you to fight off. And so just literally change control to the other player. So that one got killed, and now it's going to be me for a second, and I get to play for a minute, and then it's going to change to the yellow guy, and now he would be in control, and he gets to play for a few seconds, and it switches back to me. And then you can play that on the advanced. So I think just like Ultimate Yars Revenge, which I think is like a game mode 6 in Yars Revenge, playing on the advanced demon attack with the faster bullets, that's just, I mean, for me, that is, and has always been, the version of demon attack that's really the most fun and most challenging. So I'm going to try to do a points run on this, and during the course of playing it, we're going to look at just what makes this game so exciting with the audio and the background and all that. So let me go and step this up to game option number 5. That's where I'm going to try to get my best score. I don't know what my good score is. We'll see. We'll see how far I can get. Now, I've seen it said in some versions of the manual that if you get to 84 levels, you actually finish the game and it goes to black. I don't know. I've never gotten there. I've gotten 84 levels. I've never got that far, but we're going to see how far I can get. Before I do, I will quickly remind you, if you're in the market for branded t-shirts or hats or anything, to check out our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Unique designs by independent creators that you can get on stickers and hats and mugs and pins and all that cool stuff. Every dollar you spend gets you something cool and supports independent content creation like you see here on GenXGrownUp. So, all right. Let's go with a points run on Demon Attack, and we'll see how well I can do. I'm doing option 5, difficulty B, basic bombardment. All right, let's give it a shot. Now, I really like, actually in any version of Demon Attack, you can hold down the fire button for rapid fire if you want to. It's most noticeable in advanced because of just how fast you can shoot. And it's super powerful. Now, as much as I like the speed of my attack, I hate that the enemies have their guided bullets because they can shoot and then do that erratic movement and kind of move the bullet over to you, which is kind of what happened to me once already. Ugh. Yeah, they can drag their bullets over the edge of the screen if you're kind of hanging out over there. Two, when you die, it's important to note that you got to really be paying attention because right after you're destroyed, they're going to drop your ship quickly. And if you're not paying attention, you'll die 2 or 3 times in a row sometimes, you know? Get him, get him. Don't let him run into me. There we go. Got it. About 1,400, not bad. Diving on me. Sometimes, ooh, ouch, diving is better than shooting, actually. I'd rather have them diving on me than shooting at me. Ouch! Oh, lost a couple in a row. Oh, no. That's not good. Come on. Hit him. Oh. Don't let him crash into me. Oh, no. Oh, that was it. 2370. Not a great run at Demon Attack, but I like playing in the advanced because you don't have to get through all the slower levels to get through it, and you get the same excitement plus all the aggression of the enemies, and it'll go even tougher. You can bump it up to the difficulty A, aggressive action on the advanced, and look, Demon Attack is just, what can I say about it? It's a spectacular game. There's no reason it was so popular and continues to be from a developer like Magic and Rob Fulop. Great developer who continued to do good things on the Atari and other platforms well beyond Demon Attack.
With a reported 2 million units shipped, Demon Attack ranks number 10 among the best-selling 2600 games of all time and is the number 1 bestseller for publisher and Magic. Rob Fulop himself is reported as saying he knew Demon Attack would do well, but he didn't think it would do as well as it did. He even says that Magic wanted to do a sequel to Demon Attack, but he says, quote, "I was too stupid to realize the sequel makes a lot more money." I say, Rob, if you're listening, it's never too late. The criteria I usually use to select the game I'll feature in these weekly Friday Plays videos usually is based on how popular was the game, does it have an interesting history or something, but this time I'm choosing the Atari 2600 port of Crazy Climber because I have my own personal story to tell about it. So in this Friday Plays, I want to talk about Crazy Climber for the Atari 2600. Now, this came out, I think, in 1983 or so, based on the arcade game. Now, if you played the arcade game, it was unique in that it had 2 joysticks, not like a dual stick shooter, but one for your left arm and one for your right arm. And you use those to control your little man's arm as you scale the building, avoiding obstacles and trying to make it to the top. So in 1983, when Atari was doing their port of Crazy Climber, for some reason, they chose to make it exclusive to Atari Age Club members. Now, I was a young nerd, of course. Little Johnny had a subscription to Atari Age. This very magazine hit his doorstep, and he was like, an exclusive game for my Atari? Yeah. I begged my parents, and they allowed me to order a copy of Crazy Climber. And it was in my game collection for a long time until I liquidated it. Before we get to the sad part of the story where I no longer have that copy of Crazy Climber, let's go and play it and show you what the game is all about.
So here is Crazy Climber, just powered on. Pretty unassuming, really, to take a look at. Copyright is 82, so that's how long I guess they were working on it, though they didn't even advertise it in Atari Age until 83. So let's start by talking about general overview, difficulty switches control, general difficulty of like how fast your little guy can climb and how easily he can grab ledges above him and below him. A is more difficult, B is basics. I always leave it on basic, it's plenty hard enough. Game select, you have 10 different game variations. Now, unlike some early Atari games where you had to rely on like a grid to know what the different game options were, it's very simple. So the first 5 are the first 4 buildings plus novice, and then you do it again for 2-player. And it's right on screen, in fact. So you see it says building 1 and 1 dot. And if I hit game select, it says building 2, 1 dot, game select again, 3, go to 4, and then it goes to novice, which is like very, very few hazards are after you. It's like learning how to control it, basically. And then the same things, building 1, 2, 3, and 4, and novice as a 2-player game. So we'll come back then to player 1. So building 1, 1 player. So let me start the game. We'll hear the song, which is the maybe Elephant Walk or something. Listen. I think that's what it is. A variation on it. Okay, so basically, it's the 2 joystick control in 1 joystick. So if you reach up, your guy reaches up and grabs the ledge above him, and you push down, he pulls himself up, so he kind of lifts up. Now these windows are opening and closing, of course, so you have to watch out for those. As long as you have one hand on a windowsill, even if it's closed, don't move is the trick. If you move while your hand is closed like this, you'll fall. So you have to wait for it to open, because I guess it's like gripped onto your fingers or something, and then you can go up. If a window closes on you, like I'm gonna let this one do right now, and I'm not gripped on anything, he falls. Now, unlike games where it's just score based on how you perform, this one has a building timer. So if you look at the top of the screen, I have 5 lives, only 3 are visible at any given time. And then there's that counter that says 9,500 right now. That's the total for the building. That's your bonus. Every time you do something that announces 94, right? So time is decreasing. As you work your way through, people throw things at you, and birds lay eggs on you. All these things take place. Ooh, almost got grabbed there, and that decreases the bonus. When you get to the top of the building to get to the helicopter, as you grab the helicopter, you cash in on that bonus. And if you get to later buildings, that bonus can be 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. The manual says 100,000, 200,000, but I think that was a typo, because you can see it's only with 5 digits in the bonus up there. It says 9,100 now. So for scoring, careful, don't get caught in those windows. For scoring, every time you go up a building, once you go up a level, you get 100 points times the building. So a little chart here, 100, 200, 300, 400 based on building number 4. And it's not just though about dodging the closing windows. They're bad guys. So there's this guy called the Mad Doctor who will throw things at you. I'll let you see him in a second. He can throw a flower pot or a fruit basket or a water bucket. If it hits you while you're climbing, like you're kind of in the middle of climbing, it'll knock you off the building. But if you're just holding on tightly, you can actually endure the thing falling on you, but it reduces your bonus at the top of the screen by 100 points. So let me get up to where he is so you can see him do some stuff. You do a quick climb. There's the Mad Doctor. There's a flower pot. There's a bomb or whatever that was. Looks like a bomb. So it hit my head, but I lost 100 points from the bonus. If I'm just kind of climbing, it'll hit me. If I'm not holding still, if I'm moving, right? So that's the deal. Now, there are other things, too. Later, there's a bird that flies across and drops an egg on you. Now, the arcade game, he would drop an egg and he would poop. But the same rule applies for the Mad Bomber in that applies to the bird. If you're holding still and you've got a firm grip, he won't knock you off, but you'll lose points on the bonus. Also, I'll note that in this one, you can't move down. There's no opportunity to move down. So while the game is not very difficult, I usually die because I'm in a hurry and I get stuck in a scenario where I can't go up because the windows are closed or something. That's usually what gets me. I generally find it's easiest to pick a single row and go up and down. There's that bird dropping what they say are eggs. No harm, so you just take 100 points off. In later levels, there are girders that fall, even though these don't kill you. If you can dodge them, that's good because it keeps the bonus high, right? Girders will fall. The girders will actually kill you no matter what. Are the girders or like pieces of the building? I think it said they're pieces of structural girder. And there's even an electronic sign that can zap you on some of the later buildings. When you get to the top of the building, there's a helicopter. And to grab the helicopter, you have like 30 seconds to grab the helicopter. If you don't do it in 30 seconds, and your timer's ticking down the whole time you're trying to grab the helicopter. So let me run to the top of the building right quick and show you that helicopter. Getting kind of a rhythm here sometimes. You can make a lot of progress. Just keep an eye on those windows closing. Make sure you don't get stuck. All right, we're nearing the top of the building. We're running out of new building above. Now, the helicopter is kind of like the DVD video logo. When your DVD was in screensaver, you have to predict when it's going to get close to you. Well, not the corner, but kind of bounces around. Make sure you can catch it as it's at its lowest point. So as soon as we get to the top, so it's going up and down. I got to figure out where it's going to come down, like this, and grab it. Yay, we did it! Now we're going to go to building 2, and you see the bonus is 20,000 points. So now I have more to earn, but other things are going to happen. I think we'll see the falling girders in level 2, probably pretty early. Let's see. There's the girder. Yep. And that will kill you no matter what. Like, you can't just hold on tight and survive the girder. So if you get stuck in a spot where you can't get away from it, like, ooh, that, very close, it'll get you. Now, there are only 4 buildings on this game, so if you make it through building all 4 of them, it just resets from building 1, it says right in the manual, and you start again, get your best score. Oh no, this window's closing. Oh, good, that was opening. And finally, I've jumped down here to building 4, since you can start on building 4 if you want to, because I want to show you that electric sign so you can see all the elements. You get past this girders. Also, you'll notice that the windows open and close much more quickly on the later buildings. I moved to building 3 to see if I can find the sign for you. Now these falling girders are after me. Whoa! There it is, I finally found the sign. It took forever. So, every second it touches you, it can take 100 off your bonus, and if it zaps you like 11 times, you die. But there's no reason to get touched by it, because just don't go over there, right? You wouldn't believe how long it took for me to find that sign, like it wasn't showing up, but now we've seen it. Okay, I'm gonna try to do a points run. I'm gonna see what I can do. Usually I maybe do 2 buildings or so on this. I really enjoyed this when I was a kid. I'm gonna put it on the regular, just building 1 player, standard difficulty, just like this. Before I do, of course, I will remind you, if you're in the market for cool tees or hats or stickers or whatever, with original designs, with all kinds of cool nerdy stuff, remember our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Every dollar you spend gets you something cool that also supports original content, just like you're watching here. Okay, let's get after this. My high score run. It's been decades since I played Crazy Climbers seriously, up until this week, getting ready for this video, so let's see how we do. Well, level 1, building 1, seems so slow after playing around on 3 and 4, where the windows open and close so fast. You can tell what level you're on, of course, by the color of the building. It's a blue, and then it's a, I forget, like yellowish and a greenish and a reddish. You don't want to go up too fast when he's throwing stuff, because he can appear like right above you and drop something. And if you're being in a hurry, you can get caught. Oh, this building. Oh no! I lost my first life. Alright, yeah, I got caught where he was dropping something. I had to hold on tight and couldn't climb. That's an early life loss. That's unfortunate. Oh, get a little groove here, working our way up the building pretty well. Oh, there's that bird. Hate losing the points, but it's better than falling. Pretty good clip. Look out for the closing windows is all. Building 1 is pretty easy if you just, like I had that early death, but generally it's pretty easy. Ugh. Go! Okay, now it's closing. Oh no, man, again! Alright, so it only shows 3 lives of 5, so I have 3 lives now. Mad Doctor, he's called, but he's dropping bombs, so I call him the Bomber. I think we're almost to the top of this building, maybe. There it is, there's the top of this building. Not too bad. Go. Oh, get it! Oh, almost. And down here. Oh, why did he reach up? Come on. He's not reaching. There he goes. There we go. He wasn't quite full up on the top of the building, I guess. All right, building 1, 23,000. So, I mean, 10,000 of that roughly, 90-something is bonus. All right, I think we get girders right away on level 2, maybe. Maybe that's 3. So you see the building is red in this case. There's the girders. Be careful which path you take. Make sure you have exit. You have a little wiggle room so you can go left or right if you need to. Whoa, he went that way. I can't go down, remember, so need these windows to open. I have that narrow passage. Now, come on, windows open. I can't move. Those are opening. Come on, keep open again, open again, open again. Woo! Oh no, oh no, oh no. Man, that was tight. All right, there's the last one of the girders, thank goodness. Whew! All right, now what? Oh, that's closing. So it becomes the kind of multitasking, right? You're keeping an eye on the things that are falling, the windows ahead of you. Hold on. Whew. And it pretty much just all eventually catches up with you. And all the different things, you can't manage all that stuff at once is what happens. After losing a couple of lives early, I say that, and I jinx myself, it's getting a little better now. Windows open, no, closing! Oh, it's closing, dang it. Brings me down to 2, yeah, 2 lives. And I'm not sure if you get extra lives. Honestly, I didn't see that in the manual. And I don't think you do. I think you get the 5 lives you get, and that's what you get. Here's don't die right here, right? Like you're almost there. Don't screw it up. Next helicopter. Right here. Oh, why didn't he reach? Oh, how did that miss? There we go. Got it. And you notice the timer was going down. The bonus, the whole time you're trying to catch that helicopter. I don't know what a good score is on Crazy Climber, but I feel like this is decent. Ooh, caught me. I was just moving across and he caught me. All right. This life and 1 in reserve. Over 125 grand. I feel pretty good about where we're at. Come on. Oh, they're closing again. Open, 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 open. See what happened? I was stuck on those 2 windows, and that was my last life. Oh, I miscounted. That was the end. All right. Look, 132,700 on a run on Crazy Climber. I made it through 2 buildings, got to the 3rd, survived the girders several times. It's a pretty decent... you couldn't look at it and go, it's really rudimentary, but really it's the side of a building. How high res can that be on the Atari? The guy climbing, the simpler controls. Yeah. So let's get to the part where I had to get rid of this game.
After having ordered my copy of Crazy Climber out of Atari Age, playing it for years, I was dying to get an Atari 8-bit computer, the Atari 800 in fact, which costs like $7.99, and this is like at $83, $84, right? It's expensive. And so my parents were teaching me a good lesson. If you want a new Atari, you need to sell the old Atari to make a little money. So that's what I did. I wrote up a little sheet of all the cartridges that I had and the Atari, and we ended up selling it to one of my mom's coworkers. Who knows where that copy of Crazy Climber ended up? It's a game that, look, it's not one of the best games ever on the Atari. It's a serviceable port. It's interesting that they combined the double stick climbing into a single stick. It's quite playable, but it's probably not anything to write home about, but it's very rare now. Like just a cartridge, a loose cartridge is like $100. A complete is like $300 to $500. I kind of want to reclaim it and get another one, but it's not so much because I want to play the cartridge. It's that I miss out on the fact that I had it when it was brand new and rare and I got it through the club. I almost would rather have mine, who knows where that is, than just to have another copy of it. But whenever I see somebody talk about Crazy Climber for the 2600, I just remember ordering it, getting it, having it, and selling it to buy my computer. All the way back in 1982, 21-year-old Bill Hogue wrote and published Miner 2049er for the Atari 8-bit line of home computers. It was a favorite of mine then, it's a favorite of mine now. In fact, to this day, I think it's my favorite platformer on the Atari computers. Young Bill Hogue got his start in computers working at a Radio Shack at the age of 17, and then he kind of dove into the TRS-80, as you might imagine. He wrote a number of games for all sorts of home computers, but was especially excited to start working in color games. Young people used to be just black and white or green and black screens on computers. He was excited to work in color games on the Atari 8-bit computer line, and one of his first games that he released, probably one of the best on the platform, is Miner 2049er. Now, his idea was to take concepts from popular arcade games, Pac-Man and Donkey Kong, and mush them together into something that he thought would be interesting, and boy was he right. Let's take a look.
Here we go, Miner 2049er on the Atari 8-bit computer. So as I let it run through this opening animation here, kind of the track screen, you can see, written by Bill Hogue. The premise of Miner 2049er is you play Bounty Bob, and you have been hot on the heels of Yukon Johan, an evil Swedish trapper, and you find his dog sled outside of an abandoned mine and owned by Nuclear Ned. None of these people come into play. Like, you're not going to run into Ned or Yukon or any of those. Just the premise. And then your goal is to go into this mine. When you go in, there's a rock slide and you're stuck and all those things. Oh, here's my darling Clementine coming. Your goal is to claim every inch of the mine as you go station by station, trying to find Yukon Johan. That's the idea. So remember this screen? We're going to come back to it because buried on this screen is a way to cheat the game anytime you want to. We're going to use that a little bit later on. But for now, I'm going to hit start and we'll do a little tour. Prepare for Station 1. All right. So, you are Bounty Bob. There you are, down there in the lower left. That's me. Whee! His facial expression changes when he's in the air. You can see those little aliens roaming around. They're radioactive aliens for some reason in this mine. And I mentioned that it was a combination of Pac-Man and Donkey Kong. And so the Donkey Kong, you know, here's the levels that you have to, you know, navigate. The Pac-Man angle is everything else, right? So in Pac-Man, you have to get all the dots. In Miner 2049er, you have to claim every inch of the ground. You see it turns solid as you walk over it. The other Pac-Man element, as you just saw, is that when you grab these little items that are around, you'll turn the aliens, the radioactive aliens, you'll turn them green for a moment, and you can destroy them. Now, if you if you touch one and it's not green, let's go ahead and do that just to show you the animation. Da, 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 da. Ah! Right? And then you must start the level over. So it doesn't remember how much you've done. So you have to navigate and cover every single inch of the ground. Also, there's a mechanic where when you jump, you can't, there's not like Mario English, with like if I jump in the air and then move my stick, I can't start moving. And if I'm already moving, I can't adjust that. So you're gonna jump as far as you're gonna jump when you jump. So if I'm going this direction, and I hop down there, get this, and you can fall about your height, give or take. Around the screen, you'll also notice up at the top is your score in the upper left. Right next to it is a dot showing how many extra men you have, not counting the one currently on screen. And then at the top is your, what they call a miner timer, and that's how long you have to finish the game, as you might expect. Uh-oh. Got him. And scoring is pretty simple. Every piece you walk over, every little piece of the ground, that's 5 points, so those time up. 80 or 90 points for every radioactive alien you kill. Items, little things you pick up that turn them green, anywhere from 100 to 1100. And the timer bonus, like if I have, it's going to start flashing at me, I'll get 800, 700, 600. How much is left? I'll get that on my score when I'm done. The beauty of this game really is in the level design. Like, so this very next one introduces a new concept, which are slides. So I'll just show you. And we're going to take a tour in a second of everything that's available in the game, I think. But you walk over it, whee, and it slides you down. So you have to be careful you don't want to slide, or you could slide into an alien or something like that. And this was a game in a time, I'm going to end this game in a second here so you can see. This was a game in a time when, you know, we were infatuated with the arcades and arcade games, and this is the most like an arcade game that I ever saw on my Atari 8-bit. Whee! All the way down. And in fact, when you do die, let's let him die, in fact. We'll just let him fall too far, if we can. Ooh, ouch! Just let him die. There we go, he's fallen too far. And when you do die, and straight to a beautiful high score screen. Oh, I can't make it fit. We'll just do a GXG. And there's our high score. Now, I talked about that initial splash screen we're going to go back to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you two things. I'm going to show you how to cheat in the game and go to any level you want. And I'm going to give you a tour of all 10 of the different screens that are available in Miner 2049er and how they differ from one another. And what made it so interesting for me as a kid and still as an adult. Before I do, of course, I will remind you of our merch store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get original designs on hats and t-shirts and stickers and pins and all kinds of cool stuff. And yes, we have Miner 2049er themed original artwork that you can get on a shirt or a hat or something. And in fact, I didn't know we had it. I went and looked, and I might have to get it for myself. So next time you're in the market, look, the holidays are coming up. You might have a need for stuff like that. So check out our store. I certainly appreciate it. So I'm going to hop back to the title screen again so we can get the information that we need. So as Bob comes across here, you'll see he's giving the address and phone number to Big 5 Software, where Bill Hogue, he founded the company and he worked at. Notice the phone number though, right at the bottom, very useful. You can use that to change levels. So let me start the game and show you. So just get somewhere safe, and on my Atari keyboard, I'm gonna type 21378266861. And now, hold down the Shift key and hit any number from 1 to 10. Look at that. Shift 3 goes to Station 3. Shift 4 goes to Station 4. You can warp around wherever you want to go to the different levels and check them out. So we're going to warp this number 1. You can see some crazy stuff here. We won't try to complete all of them, but I want to show you all the variety of different levels. Now level 1, pretty straightforward. We'll just do that right quick. I have this one so memorized. Where to leap from. The way you jump has a huge impact on the game because in later levels, there's this leapfrogging you have to do from precarious, like single and double width platforms, and it's easy to miss stuff, and it's easy to die. Hop up and grab him. One more alien, 90 points for him. Oh, I'm not going to get to him first. Ooh, just got him! You finish the level, it ends, and now we're going to be on Station 2. Now, I normally get a high score run is what I try to do here, but in the case of Manor, I'll play through the first couple of screens to give you an idea, and then we're going to tour the others. I love to finish this slides level by going down the slide, being the last thing you do. So I actually spend extra time making sure that I jump in the right places and don't jump in the right places so that we can end the game by going down the slide and, in fact, getting that alien too. All right, so we're going to end this level. You notice I left one little dot down at the bottom that I haven't walked on because I want to get that specifically. Boom, that's ending that level with style. All right, then we start getting into more mechanics. And I won't finish every single one of these screens going forward, but I'll give you a tour of them. This introduces the concept of these teleporters. You've got to navigate around. Let's grab this. And you just hit the button you want to go to. Let's go up to 4, and you teleport up. Some places you learn that you can fall very efficiently. Now the teleporters are green, meaning I can go on them again. So we hop down here and jump up to 3, for example. Now, Miner 2049er was ported to all kinds of different platforms. I understood on the ColecoVision, they added an 11th level. I never played that. I need to. Oh, extra man I just got. 10,000 points will get you that extra man. So that's level 3. Let's go look at level 4. Now, this is one of those where you have a lot of jumping around. You can see all the different platforms there. So you really have to learn how far Bob can jump, which way he can go, how far he can fall. Like, I can fall down. Whoa, oh, it jumped up and hit him with my head. Let's go to level 5. And the nice thing is, getting a tour of this, well, that's a radioactive bonus. You can't pick that up, see how it's flashing? I don't want to play through every one of these because I want you, if you don't know the game, I want you to explore it. I want you to try it and learn, what I experienced and enjoyed when I was a kid, how these levels work. And it's nice being able to cheat because it means you can, go practice level 8, go practice level 9, You don't have to just work your way up to it and then die. You can go, all right, well, I have a little practice. Got him. See, these slides are a problem, so anywhere you hit this slide, boom, down you go. Yeah. All right, let's move on to 6. There's 6. All right. So kind of like 3, lots of places you have to leap, but be very careful to make these jumps. And if you don't, you fall in radioactive waste like that. All right, on to level 7. Now this one starts combining things. We have the little teleporters, like we can go up to level 3, but we also have these little moving platforms that you have to learn how to navigate, plus you have the slides, all those things are happening, and you have to time this out so you don't fall too far, all those things. Be very careful to cross over. How far can you fall here? Grab this item, use it to kill the aliens. Come back! And then work your way back up. And you have to land on this to get on this, and then jump across. You get the idea, right? So there's a great deal of complexity. You can't make that jump. You've got to do the fall, and then the jump across. And then you're going to go up to level 4. Be careful not to fall down the slide, which we did because we were in the wrong spot. Yeah, so you get the idea. Moving on to Station 8. Yeah, so then we start adding even more stuff. So that thing moving back and forth, of course, is deadly. Now, when you land on this, if you hit the space bar, you can move it around. You have to be careful where you leave it so you can get back. So I can hit... That was a mistake, obviously. It's been a while since I've been on Station 8, I guess. So jump across, activate it. So what I need to do is I need to get up there, but then I have to be able to get across here as well. Like, I have to save that for last. So let's run it up here. You must be mindful where you leave that little scissor lift. You see, I can't... Ooh, got a broken ladder over there. So let's come back down this. Let's come up and get him, and then you want to come down. But see, you'll see what I mean. You can get this, and then this, and come down. But now, there's no way for me to get back onto that scissor lift because it's too high. I think probably this bottom one is the last thing you have to do because you then can't get past it. And while I can fall down here, as soon as this thing comes across, bam! Station 9, just two more to show you. Station 9, you have these big whoppers. Plus you have this quick teleport across the top thing here. And you got to jump off before you hit that thing. Ah, I fall all the way down. Ah! The other nice thing is if you hit the shift and a number key before it registers you've lost a man, you didn't lose the man. Which is pretty cool. Get this guy, get him. I've got to work my way back across, as you might imagine, because these whompers are down here. And I have to go and claim all of these. Get this guy, jump across before I hit the slide. It'll drop me back down. Yeah. All right, so finally, the best for last, truly, level 10. Let's take a look. This is the coolest, and this adds this cannon. So, here's the way this works. I can climb up here, but there are no other ladders. The only way to make your way up is to grab TNT and load it into the cannon. Every stick of TNT will send you one level higher. So for example, if I grab one stick here, I can get in the cannon and it'll blow me exactly one level up. And I gotta be careful because I have no way to kill these aliens, right? Get out of the way. There he is. Here we go. I can jump across him. Now I've got that one. Now if I want to go up to the second level, 200. I'm coming down here, boom, and there I am. But I have to dodge the bad guys because I have no way to kill them. And back down. And as you might imagine, if you get too much dynamite, which is always fun, so I've got 150 tons. Let's see what happens to poor little Bounty Bob. So there's a quick tour around Miner 2049er. If you haven't played it, you should. If you have played it, you should play it again. Especially, now the other ports are fine. It even made it to 2600 in a small fashion, nothing like this quality. But it's just such a good platformer. I know I looked at Manic Miner on the ZX not too long ago. This is, that kind of system-defining platformer for the Atari 8-bit that is really worth your time.
Most of the games I feature here on Friday Plays are either new things I've never played before or older games I have to dig out of mothballs and kind of refamiliarize myself with them in order to play them here. Not the case with Miner 2049er. I probably get the itch to play this game about once a month or so, and I'll fire up the emulator, and again I'm transported back to the early 80s when I'm sitting in front of my Atari 800 and I'm catching the aliens and I'm finishing screens and I'm cheating with the phone number and everything that I remember from then. This game really holds up, and maybe, I would argue it is maybe the best platformer game on the Atari 8-bit. Save perhaps the sequel, Bounty Bob Strikes Back, that came out a bit later and expanded on all of the mechanics of the game. That game, in fact, Bounty Bob Strikes Back, coming to the 7800 Plus, thanks to the homebrew authored Bob DiCrescenzo, who we talked to here on the channel not too long ago. So everything old is new again. In February of 1982, at a time when most video games were about shooting aliens, jumping barrels, or eating dots, Atari released Haunted House for their VCS. It was a spooky game of exploration in an abandoned mansion, and some say it even kicked off an entire genre. Developed for Atari by James Andreessen, Haunted House is often described by modern gamers as unapproachable and unintuitive. And if you just popped in the cartridge and tried to figure it out without reading the manual, well, that impression is entirely understandable. But once you know the backstory and understand the rules and mechanics, there's a pretty clever game to be had. Let's fire it up.
And there you go. This is it. This is what you're greeted by when you first turn on the game. So it's understandable. Look, it's hard to tell what's going on. So what you actually see here are 2 rooms of a scrolling 6-room mansion and only 1 floor of it. And I say there's not much to see. I'm kind of walking around here, my little eyeballs. The eyeballs are neat in that they look in the direction you're going, up, left, diagonally, whatever. That's great. And I'm moving through this mansion. So there are these 6 floors, 6 rooms, 4 floors. So if you look on the interface, the lower left is how many matches I've lit. There, I just lit a match with my button. The one above that is what floor I'm currently on. The lower right is how many lives I have left. So you have 9 lives. Every time you're caught by one of the monsters, you are scared to death. So, that's how you die. Now, there's a big backstory here. You're in Spirit Bay, and Old Man Graves died in this mansion, and he left 3 pieces of a magic urn scattered around the mansion, and no one has gone to find it before. Monsters coming to get me while I'm sitting around. But you're finally getting permission to go in, and you're the first person brave enough to look around in the mansion. And in fact, if you play a more difficult level, like level 2, there's even less to see. You can't even see the walls unless you light a match and look around. Yeah, so I'm going to go back to level 1 just to give you a run-through of what's going on in the game. Now, the key purpose of having the match is to let you see things. Like, you can see the walls here, but... let me go up and maybe over here. Now you notice I can't see anything until I light a match, and then I can see stairs. So, and I was always confused when I was young. How do I know up or down? If the stairs get larger, it's a little, medium, large, I'm going up, and the music when you play will go doo-doo. And now the stairs are going large, medium, small. So if I go up through, I will go downstairs, and it will go doo-doo-doo. And you'll notice the number changes as I go through. Floor 2, floor 1, so I know where I am at. So the premise of the game is to wander all, 24 rooms of this haunted mansion. And here's a look at the map. You can see there's stairs, sometimes top, bottom, left, right. Oh, there's a ghost. Oh, there's a bat getting me. I like if you die, though, your eyes spin around. That's kind of cool. You have to gather all 3 pieces of the urn and get to the exit on the first floor, which is the center right, and get out. Now, in the course of doing that, you have to use as few matches as possible and preserve your 9 lives as best you can. So the monsters are tarantulas, there are bats, and then there's, the ghost of Old Man Graves, who just came running around. There's one of the tarantulas, is after me. And you need to use the match to find the objects. The objects available are, you have the pieces of the urn. There are 3 of them you can combine. There's a key for later levels, which I'll talk about in a second. And then there is a magic scepter, which will protect you from getting killed by the monsters, usually until you get to the later levels of the game. So that's a great time to talk about the switches and the options of the game. Here comes a ghost. Somebody get me. The difficulty switch, only the left difficulty. If you have it on, periodically there will be lightning flash, and you'll see that once in a while on the levels where you can't see the walls to help you see things. If you put it on A, you never get those flashes of lightning. As for game difficulty, well, look, option 1 is really like a training level. And it's, if you're playing that when you're just learning how to play the game, and we're going to play that one mostly in the beginning here. 2 is the one I like the most because it puts you in the dark. There are doors. What they don't do is lock the doors. So progressive levels up to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, as you game select through these, 4 or 5, what happens is there are more monsters. They're more dangerous. They can get through locked doors. Finally, on level 9, it's even more randomized for more replayability. But if you play on anything above 2, you really need to be having a pencil and paper handy to jot down the path you need to take, where you left things, because the other catch is you can only carry one thing at a time. So if I find the key, I've got to put down the urn. If I find the scepter, I got to put down the key, right? You have to put down what you want, put down what you're carrying to carry anything else, which can be very difficult, and you don't want to spend time looking for things again. So I tend to play on game option 2, though I will show you 3 in a moment here so you can get an idea of what it looks like. Very notable, the sounds in this game are wonderful. So there's the key. So your footprints, of course, sometimes you hear the wind blowing to blow out your match. You'll hear the monsters coming. So you know what, I try to go through this door. Let's find a door that's locked. There's bound to be one up here. Let's see. There, bump, bump, your head up against that door. Sounds very key. Speaking of key, I grab the key, then I can go through the door. But if I put it down, I can't get through it. And here you can see there's a key and a piece of my urn, but I can't then go back out with the piece of urn. Now, once you're mapping, you can actually navigate through the house without using the key, but it's circuitous. You need to kind of, go out the side stairs, go up 2 floors, go across, come down, back into side stairs, and then you can navigate. But that kind of complexity is something that might be more than you want to do for a casual game. But if you're a fan of the game and once you've mastered, levels 1 and 2 and 3, maybe you want to jump in and do those things. As for scoring, well, let me quickly take a look through here. We're going to walk through the game on this level really quickly and show you what's around. So there's a piece of the urn. I tend to drop the urn and set it by the entrance to the house right there. So you need to navigate your way around the house then and find the other pieces of the urn. I tend to like to clear entire floors. Oh, there's a second piece already. Well, that's nice. Let's go and combine it with this one. Whoop. There's a spider coming. Get out of the way, spider. So I'm going to set that down. There's one more piece to get. We might find the scepter on the way, but... So now we're at floor 2. Oh, and there's the third one. We'll keep browsing and see if we can spot the scepter. Nice thing to have seen once at least. The scepter protects you from the monsters. You could browse the house without worrying about getting caught by the monsters. But it's another thing you have to carry, and you can't carry it along with everything else. All right, we'll find that scepter when we go and wrap up, we do our playthrough. So now we're on floor 1. Here's the third piece of the urn. You'll play a little tune. And so that's your score. 4-9, that's your score. I think this is kind of a throwback to the days of Pong, when you were playing against someone and your score and your opponent's score. But in a game like this, where you were playing against the computer and it's an adventure, I guess Andreessen thought there was a need to have a score. So the score really is as few matches as possible and as many lives as possible. So ideally, a score of 0 and 9 would be perfect. Although that's impossible because you do need the match to see and pick up objects. But so it's more of a rating or ranking than a score, I would say. Now, I want to do a full playthrough on game level 2 to give an idea what the game is like. We're going to see how well we can do. I usually do maybe 15 or 20 matches, and I usually lose a few lives because there are some cheap deaths in here. Before I do that, I want to quickly remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can find original creative designs, and you get them printed on t-shirts and mugs and hats and stickers and pins and all kinds of cool stuff. I checked other haunted house designs, a bunch of them, not specifically Atari haunted house, but some pretty cool haunted house designs like the one I have down here. If you're in the market, especially as the holidays are coming up, you're looking for gifts for people, please remember our store and check it out. I really would appreciate it. Okay, let's give this a try and do the best that we can. Now, this will show you how to play the game in general. You should read the instructions. You really should. So, nothing to see, but there are doors, but they're not locked. So I can navigate through. Oh, there's one piece of the earth. So, whoa! I think I see a second piece. Oh, there's a second piece already. Well, that was easy. It means the third one's going to be a real pain to find. So I'm just going to drop it off right here. I can do that. And then I see these stairs go up, so up to floor 2. So I'm going to start exploring floor 2. Whoa! See, I talked about the cheap deaths. He was the other side of the door. And you'd never know until you walk through the door. All right. So I'm just still at floor 2, kind of browsing, looking to see. Find the object. Okay, there's another up. Floor 3, bound to be on floor 3. Just gotta be cautious of the open doors. Nothing on that side. Whoa! Spider. And you're kind of, what's weird is watching someone else play this, it's disorienting because often the eyes aren't moving. You just have to rely on those footsteps and wait until you see something cross in the circle of light to know even something's happening. All right, floor 4. Looking around, trying to find. All right, it's got to be over here, I guess. Whoa! There's a bat. Still looking for that third piece of the urn. Didn't see it. So I missed something. So in the meantime, as I'm navigating here, I'm putting myself at risk of running into monsters on the other side of these doors. Sometimes my match just goes out and I have to relight it. No reason. Sometimes the wind blows. Sometimes it's a monster. Sometimes, I guess, it just runs out. All right, so let me do a full sweep of floor 3. Not on that side. Whoa! Whoa! Found the bat. Now, unlike Adventure, the bat doesn't, carry things around. which is nice, but what have I missed? So 3 and 4, I'm pretty sure I've cleared. Let's check floor 2. I obviously missed something. There's one more piece of the urn to find. Oh! You still get scared, even though it's not scary. It's surprising. It's not scary. It's surprising. Oh, man. Is it on floor 1? Did they put all the pieces on floor 1 and I missed it? So we know that 2 of them are sitting right here where we left them, right? There's the 2 we had. Maybe I just didn't fully explore floor 1? Oh, there's that scepter. Well, that'll be good. So with the scepter, at least the monsters can't get you. Oh, there's the 3rd piece. It was on floor 1. Let me show you this scepter right quick. We'll find a monster and show you that we're impervious to their... Yay! Because we're carrying the scepter. It's an object down in the UI. Shows us we have that. So we're safe. So let's go back and wrap this up. That's an up stair. There's a down. We know it's straight down here. There we go. Straight across. Whoa! Now see, I had to put down the scepter to pick up the urn we were talking about. So I can't be both safe and making progress. All right, so there we go. There's all 3 pieces. We've used 14 matches. We have 6 lives left, and we end the game. So you can see there's a lot going on here, way more than you probably thought when you threw this in your console, turned on, hit start, and went, I don't understand. Once you master levels 1 and 2, if you're still enjoying the game, then you start working your way up to 3 and to 4 and to 5, where you have to do more management, do more map organization. It's a throwback kind of a game. But you can see from the scares that we got, as simplistic as it might be, simple little haunted house laid the groundwork for the genre of survival horror that we know today. So I think it deserves a look, if for no other reason than that.
Now, there is some debate about whether or not Haunted House is the first example of the survival horror genre of games. Now, in my book, it checks all the boxes. Look, it has a spooky atmosphere, limited inventory, creepy monsters, locked doors, and magical items. I think that's a survival horror game. Look, these days, Haunted House may look too overly simplistic and abstract to qualify as being able to elicit any scares, but in its time, if you turned out all the lights and played it by the flickering glow of a CRT, you just might have experienced a jump scare or 2. I may or may not be speaking here from experience. Do you remember K-Tel? That as seen on TV company that sold musical compilation albums and novelty products like the K-Tel record selector? Well, they also sold Atari cartridges. The distributor Zonox that made these weirdly cool double-ender cartridges was a division of K-Tel. Kind of makes sense now. In 1983, they released Ghost Manor for the Atari 2600. With double cartridges delivering 2 games for the price of 1, well, I always just kind of figured they were junky games in order to be so cheap. But in preparing for this Friday Plays, I learned otherwise. It's been my experience that games that can sell for half the price of their competitors are almost always subpar. It's kind of that get what you pay for deal. So when multiple viewers suggested I should take a look at Ghost Manor from Zonox, whose name, by the way, is the same right side up as it is upside down, perfect for these flipper cartridges, well, I was prepared to roast it. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that this spooky arcade adventure is not only not terrible, it's actually one of the most feature-packed I've seen on the console. Who knew? Let me show you what I mean.
And welcome to Ghost Manor. With that little tune, you're into the game right away. In fact, there's so much to see in this game. I have to abbreviate what I talk to you about so that I don't bore you to death. So I have to just pause periodically here, just so we pause the music. So when I first started this game, I went, oh, well, Ghost Manor, there's the house and there's a ghost. So the game must be running around these little headstones and catching the ghost or something. And then you read the manual and you're like, wait a minute, there's so much going on. So we'll do a tour through the screens and then I'll try to do a full run and see what kind of score I can get. But understand first, this is an adventure. The score is kind of secondary, and there's really only one game option, but lots of choice within that as far as difficulty. So Let's start by talking about the difficulty and the options. So first of all, you can set the color black and white switch any time in the game to change between playing as the damsel trying to rescue her boyfriend or the boyfriend trying to rescue the damsel. It's up to you. You can do either one. And you can change it any time with the color black and white switch, oddly enough, which I think is cute. And the guy looks kind of Mario-esque, so I'll leave him there. The difficulty switches you use in tandem. And there's an indicator on screen when you do it. So let me show you a little chart here where the difficulty you can set it to easy, medium, hard, or hardest. And that changes elements in the game, it changes scoring of the game, it changes requirements to get from one screen to the other. It's really complex. So check out this page for the manual, pause it if you need to and look. But in general, the left difficulty switch, while it changes score and everything, it also changes whether or not, see this little candle that's up there in the top? It turns that on or off. Now that is for 2 levels from now, whether or not you're gonna have light in this room or it's gonna be dark. The other is the difficulty switch on the right is just for like difficulty in general, but to see it's on here on the screen, it will change this ghost into a little skeleton that you have to chase. The skeleton is no different on this screen, it's just an indicator that you have it in the advanced mode, the difficulty mode. For our purposes, I am happy, perfectly happy. There's plenty difficult to just put everything on standard difficulty. And I like to run as the kind of Mario-y character here. Also, while we're looking on screen, top of the screen is your score. It's all zeros right now. Score is kind of secondary in this game. There's a stopwatch, or I guess not stopwatch, is dumb. It's an hourglass. It's a timer at the top there. And you have 4 minutes to complete the game. Every little section of sand is 30 seconds. So you need to make your way through that, through the whole game before the sand goes, or you'll die. There's so many ways to die. Over on the left of the hourglass is how many spears you're carrying. Those are necessary for the next level. And so each level kind of builds upon the previous. So let me start the game and show you your goal here. So on this first screen, your intent is to chase the ghost and collect spears. And how many spears you need is higher when it's easier because you don't have as many to fight on the next room. And you have to be moving when you collect the spears. So you kind of track the little ghost. There's a couple, I hear the beeping. And you can see my little tally going up. I have 6, 7, 8, 9. I need 25. And that's how many shots I have available to me when I get to the mummy in the next screen. So like an arcade game, this has multiple screens that I had no idea prior to having played this. There's 21, 22, 23, almost. Boom, 25. All right, I'm gonna pause it here. Here is the second screen that you get. So this is out in front of the castle. There's this mummy, right, the center of the bottom there, and he has this hatchet he tries to hit you with. He has a little pattern, you have to watch out for him. At the top now, you see I have 25 spears, and there's 2 little crosses up there. They call those spear tokens, and yet I can't find an obvious need for those. They don't get spent, and spears are only used on this screen, so I'm going to focus on the number of spears I have, which is the 25. And then, of course, you still have the lantern because that plays in the next screen, not this one. And throughout the castle, let me unpause it while I talk about it for a second. Now, the goal on this screen is to shoot all of the little enemies that are running around back and forth. There's skulls and bats and monsters that are running around, and you have to avoid that mummy's hatchet. You see he has this little pattern. He goes chop, chop, chop. There he goes, chop, chop, chop. Then you can run out from under him. And I only have 25 shots from the spears I gathered in the last level in order to proceed to the next level. Now, I tend to try to shoot the bats first because they're the hardest to hit, and all the while keeping out a look for this mummy who's trying to hit me. And once I get all the other enemies, then I can get the mummy. All right, so I've got everybody else, so now I can get him. Got him. Okay, quick pause again. Now we're on to the third screen. There's still 2 more. 5 screens in this game. So now spears don't matter any longer. Now, so this is a maze. The walls are okay, but there's this moving wall that's deadly. It will kill you. You see, it kind of moves back and forth like this. It will kill you. The creepy music is good. And then there are these little coffins, and you have to walk up and just kind of touch them. Hear that creaking noise is you opening the coffin to see if there's a cross inside. There are 2 crosses hidden across this room and the next that you need to defeat Dracula on the last screen. So I checked in that one. There, one cross appeared up there next to my little candle. Now on this screen is where the candle comes in play. If I did not have the candle, if I put that on difficult hard mode, I wouldn't be able to even see the walls except for the moving back and forth wall. You can get stuck on the walls a little bit, so I think it's plenty difficult. Nothing there. Check all of these. All right, so there's one more cross somewhere. You don't have to get them both, but the more you have, the easier it is to do the next level. So now we're going to run up these stairs to the next level. Don't hit that wall. Similar room. Again, you want to check all of these coffins to see if, in fact, there's a cross in there. Oh, don't get hit by that wall. Run! It's easy to get hung up on the walls, too. Let's check this coffin. Nothing in that one. You want to check them all, because every one you find, but it costs time. You see my timer's running out, right? So that's a problem. If your timer runs out, the game is over. So you can't spend too much time looking in these coffins. So I'm going to just stick with a 1 for now. We're going to go on upstairs. Now, it's you and Dracula. So there he is, chasing me down. And look, even now I can change between whether I'm the boy or the girl. You can change that anytime, which I think is kind of cool. Now, he moves better horizontally, or vertically, he does horizontally. What you need to do is get underneath him and use one of those 2 crosses. You get one when you get here, and however many you picked up from the coffins in the previous rooms to try to chase him up into the tower. And what you do, you've saved the girl. Whew. And then you get a score based on how well you did. There you go. 18,852. Wow. Okay. Now, I did that with a bunch of stopping and starting and restarting because I was talking about all this stuff. The takeaway here that I want you to see is how involved Ghost Manor is, how much stuff there is to do, and how once you accomplish it once, they add 3 more layers of difficulty to add the challenge that you have. This is more like an arcade game than so many other games I've played. 5 different screens, multiple enemies, variable difficulty. It's shocking to me how interesting and fun and involved this game is. Not at all was that what I was expecting, and I should never have dismissed it out of hand. Now, I'm going to try to do a points run, do the best I can. It's got to be in under 4 minutes or the hourglass runs out. Before I do, I will, of course, remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get independent creators' designs printed on hats and shirts and mugs and stickers and pins, all kinds of cool stuff. And every dollar you spend goes to support the next video we do here on GenXGrownUp, just like this one. Okay, here's the run. Let's see how well I can do. I'm not going to do saving or anything, just try to make it all the way through, and I'm trying to beat that 18,000 or whatever I did. And so color black and white, I'm going to leave there, so I'm the Mario-looking guy. Everything is on B, which is hard enough for me, so let's hit reset. Let's see how we do. All right. How quick can I chase this guy down to get all the spears I need? Remember, 25 from this first one. I find chasing him on the second 2 levels the most effective. Be ready for him and kind of run with him. You have to be moving to catch it. There we go. 18, 19, 20, 21. Very good. 25. There we go. All right. So fighting the mummy now. I got to kill all these things flying around the castle. I try to aim for those bats because they're the hardest to hit. And I figure if I miss the bat, I might hit something else, you know? Nothing. Got one of the bats. That's great. They're kind of hard to see. You can mostly see them when the lightning strikes. Keep working your way back and forth. There, I got the other bat. All right, nothing left but the green thing and that skull. Losing shots. Got to get the green thing, whatever it is. Got it. Now I can kill the mummy. Boom. All right, so I'd like to get at least maybe 1 cross before I make it to Dracula. And you can see that, like, the game is not that difficult to play. It doesn't take long to play through. It comes down to how do you want to min-max the game? You know, how much can I get done in how little time? It's going to be done in under 4 minutes. So it becomes like this, not even this, I guess partially speed-running fun in that the more points, you get more points for having more time left on the little clock. But I'm guessing that, you know, the more you would come back to this and learn like what the map looks like, and without that candle, I would be able to see the walls here. It just is it's a high score race. Oh, there's the score. It becomes this high score race in a small little finite adventure. Okay, Dracula's castle. I'm doing good. 29,000. I just need to get underneath him. I have 2 crosses. One I found in that casket, and one you get just for getting to this room. Just get under him and push the button. Come on. There we go. Get up there. Get up there. Is he in there? There we go. And there's my girlfriend. We just head to the exit. Come on. Come on, sweetie. Let's go. And that should be it. There we go. What did that say? 79,000 something? Let's let the music go. Show me that score. That was good, I think. 129,350. Not bad. So you could see how much more there is to do in Ghost Manor than so many Atari games, not only of the time, but even since then. Zonox really surprised me, and look, I won't underestimate them again.
Now, I have a newfound respect for Zonox, a publisher that I'd previously dismissed. Ghost Manor was released as a standalone cartridge, but much more commonly in this double ender. So now, what about the other end of the double ender? Well, Zonox played mix and match with their titles, so if you have this Ghost Manor variety, it may be paired with Spike's Peak, Chuck Norris Super Kicks, or Artillery Duel. And after this eye-opening experience, I just might have to take a look at those on future installments of Friday Plays. But the bloody legacy of Vlad the Impaler, a cruel 15th century warlord, was the inspiration for Bram Stoker's Dracula, written in 1897. And then, a mere 86 years later, Dracula's shadow was finally cast across Mattel Intellivision. Imagic released Dracula for the Intellivision in March of 1983. Now, in this game, programmed by Alan Smith, you play as the titular vampire who must wander the streets by night, claiming victims for their fresh blood, and then scurrying back to your grave before daybreak. Now, at the time, Dracula was criticized by some as being too violent for youngsters. Even for the time, I think it's pretty tame considering the sanguineous nature of the subject matter, but let's give it a spin, and you be the judge.
And with that little tune, we are greeted to Imagic's Dracula. Now, copyright here is 82, so it must have been in development 82, released in 83. I also have the overlay for the controller down here below me, so you can see that. You only really use it, mostly only use it to start the game, but you do tap it occasionally when you want to see the score. So the goal of the game, so what you're seeing right here on the title screen is this is the graveyard, and the yellow block back there, that is Dracula's crypt or his tomb. Each level is a day, so it's the evening where Drac wakes up, comes out of his tomb, walks out that gate, and has an increasingly higher number of victims he needs to claim that night before 6 a.m. when the sun comes up and he's dead. So there's some variation throughout the course of the game. It gets more and more victims and more challenging, but really once you get to about the third level or so, it's just more victims. It doesn't get any more difficult that I have noticed. So if I tap on the numbers there, so you can see I can tap on the first row of numbers, they'll pick between 1, 2, or 2 cooperative players. The co-op is interesting, I'll talk about in a second. 2-player standard, as you would imagine, is just taking turns each day. And then you have options, easy, medium, or hard. And really, they just come down to number of victims, frequency of enemies, and on the hard level, there's a 5 p.m., there's a lack of an allowance to go home after 5 p.m., even if you have not got the required number of victims, by which I mean on easy and medium, if you don't have all the required victims, you can still go back and not end the game by just going back to your crypt. But on hard, if you have not satisfied the day, you're going to die. It's going to be the end of the day. So that's why it's the harder level. Other than that, the game doesn't change the difficulty of the overall game, just the requirements and allowances in the game. So I'm just going to start let me start the hard mode just so you can see all the elements, because all the elements are there on the first day. And then you just click down on the start, which is between the gate there. So there you go. You start your day. You come out as a bat. And right away, you are walking the streets. Now, little elements. So let me pause here. That's a constable, this blue and yellow guy. That is somehow is a cop roaming the streets. He guess he knows you're a vampire, and he throws stakes at you. But they don't kill you. They just stun you for a second. And you can bite him occasionally, but it doesn't kill him. It just stuns him for some reason. But anyway, there is a way to deal with him. So let's continue to move along. He's throwing stakes at me. Now you have 2 buttons, well 3 buttons really. You have this attack where Drac gets this fangy bite, which is really funny. You can also turn into a bat at any time. Now, you see that pink or purple thing is a vulture. So you have, depending on whether or not you're Dracula or the bat, whoa! You have, if he carries you off the screen, your game is over. So I quickly turn back into Drac. If you are a bat, you can travel faster and the constable can't hit you with the stakes, but you can be carried off the screen by the vulture, as you saw. Okay, so here comes a victim that looks, for some reason, like Steve Austin. Da-da-da-da. Come back, Steve. Somebody go try to bite Steve. Oh, missed him. Come on, get him, get him. Oh, I got stabbed. And bite him. Ugh. And bite him. There, he just turns into a 50 point. So right away, let me pause here. Let me say, what's so bloody about that? You attack a guy, he disappears entirely, turns into a 50, and your character gets some more blood. But you don't see any blood. There's nothing bloody about it. That's why I think it's kind of tame. You know, but just makes the subject matter is the whole thing. I'll also note that at any point, you can tap any key on the keypad to bring up the HUD that's down there on the bottom. So on the left, you see that 100. That's your current score. The 6, the green 6, that's how many victims you still need to claim today. Then to the right of that is a timer. Well, it's not a timer, it's a clock. It's what time is it? You need to be back in your crypt by 6 a.m. when sun comes up. Also, you'll notice the, let's move over here to the, don't stab me. Over here we can see more of the horizon there. The sky that's currently black will get progressively lighter until eventually I think it turns like red, like it's almost daybreak. You need to get back to the graveyard then. Now, one other important thing of note is that if there aren't any victims roaming the street, you can knock on doors to invite them out. So you see the little green eyes in the window there? That shows that somebody is in that apartment. You can walk up and knock on the door. He'll come rushing out and stun you for a moment, so you can't just attack him on the way out. But then you have someone to chase. They're actually smart, though. If you have done something vampire-y in the vicinity of that door, they won't come out because they know that you're a vampire. But if you just walk up to a door and nothing's happened there, then they will come out. And I think I can get this guy out. There we go. Knocked on the door. Out he came. Constable is after me. Just got to chase him down. Hopefully bite him. Come on, Steve. There's 2 types of victims. There's the Steve Austin guy and a guy in a green hat. It's like he doesn't want to be eaten. There we go. 50 points. So now that I've gotten somebody, you can see that 5 victims left I have to get. Time has progressed. And also there's the little red vial there of blood. That's supposed to be your level of blood in Dracula, so that if your blood ever reaches 0, you'll also die. And interestingly, when you run around as the bat, that spends more blood than just walking around as a vampire for some reason. But, you know, it's a management of your resources. Now, I'm going to try to do, there's one more little variation, I guess, in the game, and that is you can choose to bite a guy and turn him into a zombie, and that zombie has the ability to kill the constable. But the time and effort it takes to catch the constable with the zombie takes more time, really, than the points you might gain, which is like an extra 75 points, because to drive the zombie, you have to drag the second controller out and move the zombie with your other hand in order to catch the constable. And of course, the constable is running away from you. So let me see if I can't turn this guy into a zombie so you can see it. Come on, I want the constable on screen. There he is. Now, I have turned the victim into a zombie. So if I change controllers, I grab the other controller. I don't have 2 here, so I'm changing between them. I can chase him, but it's tough to catch him. Move him, move Dracula, move the zombie. Like, he's getting away. I couldn't possibly catch him. And he's only a zombie for like 10 seconds, and then he just dies, and you get the 50 points for him. And I've never been able to catch the constable. I think it's just more trouble than it's worth, maybe, to try to chase down use the zombies to chase him down. And since you can, anytime you can just disable the constable by just biting him, he's not going to be that big of a problem. And that's pretty much what Dracula has to offer. It's very simple. Other than its theming, being Dracula themed, it's not it's not a radically super great invention of a game. It just kind of relies on, and the bloodiness, right? The criticism. Have you seen the blood? I mean, maybe getting stabbed with a stake is the most dramatic thing that happens to me in this game. Okay, I'm going to try a points run, of course, of Dracula to see how well I do. Before I do, I want to remind you that, hey, with the holidays coming up, check out our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Original designs by independent artists. We're talking about stuff on hats and t-shirts and mugs and pins and whatever you're looking for. You get a logo of Gen X Grown Up, or I checked, a lot of great Dracula designs. As you can imagine, Dracula is public domain, so nobody's stopping anybody from making cool Dracula shirts. So pop over and get yours when you're looking for something nerdy for the gift recipient in your life. Okay, I want to check this out, see what I can do. It's a low-scoring affair. You got like 50 points for every person you get. 50 points for every hour you arrive early. It's a few hundred points is what you're going to get. So I'm going to do a single player. I'm going to do easy game. And here we go. And there I am. I only have 3 victims tonight, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Nope. Oh, there's a victim out already. Let's get him. Got him. Okay, now let's see if this guy saw me or not. Am I too close to him? Yep, that was too close, so he knew the jig was up, so let's try this door. There he is. Da-da-da-da. Come on, Steve. Oh, missed him. There's 2. I can tap a button. You say I just have 1 to get. I have 100 points now. That guy saw me getting Steve Austin, so no dice there. I can check the time. It's only 1:21. Just 1 more victim to get. This should be pretty easy. If he's not on the street, there's a guy in that window. There he is. The old green hat dude. Let's go and bite him. Got him. And that's it. I can head to the... Ooh, now you see the wolf that's after me. The wolf will come after you once you've gotten all the victims. He's like the equivalent of the vulture for Dracula. Whereas the vulture tries to get... when you're a bat, the wolf will try to get you when you're Dracula. I didn't even look what my requirement is. 4 tonight. So I need 4 victims tonight. All right. There's 1. Great. He probably saw me. Let's go east this way. I'm not sure if this map wraps around or not, but oh, there's a guy already out. Now, on the 2-player version where you both get to play at the same time, your controller 2 is the victim. And every time you try to lunge and try to bite your victim and don't get him, it gives your opponent 5 points. So, as you're dodging, come here, Steve. Oh, Bionics can't help you now. I need 1 more guy. 1 more guy. Yep, there he is. It'll be my last guy for this second day. And, you know, you can be the bat, but the vulture comes out, like, right away when you're the bat. Oh, there's the dog. He just slows you down. See, there's the vulture. He can carry you, but as long as you turn back into Dracula, you won't get carried off. So... And you burn more blood when you're traveling with the bat, as I said, so not great. So here we go. Finished our second day. There's our bonus. All right, night 3. How are we doing? 850 points. Oh, now we have the constable. Night 3, we have 5 victims to get. Get him! Oh, would you stop hitting me? I'm going to bite him. There, I froze him. Haha. Now, where's my victim? Come back. Got him. All right. So got him. Still got 4 to get. It's 1:27 in the morning. I'm just a normal guy that wants to say hello on the street in the middle of the night. Don't mind me. The control's a little wonky, too. Like, sometimes I feel like you get frozen when you try to lunge. Maybe that's intentional. I don't know. There's another one. All right, probably can't get that guy. Let's try another window. Got him. All right. I like to stay kind of toward the graveyard if I can. So when you do satisfy the requirements, you don't have far to go, you know. The bat, get away from this guy. Come here, Steve. Up past him. Come on. Got him. All right. How are we doing now? I have 1 guy left to get. It's 4:10. So I've got to get 1 more and get back to the graveyard. Is it this way? I hope I'm not lost. Let's go. Get him. Got him. All right. So that's all they need. It's 4:42. I got to make my way. I got to find the graveyard. I think it's this way. There's the wolf after me. There's the graveyard. All right, let's turn back into Dracula. No. See the red sky? That means it's after 5. That means I really need to hurry. Get up there. Woo! Just made it. Take my bonus. Smaller bonus because it was late. Night 4. This is usually where I die. This is usually it. All right, I have 6 victims to get. There's a victim out on the street already. If you knock and nobody comes out and you know he hasn't seen stuff. Da-da-da-da. Got him. So how we doing? Tap a button. 3 left to get. Now we know he saw us because we just got Steve Austin, so little knock. There we go. Green hat dude. Ready to be a victim, I'm sure. Excited about the evening ahead. Gotcha. 2 left. Got him. 1 left. It's only 243. I'm doing all right. The isometric control is sometimes tough because up is up to the right and down is down to the left whenever you have isometric controls, you know what I mean? So that should wrap up the night. Oh, decent bonus. Okay. Night 5. I'm doing great. Surprisingly well. Yeah, I see ya. Let's go get the red guy. Nope. Oh, so you have 2 different attack buttons. There's a zombie button and a regular attack button. I should just stop using the zombie button. Oh, look, he came back. Go get him. Go get him. Yeah, he timed out. That guy's pretty good at dodging me, I'll tell you. Got him. Great. So how are we doing? Got 3 left. It's already 3:22, though. Now, I can go back home after 5 a.m., even if I haven't satisfied the requirements, because I'm not playing on the hard mode. So I get an option to give up early if that's kind of how things are going. You know what I mean? Okay, is that one more? 1 more. He probably saw me. Let's fly over here, look for 1 more. I can't believe I'm making it so far. All right, I better go back to the... Ah, quit it. I need to go back to the graveyard. Whew, just barely. So made it to night 6. 2,200 points. I'm pretty stunned. 8. Yeah, you need 8 people. I can't imagine. I could barely do 5, you know? I think you could get better at this over time, but it just means you get to play it longer, and it doesn't have that much variety, is the thing. You know, as interesting as it is, as neat as a concept, just not much variety in the gameplay. Back on the street, chase down a few guys, go back home. Got him. No. Whew, he almost carried me off. Got him. How we doing? It's 2:30. Got 4 people left. Got him. All right, let's go this way. Ah! Oh no! I was right on the edge and the vulture carried me off. I don't think I would have made it much further anyway, so 2,500, that might be the best I've ever done. I really stuck with it and tried to get the best score that I could, but... So you can see, and bloody? I mean, other than a little vial of blood to show you how much blood you have left, not very bloody, really. Just the tone of Dracula maybe and the ominous music, but that's Imagic's Dracula from 1983.
In 1984, Electronic Games Magazine awarded Dracula their Certificate of Merit for Video Game of the Year under 16K. It's a sign of the times. While I'll agree that the presentation is quite nice for the time, I personally find the gameplay to be a bit too formulaic and repetitious to keep me coming back. Unless, of course, Halloween is fast approaching, in which case a game or two of Dracula is a great way to celebrate the spooky season. In 1981, Centuri released Vanguard into arcades in North America. Now, it was notable for the inclusion of horizontal, vertical, and diagonally scrolling backgrounds, and the ability to fire lasers from your ship in 4 directions using 4 separate fire buttons on the control panel. How would all of this translate to the Atari 2600 just 1 year later? In the mid-80s, translating arcade games to home consoles was all the rage. Even though the systems like the 2600 and Intellivision didn't have anywhere near the capabilities of their stand-up cousins, just bringing a version of the game home was an attractive proposition. So, when Atari asked Dave Payne to convert Vanguard with all its multi-scrolling and directional firing to the 2600, well, it was no small assignment. But surprisingly, his port of Vanguard is among some of the most arcade accurate for the system. Let's give it a spin.
Ah, yes, my old friend Vanguard. So you power it up and it goes into a demo mode, kind of an attract mode. And it'll give you a tour of the different levels of the game. Like it starts here in the mountain zone, a couple players die, it'll go on to the next zone. Your goal in Vanguard is to go through all the different regions and reach the Mystery City at the end and destroy the Gond, G-O-N-D, Gond, who is this evil entity, this monster at the end, who is... he's been wreaking havoc. You know, it's a space shooter. There's a bad guy you have to get to the end and blow up. And if you do, then it's then it becomes faster and harder and more challenging. You know the deal. So let's start with buttons. So game select just lets you pick between 1-player and 2-player game, which is all you see, the 1-2 changing there. On this screen, it'll always show your map, and then it will show the current player, and then at the bottom it shows your game select how many players in this game, 1 or 2. And the map kind of shows you an idea of how you're going to work your way through the map to get these tunnels to get to the Gond at the end. Then difficulty switches, that's where they addressed how you handle the fact that the original Vanguard could shoot in 4 directions. And you can see the ship here in the demo mode is shooting in 4 directions, but you just have one button. You just have one joystick. How are you shooting in all those directions? So the difficulty switches allow you to pick the version of shooting in different directions that best suits you. The one that I do is just the standard, novice difficulty. It's not harder or more difficult, it's just whichever one makes more sense. There's a combination of like B and B behaves a certain way where it's always firing and you can shoot in other directions with the joystick, or you can hold down the button to not fire. I'll put up a little excerpt here from the manual and you can see kind of the general ways that you can handle shooting, but I'm going to do it on novice. And throughout the game, you travel these different zones, and we'll talk about them. But let me start a game right quick, just to show you. Not a lot of sound, except when you actually shoot something. So you can hear that. So if I don't hit anything, he's always shooting forward. That's automatic. And then when you move up, down, left, right, he shoots in that direction also. Now that's true of the BB version of shooting. If I hold down the button, you can move faster without shooting anybody. So you can see I hold down the button, I can navigate a little better. But you're in danger of getting hit by someone. Additionally, you should see I'm losing ships as I show you. You start with 5 ships, and you can gain an extra ship at 10,000 and 50,000. Now, through the course of the game, kind of like Scramble or River Raid, you need to gather energy. So there's a bar at the bottom of the screen there. It's got the orange bar that's getting shorter. It's I think it's like 40 seconds long, and every second is a little notch. But every time you shoot a bad guy, it gains 1 second. So you need to be shooting bad guys at a rate of about 1 per second, or you're going to crash and run out of fuel, run out of energy. Now, throughout the game, you have a variety of different enemies. In a minute, we're going to try to do a full playthrough of the game, at least through one level, just to see all the different areas. But that's where the variety of Vanguard came from, the different scrolling, the different enemies. They packed there. See, I moved on to the next area, so I have a vertical scrolling area. They couldn't do the horizontal, which I can forgive the 2600 for, but they were able to handle vertical and horizontal scrolling throughout the course of development of this game. And it's using a pretty good variety. Oh, boom. Also worth noting is how the scoring works in Vanguard, and it's pretty straightforward. It's just different amount for different enemies. I'll put up this excerpt from the manual you can take a look at. You can see, and I think even when you get to the second tunnel, I think I read there's a multiplier. I won't swear to that, but yeah. The other cool thing is that when you die, at least on the first level, you get a chance to continue. This is often lauded as the first or one of the first home arcade games that gave you a continue option. I feel like there might have been earlier ones, but I can't for the life of me remember. Anyway, as an arcade game at least, it was one of the first ones that allowed you to continue your game, then put in more quarters, but it did give you all your lives back. You stayed where you were, but it resets the score. Now we're in the Stick Zone. In the arcade game, this was called the Styx, S-T-Y-X Zone, like the River of the Dead. But they changed it to Stick, maybe because, I don't know, they thought Styx was too morbid to be in this game for the home console. But it's called the Stick Zone because of all these stalactites and stalagmites that are sticking up and down, the appearance of sticks coming up out of the ground. And on the topic of energy, you have these little energy pods. See, I'm just passing one there, that little E. This is probably the thing, if you never played Vanguard, you will at least recognize the Flight of the Valkyrie sounds from Flash Gordon when you get this. And for a little while, you're invincible, you can smash into anybody you want to, but you can't shoot. But you move around quickly, and then it runs out after about 10 or 15 seconds, I think. And those appear not in every level, but in many levels. You get them here in the mountain zone. You get them later in the, I think it's called the rainbow zone. Later on, you have an option, but if you can grab it, then you can smash bad guys willy-nilly. Their bullets can't hurt you, and you can ram into them. And then at warning, pew, 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 and you're back to... It does seem to fill up your energy, though, which is quite nice. So if you're running low on energy, not only does it give you invincibility, it gives you energy. And your goal, of course, throughout the game, just get the high score. Get as far as you can. All right, so I'm going to do a full tour of the game. In the course of doing it, we'll call out all the different enemies and all the different zones. I'll try to make it all the way through at least one of the tunnels. Before I do, of course, the holiday season is coming up. Look, Halloween is here. You're going to start purchasing stuff for friends and family for the holidays. Please remember our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where we have original creations by independent designers that you can get on t-shirts and hats and mugs and stickers and make great gifts. And every item you purchase not only gets you something cool, but goes to support independent content creation just like we do here on GenXGrownUp. Okay. With that, I'm going to restart this game. Let's put it on a one-player game. We'll see what we can do as best as we can, so wish me luck on a run-through of Vanguard. All right, so these first ones, these are called mists for some reason. The little Yars-looking ships, they're called mist ships. I don't know why you get that name. But their deal is, of course, that they kind of do that little zigzag thing, which is kind of a pain. Now, it would be easy to just sort of stay safe, stay low, don't get hit. But if you do that, you're going to run out of that energy at the bottom of the screen. So you can't just do that. There's a lingering guy up here. Let's zap him. Oh, he got away. All right, so now we move on to the next enemy type. These defender-looking ships are called Harley rockets. Okay? They look like defender ships to me. They're just very narrow and hard to shoot because they're so skinny. Otherwise, they're not that challenging. They don't do a little zigzag thing like the mist ships do. They're generally pretty easy to deal with. And this region is called the mountain region, for obvious reasons, I think. It looks kind of mountainous here. Yeah, it's easy to get caught up and just try to stay alive and not shoot enough ships, especially here in the mountain region. So I'm always afraid that I'm going to run out of energy. So you've got to get aggressive, and sometimes that leads to danger, you know? I feel like I'm just about at the end of the mountain region, at which point we'll turn and be traveling south down that tunnel. It's really kind of, there's this, there we go, there's this give and take of when you can stop shooting to move a little bit faster, and when you need to shoot in order to keep your energy up, right? So there's a couple of these balloons left. These balloons, by the way, I should have told you, these are called helm balloons, look like little balls. Apparently you pop them with your laser. And this region is called the Bleak Zone, I think. I think that's right. Or maybe it's the Rainbow Zone. I can't keep them straight. Maybe this is the Bleak Zone. But maybe we'll turn here. Yep, so we're going to turn now. Yep, and this should be, yep, this is the Styx region. No energy in this area. Maybe there is. I think there's not. I think there's no place to set them, so you have to get all your energy by shooting bad guys, and you don't get that cool music at any point in this region. And we're fighting the Harley ships again, little defender-looking guys. There's quite a variety of enemies and regions to look at, which kind of keeps the game fresh, I think. You know, so instead of the exact same thing over and over, even though it is just a space shooter, or tunnel shooter, I guess, there's plenty to look at and plenty of variety in the game, which I appreciate. Have you got to 10,000 yet? I'll get an extra ship at 10,000. I've lost a couple, but I would like to... I'd like to have an extra one in reserve if I'm going to make it to the end and defeat the Gond. Whoa! Sometimes I just go too long without shooting anything, so my energy's down around half now, which is bad news. Oh, back to still in the Styx zone, but we're back to the mists now, those Yars-looking enemies. And they can be tricky. The way they stop and zigzag unexpectedly often causes me heartache. To get in my way. And they're hard to shoot. I'm almost out of energy. I gotta shoot guys fast because I'm running out of energy badly. Elf needs food badly. Oh, and I died. Well, at least like my energy refilled. I'm almost at 10,000. There's too much left in this game. I gotta make it to the end. Come on, hang in there. Almost to an extra life at least. Come on, more bad guys. Shoot him, shoot him. All right, he ran out. All right, so now we're going vertical. So let's see what we have now. All right, so more of these balloon things. More of these helm balloons. Oh, I just got my extra man. 10,000 points. Hooray. That's good timing. Now, in a moment, we're going to get to what I think is the most interesting and varied part of the game. There's this rainbow zone or Stripe Zone it's called. I think it's the Stripe Zone. I can't keep them straight. Maybe this is the Rainbow Zone. It doesn't matter what they're called, honestly. This last guy, now we should move on. All right. Yeah, so here's that Stripe Zone, and we do have energy things on the wall again, so we can pick those up. They're naturally occurring, I guess. And even this deep in the game, there's still new enemies to see. You got the things stuck on the wall here, you got this guy shooting, and you have those sliding blocks that can't be destroyed. The bigger problem here, though, is that there's not enough enemies to waste. You got to kill as many as you can, because if you run out, you'll run out of fuel, you know? And you can see my fuel's going down. There's just not that many bad guys to get. Let's try this side for a change. Go back and forth, guys. Get past this. Yep. Whew. Let's go back to the other side. That was a little easier. Yep. Get to him. So we got a guy shooting on the wall. Come on. Yeah. Whew. So we still have one more zone we've never seen before, plus the Gond at the end. So for a 2600 game of the time, it's a lot of variety, I think. Now, what this doesn't have that the arcade game had was in-game music, you know? Constant music that would play. Oh, now we've got... All right, so we're back to another Rainbow Zone before we get to the Bleak Zone and the remaining enemies we haven't seen yet. Okay, so this is the Bleak Zone, and this is a new enemy called the Kimlus or Kimlus, K-E-M-L-U-S, and you can ride these little snake things 3 times. After 3 times, they'll kill you. So I usually do 1 or 2 of them, and then not do the third one, because the third one is, after the third one, they'll kill you. But there's lots of points to be had. So, you know, keep shooting them. They're not too fast. They're easy to shoot. I have 1 more free ride on the Kimlu. Okay, new enemy. These are called Ramitas, these bomb things. Again, pretty slow, easy to tackle. Just keep shooting left and right to get them. Eventually, we finish this, we're going to get to the Gond. That's the bad guy at the end. And the trick with him is you want to be careful not to shoot too much. I'm going to pause here. You want to be careful not to be shooting when you first get to him, because the later you wait to shoot him, the more points he's worth. So I'm going to not be shooting, so hold down my button for a little bit and dodge his bullets, and then try to defeat him as late as possible before my timer runs out. So here we go. Okay, so there he is. So I'm not shooting right now. I'm just dodging these bullets. Be careful not to get shot. Stay pretty far away from him. And that wall coming up, you see I gotta watch out for that. Let's get him. Okay, we zapped him, and then you go on to the second tunnel, and things are moving quite a bit faster. As you can see, I couldn't get down to that energy. Now, I think you can't even continue when you lose here. Oh, we'll find out if I keep dying. I was trying to get to that energy. I think once you get to the second level, the second tunnel, you can't continue. Oh, I can't even get down to those energy tanks. Another extra man at 50 grand? I don't expect to get there. I don't think it's going to happen. I never get very far in the second tunnel. That's true of the arcade game and here on the Atari. Oh, mix them up. Now we're going straight to the Bleak Zone, which is moving really quickly, as you can see. Already got to another one. Oh, just got to get through this. Oh, ran into him. Last life, 44 grand. Yeah, this is nearly over. Able to shoot him around the corner. Run past him. Whoa, I ran into the wall. Oh, well. Yeah, 47 grand. I'm not ashamed of that. That's not too bad for a run at Vanguard. So you can see the variety that's in there, all the different scrolling, the multi-directional shooting. Pretty good job considering 1982 on the 2600 at a time when converting arcade games was kind of hit or miss, as we know. Vanguard was one of the better ones.
Vanguard's advertising touted 6 games in 1, referring to all the different regions of the tunnel you battle through. Now, that seems like a bit of a stretch to me, but even though it's not quite 6 different games, the differing environments and enemies at least provides plenty of variety in the spaceship shooting arena. Now, I remember it very well from my youth. I have a very specific memory of my mom buying it for me from an electronics boutique in our local mall, and I was reading the instruction manual in the car all the way home, eager to plug it in and defeat the Gond. So that memory, along with the quality of Vanguard, is what brings me back to it all these years later. Burger Time, the classic arcade game released in 1982 by Data East, is a well-known favorite with a number of sequels across a variety of platforms, and I thought I'd seen them all. Up until a viewer suggested I cover Diner for the Intellivision. Diner is a somewhat unofficial Burger Time sequel that appeared on the Intellivision console in 1987. Now, it started life as a Masters of the Universe game, but Mattel observed that Burger Time was outselling the Masters of the Universe game, and so since they still had the rights to Burger Time and the characters from Data East, they tapped Ray Kestner to adapt the prototype into a Burger Time sequel, and thus, Diner was born. Now, from everything I've read, Diner only ever appeared as a cartridge for Intellivision and has never been redistributed since, which explains why I'd never heard of it. Just another data point for why video game preservation efforts are so crucial. With that then, let's check out Diner.
Welcome to Diner for Intellivision. There's the diner, the flashing eat sign. Now, the first thing that's pretty cool that this title does that I didn't see many titles anywhere do is instructions. Burger Time sequel, avoid enemy food, kick the food balls to the bottom, roll over enemies, freeze enemies with pepper. Like, there's the instructions. Now, there's a little more nuance to it, but that's basically what you need to do. How frequently did games, I mean, this is 87, but console games especially, have any kind of in-game tutorial? That's the first positive in favor of this game is the fact that, oh, look, and credits? Look at this, there we go. Even more, look at this is so much more like an arcade game when I started playing it. Now, part of it was like, oh, well, it's a sequel to Burger Time, so it feels more arcadey. But just in the way, you'll see it in the scrolling as it goes between levels and the intermissions and stuff. Just all of it makes it feel like a really nice sequel. And I'm sad that it like died here on the Intellivision and never saw the light of day again. But okay, so let me start. So to start, you're going to use, below me is the little gamepad thing. And I have to invoke the on-screen one here. So I've got to come up and push start how many players. I'm going to say 1 and then push enter, and then I have to say what level 1 and then push enter. I'm going to start it and I'm going to pause it for a moment. So little opening screen I think is fantastic there. Okay, now your object looks, first of all, the game looks like this, which is really neat. Well done on the Intellivision. You have to avoid the food. You get all of the food balls to the plate at the bottom. So if you look at the bottom of the screen there's this thing at the bottom that looks like not much right now, but it's a little plate. It's where you're trying to get all the food. And if you look around the screen, I count right now 1, 2, 3, 4 food balls. That can change over time. So they call the food balls by color. So what do they say? They say yellow, like this, is macaroni. Green are heads of lettuce. White is rice balls. Tan are mashed potatoes. And red are meatballs. I think mostly it's whatever color they had available on the level with the color palette that they had. But and then you have 5 lives to accomplish this. And you have 5 peppers. Now, if you know Burger Time, you know that pepper can be used to stun enemies. Same idea here. And you have you can gain extra peppers by getting pickup food. Now, in Burger Time, it was like French fries or something. Same deal here, like fries and shakes and stuff. They will appear. If you pick them up, you get 250 points plus 1 extra pepper. And if I just unpause this for a moment to get guys. So in the upper left, next to the hot dog, is how many lives I have. And the upper right is how many peppers I have in reserve. And then finally in the center, right behind Peter Pepper there, my chef, is my score. What else I can tell you real quickly? 50 points for kicking the balls of food. Yeah, I think that's most of the things. Let's unpause here and walk around. So it's this kind of little 3/4 isometric thing. You walk around, you kick the food. If it runs over the bad guys like that, you get points, and it multiplies. So if you can run over 2 bad guys, it's 1,000. And 3 bad guys with 1 food ball, it's 2,000 or something. Anyway, it progresses. There's several problems, though. When you kick the food balls, you pause briefly. So a little kick animation there happens. And if a guy's chasing you, that could be a really bad deal. So you navigate down here. Let's kick one onto the plate. There's 1. Oh, and up top there's a special. That's a side order. That's going to be a bonus if I can get to it in time. That's a shake. See how quickly it went away? There's almost no time to get to those. You pretty much they have to appear in front of you. Collision detection is sketchy at best. And you can only have 1 food ball rolling at a time. Now, if you want points, there's no timer. So if you want points, maybe you kind of hang out down here and wait till some food arrives and kick it. Now, the foods, also known as rotten foods, the only one making a return is... Oh, get him, got him. Oh, and down it goes. little celebration. Only a hot dog is back from last time. They've added a banana, cherries, and Mugsy, who is a mug of root beer. Now you want to get all the food balls down to the bottom. In this case, again, there are 4 on this screen. Every 4 levels, you get this bonus level, which is called the Blue Plate Special. And rather than that little celebration at the end, what you'll instead get is a bunch of food balls falling from the top of the screen. Apparently, the more bonus items you picked up, the more of those will fall. You just have to avoid the flashing ones. But this whole thing, you saw like you go between screens and it scrolls. It feels so arcadey in a way that would have blown my mind. Like if I lived outside of my little Atari bubble, boom, there we go. I would have discovered this, I would have played this, I would have loved this. You see how it scrolls from screen to screen when you finish a level? The other interesting thing is, yes, you can hit guys with pepper. Yes, you can roll them over with food. But when you roll them over with food, it doesn't kill them. It just stuns them in that place. You get points, but it only stuns them. And I'll show you what I mean. Let me roll one. Come on, let's try to get this guy. Got him. So yeah, 500 points, but don't just stand there, because watch, that 500 will turn right back into him. So you gotta be careful. Don't allow yourself to get like, oh, I've killed this guy, I'm in good shape. Because when he comes back, he's gonna appear right where you hit him. You see the way you play the game. Now they add more things later in the game that you'll see when I try to do my points run, like they add pieces of floor that open and close. They have little like Crystal Castle style elevators. Look, I got 2 of them, so I got 1,000. That's how that doubles up. But poof, they pop right back up where I hit them, as I noted. Also, it looks like you can step past that guy, but collision detection on this is really, really sketchy. It has that ET problem where it's not just gauging where your feet are, it's wherever you are. Come on, get it, get it, get it. See how they caught me there? They should not have caught me because I wasn't on the same like Z-axis with them, but what are you gonna do? Anyway, so that is how you play Diner, which is this, sad that it's an unofficial sequel to Burger Time. I would have loved for this to be an official sequel and been everywhere and ported to everything. Sadly, it wasn't. But having just discovered this game and having played it a lot over the past week, I'm going to do a points run on this game. I'm going to do the best that I can. Look at my walkthrough, I got almost 10,000, so I ought to do okay. Before I do, as always, I want to remind you, with the holidays coming up, if you're looking for cool, nerdy stuff for the nerd in your life that you have to give a gift to, please remember our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. All sorts of cool original designs on hats and t-shirts and mugs and stickers and phone cases and everything. And yeah, do we have Burger Time designs? Yeah, we do. Plenty of them. Well worth checking out. So remember our merch store as the holidays roll around here and you're looking to, you want to support independent creators and support videos like this here on GenXGrownUp. Okay, so I've reset the game. We're going to start once more. Here we go. All right, Peter Pepper. Let's see. Let's start here. Right there we go. Start right away by kicking that ball. Oh, there's a shake up there. No way I'll get there in time, so I'm not even going to bother trying. Let's go up and get this last food ball in level 1. There it goes. Filled the plate. Level 2. Here we go. All right, start down here. Kick this macaroni ball down. Even the level design is pretty interesting. Each one is a little different, especially as you'll see as I get to levels 4. It's 4 and on, where they start to introduce the new mechanics. We'll run past him, that was close. I'm going to have to use some pepper here, or I'm going to be stuck. I got both of them, let's run past them quick, because they'll just unstun. There they are, yep. There's another one on the plate, last one here. Whoop. There we go, and the level you're on I didn't mention, lower right there, level 2 it says, and then now it says level 3. So here we go. Run past this guy. Oh, see, I should have been running past him. Oh, it's a cheap death if you ask me. Down and down. There we go. Get past all these guys. Finally, I have a fighting chance here. Use my pepper to get down past him. So this should lure a bunch of guys to the right side of the screen, so I work my way back to the top and around, right? There's that one. There's another one. There we go. Hit that. Ha ha ha! Oh! Another kick on it. Pick up a cocktail. There's a bonus item. That's an extra pepper. That's good news. A timer would make this game a lot harder, so I'm grateful that it doesn't have a timer. Because you have to backtrack a lot if you want to try to dodge all the bad guys, you know? There's one. I do like the little kick animation where his foot comes out. Kick, like that. There we go. All right, so now level 4 is where they start adding the changing maps. You see how like things open and close? You can see that there, I'm sure. And apparently the bad guys can fall into it also, although I've not seen it happen. Let's kick that. Oh no. It's almost like a memory game. Like you need to remember where these things appear and disappear. Because there's no forgiveness if they open up underneath you. Give this guy a kick. Straight across. Alright, now where's... Wow, that went away. So let's go get this. Looks like fries, maybe. Let's go get that. Now, at the end of this level, we'll get the bonus, the blue plate special, where all the food starts falling from the sky. Alright, now let's get this last one. Whoa, and I fell in the hole? Oh, I didn't. It saved me. Alright, so here's the bonus. So you want to catch anything that's not flashing. So that one's great. Oh, I missed that one. The flashing's bad. Don't get that one. There's a couple over here. And they say the more the bonus items you picked up during the game, the more will fall. And we got an extra man because we're at over 20,000, so yay! After a bad start. Oh, this is cool. So now this is white. These are rice balls, right? Love to kick this hot dog. Let's see. Oh, it went the wrong way. It's all right. Let's come down here. Now here's the problem since you can only kick one food ball at a time. I'd like to kick all these quickly, but it's just not happening. I gotta do them one at a time. Alright, I gotta work my way back up to get that 5th one. There's a ladder. So they'll come down. There we go. Lure them down, then we can go up. It's pretty easy to fool them, as I said, with just XY coordinates. They'll try to do what they can to get where you are. They're not too smart about planning their path beyond that. There we go. Build that plate of rice balls. 27-9 with 3 guys left. I like the little elevators. That's cool. Yeah, take me up there. That's kind of a shortcut. I like it. Ooh, got it. Yeah, at least those elevators don't hurt you. That's great. Oh, the banana reconstituted. Dang it. It's so easy to forget because in my mind, when you kill a bad guy, like the Ghost in Pac-Man, you know, he's got to work his way back to the pen to reconstitute. These guys just come back right where you killed them. Oh, hamburger up there that I'm not going to get to. That's okay. We're finished this level. 29-9. Oh, this looks dangerous. Would you have played this as an arcade game? I certainly would have. I mean, in the arcade, on a machine. I'd have paid $0.25 for this. It does have some resemblances to, what was it? Peter Pepper's Ice Cream Parlor, I think it's called, where you kick balls of ice cream into cones. If you ever saw that one in the arcade. It reminded me of that a little bit the first time I saw it. One more in the lower right, so of course I've got to lure them to the upper left to give myself a chance to work my way down to the lower left. Which is pretty much what you did in the first Burger Time, right? You tried to lure guys away from you so you could go get to the pieces of burger that you needed to get to. So the nice thing here is that you actually have the ladder mechanism in and out. Okay, level 8. Oh, that's bad news. Yeah, whenever there's a race to get to something, I always lose that race, so don't do it. Go around him, just barely. You gotta be really far from him to do those little sidestep maneuvers. Got a guy. Oh, I'm stuck here. I'm gonna have to use a pepper. Which way's better? I think this way's better. Because that'll let me get across here. Limited ways to get... Oh! Gotta pepper him. That's only one pepper left. And I gotta use another one. Dang it! Alright, so that's my last pepper. I may lose a life here. Because I can't lure him away. He won't go anywhere. And I can try to go around him at the top. Alright. Ooh, I can't believe I got past him. I'd love to finish at least this level 8 so I can see another blue plate special. Oh, this banana's down here. I'm never going to get around him. Oh, I did! Oh, it's the last life. Come on, it's just the last food ball. Come on! Woo, I got it! Alright, we got one more pass at this food. I feel like it's getting more difficult now, and I'm not going to get much farther, but by golly, I'm trying. It's hard to navigate here to... Oh, these are flashing. Don't touch those. No, no, no! That just doesn't kill you, it just ends your round. But I catch one. But I got 40 grand. There's my extra man. So we get to see level 9. All right, we got one. Oh no! Still no pepper. Oh no, I'm stuck. Look at that, I'm stuck. Unless I get around this guy. Ah! Look, there's nowhere to go. You gotta just wait for him to get close and try to get down around him like that. Oh, that banana is right in the way. So I gotta try to stay low and then go up and around him. Just did. Oh, I couldn't kick that because one was already rolling. So I'm gonna come around and try to kick it to the left. Give myself some breathing room. There we go. Got a couple of them. Oh, but I can't get back up. This is just about the end, I fear. Come on, up and around. Okay, there's a ball there. There's only one way there, and they're blocking it. I gotta try to go around him. Nope, couldn't do it. All right, 45, 750. Level 9. Not too shabby. And a really cool 1987 sequel to Burger Time that I would have never known about because I lived in that little Atari shell, you know, and now that I'm coming out of it, learning more about Intellivision, look what the cool stuff there is to discover. Really, really fun.
Now, you may have noticed that the name of the diner, which appears on signs throughout the levels, is Ray's. Now, that's not a Burger Time reference, but rather the name of the programmer of both Burger Time and Diner for the Intellivision, Ray Kessner. Omega Race is a popular vector graphics shoot-'em-up released into US arcades by Midway in 1981. It was actually the only vector graphics game Midway ever produced. Now, as was the trend in the early 80s, translations of arcade hits for home consoles was a proven profit maker. So CBS Electronics swooped in and secured the rights to Omega Race. And it's that port for the Atari 2600 I'll be looking at next. In 1983, CBS Electronics tapped Alex Nevelson to develop the port of Omega Race for the Atari Video Computer System. And what Nevelson accomplished is a pretty faithful interpretation of the arcade game, but this particular version of Omega Race is better known for the packed-in peripheral, the booster grip. You see, the arcade controls included a spinner for rotating your spaceship, but then had two action buttons, one for thrust and another to fire. Now, rotating left and right with a joystick is fine, but CBS chose to include a joystick add-on called the Booster Grip, which adds a flight yoke grip and two fire buttons. The manual shows how to install and connect it, and once you do, your 2600 now has two extra action buttons, one for thrust and one for fire. Meanwhile, the original button on the base of your joystick can also be used to thrust. Now, as creative as this was, these days, it makes playing Omega Race on an original console impossible with a standard controller. Now, fortunately, we live in the future and can remap those booster grip controls to any button we choose via emulation, which is how we're going to play Omega Race right now.
So, upon firing up Omega Race, you see the copyright here, 1981 and 83. 81's the arcade, 83 is this port, and it lands you on the main play screen. The object of Omega Race, there's a little backstory. The Omegans, these are these enemies, have used this arena to train their warriors over the millennia. And they've become so proficient at fighting that any other enemies that might approach them are now terrified because they're so proficient. So they now travel the galaxy looking for competent, intelligent life who can give them a challenge, right? So basically they want to put you in this gauntlet and run you through the Omega Race, which is their training arena for combat. There's a real dig in the game. It says, we're looking for intelligent life that's worthy. Failing that, we found you. It's what it says in the manual. It's, okay, does it motivate me, I guess? Now, something that they did differently here with this vector game, if you think of like what Atari did with asteroids, and they kind of filled in things and made them solid, a solid asteroid and a solid ship, Omega Race kind of tries to preserve the aesthetic of the vector. So everything is just unfilled objects and straight lines. And so what you're seeing there is more similar to what you would have seen in the arcade. It's a choice, and I think it works pretty well here. Of course, there are limitations. You don't get the impact kind of explosions on the walls when you hit it. And when you bounce off the walls in the arcade, there's like a kind of a rubbery look of the walls. You don't have that. But you certainly have the basic outline. And on the 2600, a pretty decent conversion, I think. Okay, let me just start right quick so that we can... So you can see what's going on. There's a guy moving and he's shooting at me. I'll pause it right there. So on the screen, we'll do a quick tour of the screen. At the top, of course, is my score. It's 0 right now. I've not done anything. And then at the bottom left is the rack number. Now, I like that they called it rack here. Early arcade games used to call them racks, and I think it's a carryover from billiards when you would get all the balls in and then re-rack them. You finish a game of Space Invaders, and there's a second rack. In fact, Buckner Garcia used the term rack in the Defender song, I think. Got to get to the second rack or whatever. It just means wave or level, so the rack number is there. The lower right is the number of lives that you have. So you have 2 lives right now in reserve, and 1 is your ship that's currently on screen. So you start with 3 lives. Now you can earn extra lives every 30,000, 80,000, and 150,000 points. The last 2 are scores I've never seen, but apparently you get extra lives there. Though you can only have 4 in reserve. So if you're really good and you get to 150 and never died, you'll actually be robbed of a life, because you'll have gained 3 extra lives and only have 4 in reserve. But so let's talk about enemies. So the enemies that are moving around, you see these circles, well, they're ovals, I guess, but the drones at the bottom that aren't moving, the unfilled in ovals, those just sit there, and you can just shoot them. Now, once you get to the second level, past this kind of first training level, they start to kind of orbit around the arena, but right now they're static. The ship that's moving, that's filled in, is shooting at me. That's the command ship. Now, once you destroy the command ship, one of the drones will turn into a command ship and come after you. And then there's one more type of enemy that you'll see in a minute. They're called death ships. That's what they're called. The manual calls them ninjas of space. Now, something will turn into one of those, fly around, and try to, they'll drop little mines by photon mines that you don't have to destroy, but you do need to avoid and dodge. So let me unpause here. We'll play a little bit so you can see more. So you can see those other enemy types. Now, you've seen the scoring. A good strategy for scoring really is to not shoot all of the drones, because they're not worth as many points. You ought to take out, ideally, the command ship, and then a new drone will turn into a command ship and you get more points. All right, there's the death ship. You can see he's moving around quickly. He's firing on me. The command ship got me, and he's dropping little drones. You'll see him again in a second. Get that guy. There we go. And so as soon as I shot him, you see a drone turned into a new command ship. The little death ships are kind of a timer, I guess. Another limitation here is only 2 bullets on the screen at any given time. In the original Omega race, you could kind of just strafe the screen. Now here you kind of have to dodge, pick your shots carefully, like I did there. And you see the photon mines don't have to be destroyed. Little song plays. Gonna pause. Now I'm on rack 2. So it's a very straightforward arcade game. Your objective each level is to clear the screen of all enemies. The photon mines are optional. You can destroy them if you want. Every 4 waves, if you can make it 4 waves, you'll get an additional bonus. But as you can see here on this little excerpt from the manual, the scoring, basically it's risk-reward. The more dangerous the enemy, the higher the score. So do you want to survive longer, get more points that way? Or do you want to go after the high-value targets and risk losing a life? I guess it's just how good you are. Now, as far as options, there aren't many game options. Really, you can select from Game 1 or Game 2, and that's just a 2-player game. So Game 2 there, Game 1 here, 1 or 2-player game. The only real difference is they flip-flop the rack and score to the top and bottom. They rotate that, so Player 2's rack is up at the top and score is at the bottom, and they modify that. As far as difficulty switches, the difficulty switches have no impact on the gameplay, but they do on the control. So what they have done is, if you bought Omega Race and just have one of those booster grips, and because you can't play the game with just a regular joystick, you put the right difficulty, I forget if it's A or B, but you put it in one direction, and player 1 is stick 1 and player 2 is stick 2. That requires 2 of the booster grips. Alternately, what they've done is you put it in the other position, and both players basically swap off the stick 1, because, a kid would just have 1 of those booster grips. That's really the difference. With that, I'm going to do a points run and see how well I can do. I'm not great at this. Even the arcade game, I wasn't great. I only make it a couple of levels. I can get maybe 30, 40,000 on a good day. But before I do, especially with the holidays coming up, I want to remind you of our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get original designs based on games and movies and TV and pop culture, on shirts and hats and mugs and stickers, and get it delivered right to you. It's great for gift giving. It's great for giving something to yourself. And every purchase not only gets that gift for you, but supports independent content creation like you see here on GenXGrownUp. So please give it a thought. At least stop by and see what we have before you go Christmas shopping. You might find what you need over there at our store. All right. So let's start this thing up. Make sure I'm on game number 1. And let's do a points run and see how I can do. Good luck to me. Got him. Now, ideally, you kind of want to line yourself up with the enemies and then fire those 2 bullets you have, but sometimes that's more trouble than it's worth because lining yourself up with them also makes it easier for them to shoot you, you know? Also, you kind of want to stay moving because the math is pretty good here. It's going to do a good job of kind of trying to target you. Got it. So you got to be careful. Especially that death ship, he shoots at you and drops mines, so you know, a real problem. Come on. Got him. All right, that's rack 1. Okay, round 2. Now, you know, I really don't understand why the booster grip. I mean, pushing forward for thrust is perfectly acceptable. It's a great method of control. We all learned it in Asteroids. It's almost more like they just wanted to have a peripheral to make it interesting. You'll also know the enemies, there can only be 1 enemy bullet on the screen at a time, which is really important to pay attention to when things get hairy. Because if there's a bullet already on the screen, you know you can kind of approach the other bad guy. Let's get me. There's a mine over here that I've not thought he's coming around. Just keep moving. I just kind of work the circuit. You know, it's called a race. Ooh, ouch. There's a 1 man down. It's called an Omega race because you're kind of moving around. And I think that's the biggest tip that I would say for this game, which is keep moving. And work your way around. Follow the enemies that are working their way around the screen because their path... all right. Look, it resets the whole level when you lose a man, which is unfortunate because I was down to just a couple of enemies. But I guess, you know, at least I have a chance to get more points that way. There's more enemies for me to kill, right? Oh, there's the first extra man. Also known as the last extra man John will ever get. Oh, did he just disappear? Like he warped up here, didn't he? Whoa! Oh, just missed him. Oh, get him. Ah, I was close. Whoa, got him, the last second. That was a lucky shot. Rack 3? Could I possibly make it to rack 4? Now look how much faster they're moving. Plus you can have multiple command ships now, which is bad news. You really have to time out your 2 bullets. Because it's really easy. Oh, how did he not get me? Oh, 43,000? Oh, man. This is my last guy. It gets really hairy. And, of course, it's that drifty space control. There's 1 down. Try to keep away from who can shoot me. The 2 command ships up here. There's another one down. Whoa! Was that it? That was it. Around 50,000 even. I'll take that. It can be a pretty hectic game, and I've been practicing at it for a while. I don't think I've made it past rack 4, which is where you start getting the bonuses. So every 4, like after 4, you get a big bonus, and after 8, you get a big bonus. Yeah. So this is Omega Race from CBS Electronics for the Atari 2600. This was by request, so Jeremiah, this one was for you.
Another notable feature of this version of Omega Race is that it's one of only a few games that includes an extra 250 bytes, not kilobytes, bytes, of addressable memory right on the cartridge. CBS Electronics marketed this as RAM Plus and printed a badge advertising the feature right on the box. Now, Activision did something similar with Pitfall 2, but where you can see and hear the benefit there, that extra RAM for Omega Race, while surely helpful to the developer, I don't really see how that memory helped to improve this release. It feels more like a marketing stunt than a game changer. The game I've selected for this week's Friday Plays is among the rarest Atari 2600 cartridges, fetching hundreds of dollars, even loose. But I didn't select it because it's rare. I selected it because it's about eating until you explode. Here in the United States, it is the week leading up to Thanksgiving, which is a holiday where, among other things, we gorge ourselves in too much food and sides and stuffings and pies. And so I was kind of looking for a game that was about eating, and I'm like, oh, well, Pac-Man is out there. And I mean, there are games where you eat things, but nothing held a candle to Mangia Released in, I think, 1983 for the Atari 2600, Mangia came from SpectraVision and is literally about a little boy eating so much spaghetti that he eventually explodes. I'm not kidding. That's really all the game is about. I don't know. It's interesting. It's frustrating. It's weird, and it's worth taking a look at. Let's go.
So here is Mangia, which means in Italian, eat, to eat. And literally the concept of this game is you need to eat. Okay, as nice as this music is, let's turn it down a little bit. The concept of the game is your mom loves you so much, she's cooking spaghetti for you. Plate after plate after plate of spaghetti. And she's bringing them to you to eat. However, you can only eat so much spaghetti before you explode, or your table collapses, like it did there in the attract mode. You can only eat 20 bowls of spaghetti before literally you blow up and you die. That's it. That's what the game is. The way you have to keep from blowing up, though, is, so like in the first level, there's like 30 plates that you have to deal with and get eaten. You can either eat them, which you only can eat 20, or you can throw them to the cat. So if you look in the window up there, this cat appears periodically. Where are you at, cat? There he is, little kitty cat. You can throw the plate of spaghetti up to the cat, or as the dog passes under the table, where's the dog? Come on, puppy, there he is. That's a Sergio, the Italian dog, according to the instructions. You can throw the spaghetti down to him or up to Frankie, the Italian cat. And the reason they're Italian dogs and cats, apparently, is because Italian dogs and cats also like spaghetti. Whatever. Elsewhere on the screen, what's going on? At the top, you have a score that's just above that light. On the right-hand side, that's a picture of somebody. Looks like Mario-y looking kind of guy. He does no impact on the game. Of course, your boy sitting there at the table, you have the cat and the dog, and finally Mama, who's bringing spaghetti back and forth. So you get 4 chances. You get the starting player that starts on the screen, plus you see 3 lives at the bottom there, right? So 3 additional lives. And anytime you can lose by having the table break or by exploding. And those are the ways to die. The lower right is the number of plates Mama's going to continue to bring you in this level. And scoring is pretty much like on the first level. It's 5 points for each plate you deal with or have eaten. And then subsequent levels, which I've never seen, it gets more and more difficult to accomplish your goal. Now, the game select at the top there I'm doing is literally just 1 player, 2 player. That's all. Difficulty switches do nothing. And this music, as charming as it is, goes away, I think, when you start playing the game and you just get that phone ringing noise. So sound design here, not awesome, but so let me show you the idea. There we go. So music stops. She drops it on the table. I can pick it up. Now I'm holding it. I can eat it. That's one choice. As I pick it up, I can also throw it to the cat or to the dog. The catch is, if you throw it to the cat or the dog when Mama's facing you, or if you throw it to the cat or dog and miss, Mama will penalize you by now bringing 3 plates instead of just 1 to add to your misery of having to deal with all these plates. So let's see if I can throw 1 to the cat and not get caught. Let's see. There we go. There's 1 for the cat. You see the cat gobbled it up. Hopefully Mama didn't see me. Oh, she did. So 3 plates. She actually saw me throwing it. It's really challenging and difficult, and it's so not skill-based. Come on, where's the dog? Where's the dog? There he is. Turn around, Mama. To the dog. There we go. And the dog eats it. So I'm just eating. So I still have 18 coming. I just turned yellow. So that's your first warning that you need to be careful. And the cat appears and disappears without warning. Oh, see, he disappeared as I tried to throw it. And so I got 3 plates of food instead of 1. You can only throw to the dog when he's right under the table. Go, Mama. And I missed because he's only there at a certain amount of time. You see how quick the cat comes and goes? It's so, even if you bide your time. See, there's the cat, but it was there when Mama was facing me. Worthless. There's 1 I actually threw and caught. So usually I die because I end up, the table collapses, right? But I can show you, let's go ahead and make him explode. He's going to turn red here in a second. There we go. With 11 plates left, he's got bigger. He's turned red. I have just a couple more I can eat, maybe 1 or 2, I don't know. There's 1, 2. Oh, and his belly explodes. Yeah. So, for the controller, you just do right to grab, left to eat, or up to throw to the cat, down to throw to the dog. That's all. Button doesn't do anything? Nothing. So, certainly an interesting game, not something that you want to come back to again and again. And I don't necessarily, but having played it for the last couple of days, preparing for this Friday Plays, I don't hate it. I think it's unnecessarily difficult. I think it's cheap. I think it's hard and not well planned out and well designed, but it's certainly something different. We'll say that about it. It's something. And as holidays, Thanksgiving is coming up. Why not a game about eating so much you explode? I've been there. I've been there with you, little kid sitting at the table. Okay, before I do a serious points run, I guess, I don't know how many points I might get, I will, of course, remind you of our merch store, GenXGrownUp.com/merch. The holidays are fast approaching. I mean, they're right here. You're going to have to get gifts for nerdy people in your life. Please consider checking our store. You can get shirts and hats and mugs and tees and pins and stickers and everything with original designs. They get you something cool, and they support us. So keep us, at least check it out. At least try. At least look and see if there's anything there. You got to buy it somewhere. Maybe buy a gift through our store. All right, here we go. Single player game. Make sure I'm on single player. This is the best I could ever hope to do, and probably the most I'll ever concentrate on this game ever again is going to happen right now. So, start. You really need to bide your time, though. Don't get in a rush. All right, 30 plates I have to deal with. There's the first one. So, I'm waiting for Mama to not be facing me, so I have somewhere to throw it. Come on. No, cat got it. Did she see? Nope, she didn't. Great. Okay, that's good news. Go wait for she's turning away. Maybe I can throw one to a cat. No, and the cat's not going to show up till she's, yeah, see that? And then the cat's going to go away. So I just really have to, like, bide my time. Like, can I get 2 to the cat at the same time? Yeah, I got 2 to the cat at once. At one cat appearance. So, I mean, you can eat one periodically. My score's up to 20 now. Go and get it in your hand and wait for the cat. And you kind of get little, oh no, I just threw 2. That's bad news. She's not going to be happy. Usually when she's already mad at me, I'll go ahead and throw an extra one at the dog or cat. Because, like, she's not going to bring 6, so it's going to be either 1 or 3. Oh, the table. Turn around, Mama. There, to the dog. That was good news. That was a clean throw, I think. There's the cat. So I have one in my hand now. You just can't see it. Come on, turn around, Mama. To the dog. To the dog. Nope, I missed the dog, so I guess she finds it on the floor, you know. Throw 2 to the cat. Yeah, that was good news. All right. Let's see. Come on, Mama. Turn around. Here comes the dog under the table. To the dog. Got to throw 2 to the dog? Yes! I guess in later levels they say that, I just threw that out the window. In later levels, Mama gets faster. I can't imagine her being faster. She's already a pain. It's a waiting game. And often you wait and then, the table filled up. Am I missing something? Is there like a whole other part of this game that I'm not paying attention to? Not according to the instructions. It is interesting for the 2600 full characters that fill the screen. That's kind of cool. To the cat. There we go. I've never finished a level. I'm going to try to focus. There, 1 to the cat. Good. I would love to actually finish a level. I haven't eaten one yet. If I can get down to 20, I can just eat and finish the level, you know? Good old Sergio and Frankie. Making my game work. Okay, 1's in my hand. Come on, Mama, turn around. I'm going to eat that one. And I can't tell how long the cats are going to stay. Is it based on the color of the cat? I mean, I've noticed they're different colors. Only 17 left. Come on. Okay, cat. Come on, give me the cat. Come on, Frankie. Where you at? Nowhere. And it disappears as soon as she turns around. I got to eat a couple. You got to eat some eventually, right? Come on, cat. There's a cat. 2 to the cat. Yes, 2 to the cat. We're down to 6. To the dog. 2 to the dog. 2 to the dog. Yes, good. 4 left. 4 left. I think I can just eat them. 1, 2. Oh, I'm turning yellow, but that's okay. 1. We might do it. We might make a level. 280? Never done this. Give me that. Okay, made it to level 2. So now the plate should be worth 6 points? It's really low scored. Maybe is there a bonus here for finishing the level? Nope. I get skinny again. That's about it. Oh, she is faster. Now, that might work out to my benefit. I don't know yet. All right, to the dog. 1 to the dog, 2 to the dog. Good. Okay, that's great. Come on, cat. 2 to the cat. Good. The double throw is a really good strategy if you can catch the cat there. Oh, the table's full. And now the dog is there at the wrong time. Where are you at? Come on, Frankie. Cat. I know Mama's... Yeah, this is my last chance. 32 bowls. I think I might have said pies a few times. I tend to... Before I knew what this game was about, I thought they were pies. Oh, the cat disappeared. Big old throw one because I'm going to get 3 anyway. There, I missed that one. It's eat 1. Hey there, John from the future in the edit. My audio cut out during this recording, but that's okay. We're right here at the end of the game. I threw one of the plates in the window, the cat disappeared, and I got 381 points. That's about the best I'll ever do in this game, Mangia.
I know. It's weird what passed as a game back in 1983 on the 2600. I mean, these days that would be a passing mobile app or a game you play inside of a web browser while you're waiting on something to load or whatever. It's a silly little thing, but gaming was new. We were throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what would stick. I like the food. I guess I kept throwing at the wall and missing the cat. Look, if you celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you have a great holiday. And take a tip from Mangia. Stop before you explode or the table collapses. That's a good rule of thumb every holiday festival. So, in 1979, Atari released what is one of my, or maybe my absolute favorite sports games ever released for the Atari 2600, and that's bowling. Deceptively simple, terribly charming. It remains one of my favorites today. The Atari 2600 was released in September of 1977, along with 9 launch titles. In 1978, another 11 were released, and that brought us up to 20. But in March of 1979, they released 8 more new cartridges, including miniature golf, casino, football, and ultimately, my favorite sports title, bowling. Now, this was written by Larry Kaplan, who would leave less than a year later to help form Activision, which we know the history there. But meanwhile, as he went out the door, he left a gem in the form of bowling. I love this game. Let's go give it a play.
Here he is, my dear friend Bowling. What a fun game. Look, immediately, even the rudimentary nature of the Atari, you can tell right away what this is. It's a bowling game. I see a guy holding a ball. I see the alley. I see the 10 pins. Now, I haven't touched anything on the control deck yet, so upper left, you'll see a 1. That is the current game selected. Upper right is a 1 that's showing how many players in the current game. There are only 6 game options, and it's really 3 options, 1 player, 2 player, as you go through it. So if I were to hit game select, there's game 2 with 2 players, game 3 with 1 player, 4 with 2, 5 with 1, 6 with 2, you get the idea. And then if you hit start, then you have the, you're now playing the game and whichever scores you need. Now, if it's a 2-player game, in addition to the blue score on the left, you'd have a green score over there on the right to indicate a 2-player game as well. Now, while we're taking a tour of the screen, other things to observe. Of course, you have the alleyway here, which is, it's kind of laid down flat for you, but it's the representative of the bowling alley that you're playing in. You have the 10 pins over on the right-hand side, and then you have your character, which I remember reading in several little articles about how this was recognized early on as like, wow, look, this is a full human character. And you can see he's still got the ball in front of him. He's like, and look, if you roll the ball, he even takes a few steps. He does what you would do in bowling. He steps out and he does what you expect a guy to do. And remember, this is a time 79 when everything was, dots and spaceships and abstractions. And this is a person, kind of. You can recognize it as a person. So the different variations of the game, there are 3. So the base one that I play all the time, typically the default one, you can put a little spin on your ball, but you pick when it takes effect. So let me just throw the ball here. And at some point, I'll push up or down on the stick. I'll push up, and it starts to curve. Ooh, and I got a strike just accidentally. There's that delightful sound. Then if you go to game option 3, in this one, this is like a super easy version. So you can you can adjust up or down, control the ball. Watch. So I can go down, up, down, up. I really have control. Hit another strike. And then finally, you have option 5, which is third type of game. You have no control. So as I move up and down, the ball's going to go where the ball's going to go. You have no control over. That's the least interesting. And I like to be able to put a little spin on it at the end. So at the start of any given game, start here, you start by positioning your bowler where you want to start. You can pick anywhere horizontally from left to right across the width of the aisle, the alley there. And then when you push the button, he's going to roll on his own. Just one tap, and off it goes. And then you can control when you start making an adjustment. Oh, another strike. Does that awesome sound. And as you play, in fact, I will tell you that the bowling manual for Atari is how I learned how to score how to score bowling, right? So they spend most of the time saying, okay, here's how a strike works. You get the points for this ball and the next two, and here's a spare. You get this thing and the next one, and you get an open frame. Try that. There's another strike. So you can see beneath my score is the outline of how it's gone, how each frame has gone. So it's kind of in a 3x3 grid with one more on the bottom. So you see a strike, you see an open frame, and then a strike, and then this will be a spare. So he has a slightly lesser celebration. Just a little jump. I would love to be as happy as that little guy is when he gets a strike or a spare. He jumps up and down for joy. He flashes. I got to get that for like a text tone on my phone. That's awesome. Okay. But yeah, so there are also difficulty switches. Now, there's nothing visual you can see on it. The manual says on the A difficulty or advanced expert, it's a little bit harder to get strikes and spares. So I'm sure there's something in the math of when the pins hit each other or don't. So I always play on standard difficulty. I'm bad enough as it is on standard difficulty, but that's it. That's all there is to know about bowling. It's basically bowling that you already know, but delightfully simple and easy to play, and you don't got to put on somebody else's rented shoes. Now, I'm going to try to get the best score that I can. I'll do a quick run here. I typically score between like 150 and 180-ish. You know, I can't do perfect runs or anything, but before I do, look, it's coming up on the holidays. I want to remind you about our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool designs, sure, for bowling or our logo or games or TV or movies or sports or pop culture, whatever you're interested in. Original designs by artists put on t-shirts and hats and mugs and pins. Looking for gifts in the holidays, it's a great place to at least check out, and every dollar you spend gets you that gift and helps to support Gen X Grown Up. So we really appreciate it. Okay, so let's move on to the run. Let's go to game one. So I have option one and one player. Hit start. Now my strategy, I usually try to line up my foot with I think it's the number 3 pin. So the bottom one of the two vertical in a row there. And then right before we get to the pins, I do a little swerve and just try to clip the first pin. So here's what I try to do. And a little curve there. There. We'll be able to pick up a spare. I also play this little game with myself where I try to not have to use any spin on the ball for spares. Like, can I line it up perfectly? And that's good practice. That's good practice for lining up your feet for the next run. So right about there is where I stand. This is certainly not the only strategy and the right way to play this game, but it's what works for me pretty well. All right. I'm 19 points. I got that strike, that spare plus 1 ball. Boop, there's a second spare. All right, he's very happy. Let's see, come on, let's get a strike, can we? Curve. Yeah, got it. He's very excited. There we go. Come on, and a little curve. Ooh, all right, it's close. And pick up this spare should be pretty easy. Is that lined up? Oh yeah. Boop. I do appreciate how the pins actually move. They don't just disappear. That was something that I remember. It makes it feel more like actual pins there instead of just dots because of how they react with each other. There's almost some physics going on. I'm guessing at this point it was simulated physics, but it made it look cool to me. Pick that one up. Great. All right. About halfway through. That's 5 frames. We're going into 6. And a little spin. Ooh, not quite. Now, when I have 2 like that, I'm going to try to, I will use a little bit of spin to make sure the ball is moving in the right direction because the first pin will impact it. So, oh, and it didn't quite get it. A little higher up. All right, so there's an open frame. That's all right. So 105 now is where we're at. I think we should hit 150 or so. Ah, so close. You can see that ball roll right by that pin, like give it wind burn. Got it. Cool. 105. All right, come on. Do one more strike, shall we? Curve. Oh, not quite. Keep losing. What is that number? Is it 8 or 9? That's 8 pin, I think, right? All right. Spare. I think it has the same kind of rules as you're going to... Ooh. Oh, no. Left 3. Same kind of rules where if you get to the, it's standard score. If you get to the 10th frame, you get 2 more balls if you get a strike on the 10th one. All that stuff. There we go. Come on. Curve. Ah, got it. Hit that first one diagonally, shot out, got the other two. All right. This is it, the 10th frame. Ooh, all right, I get one more ball, I guess, to pick up that spare. Boop, got it. He's very happy. Last ball. Let's close it out good. Oh, with 9. So that should be 160, 179. Oh yeah, because I had the pickup. That's bowling. And even though I just finished this game, like I just want to push start again. That's all the time it takes to play the entire game. It's bowling. Can I get 300 points? No. How close can I get? 179. Great. If you have trouble, you try the option where you have lots of steering. If you're an expert, try the option where you have no steering. I think game number 1 or 2, two-player version of it, is really the purest version of this Atari bowling, and it's the one that I play every time I throw it in and hit start. And in fact, when I'm done with this video, I'm going to come back and play some more bowling.
Now, as you can see, there's nothing very complicated or revolutionary about this Atari version of bowling. It's just pure and simple. It follows the real-world rules of bowling. The controls are easy to pick up, and because it's a short, instant game, 10 frames, you're done and move on. It's so easy to come back to time and again, and the celebratory sound of your little man when he gets a strike, it never gets old to me. I love this game, and I'm happy to have had a chance to share it with you. Whether you're an old nerdy Gen Xer or a non-gamer Gen Z, you know about Space Invaders. The 1978 Taito arcade game helped to launch the video game industry and remains an iconic franchise decades later. So it was a no-brainer when Atari licensed and developed a translation of Space Invaders for the Atari 2600 home console. And to say it was successful would be quite the understatement. You know, when Rick Marr joined Atari, he was fascinated with the Space Invaders arcade game and began developing a version for the VCS on his own time. Now his co-workers and his managers, they didn't seem to care, had little interest until CEO Ray Kassar saw how much money Space Invaders was making in the arcades. He nabbed the rights from Taito and assigned Marr to complete his code. Now, Marr's version of the game took plenty of liberties with Space Invaders' simple design, but many fans, myself included, would argue the Atari 2600 port is even better than the original. Now that's a bold assertion, so let's jump in and take a closer look.
And here is the Atari Space Invaders. If you've played it before, you know this view well when you fire it up. Now, I don't think I need to mansplain Space Invaders to anyone, but for consistency, the goal of Space Invaders is to defeat all of the alien invaders before either they destroy your laser cannon 3 times or they land on Earth. And once they land, doesn't matter how many lives you have, it's all over. If you glance around the screen, your laser cannon is here at the bottom. In fact, when you're in the attract mode, I can move it so your laser cannon is right down there. You can control that with the joystick. You fire, of course, with the fire button. Between your laser cannon and the aliens up above are your shields, which can be chewed away either by you or the aliens' bullets. If the aliens get low enough, those shields will disappear entirely. And then at the top of the screen is a big rack of aliens. Now, the original arcade game had way more aliens on screen. The Atari version has just 36 aliens per rack, so 6 columns and 6 rows. And each time you have a new level, they start lower and lower and lower until you get till they get down to, the level of the shields, or they land on Earth, which makes it pretty tough. Now, you only get 3 laser cannons. I double-checked and triple-checked, and my memory was off. I think you can't earn an extra ship. If I'm wrong, we'll find out in a second, but I triple-checked in the manual. I don't see any reference to it, but maybe you do. I think you just get the 3 ships you get. Otherwise, on the screen, there's not much to see. The top left there is the current game select. The top right is the number of players in the current game. When you start the game, you'll temporarily see the number of lives you have left, the number of your laser cannons, kind of the bottom middle. I'll show you that when we get there. And though I'm going to walk through this game, as simple as it is, I can only really show you like a quarter of it, because the vast majority of the replayability, I think, for this Space Invaders is all of the crazy multiplayer options, which we'll get to in a second. But so this game, if you look at the box, you've seen the box, right? It says 112 variations. So if you start hitting the game select and just start ripping through, Now, in fact, they added a function to help you get through faster. If you hold down game reset while you're hitting it, you'll fly through the options. That's something that you might not know if you didn't read the manual, but you don't have to rapid fire that select button. You can tear through them like this to get through all those different options. Now, I'm going to talk about the options in a second. You've seen some of those we've gone through. Here's an example of a two-player game. It's a good opportunity to talk about the difficulty switches, which all they do is change the size of your laser cannon. So standard difficulty, they look like this. And then if you go to advanced difficulty, they look like this. They're enormous, which means a bigger target for the aliens to hit, right? So I'll drop them back down to normal size, which is how I normally play. That's just if you're a glutton for punishment. So let me get back around here to the beginning of the 112 games. So let's talk about the basic variations. Let's start a game first and just show you how it plays, just a flavor of what a standard game looks like. You have your little laser cannon, you're moving left and right across the bottom of the ship. Yes, I know about the cheat. We're going to talk about that a little later in this video. And you chew away at the aliens before they can get your shields. Periodically, there is a spaceship. Oh, I just missed it. Come on, bonus ship. Yeah, I missed it. It's worth like 100 points. Scoring otherwise, the aliens are like, as you go up higher, they're 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 for the 6 different alien heights. So this is what a standard game looks like. You know, shoot all the aliens before they get to the ground. Crazy variations they added. There's basically 4 game types which are used in combination. So the first one I want to show you is this one, moving shields. It's more of an inconvenience than anything, but as you can see, the shields are moving back and forth. They can still be destroyed. You can accidentally shoot them if you're not careful. So that was the first interesting thing that was added to keep it fresh. You don't have this at all in the arcade game. And you might say, well, I don't want it in the arcade game. Well, that's okay, but for a home console where you're going to pay your 30, 40 bucks, maybe some variation is good. What's the next thing they added? The next one is zigzagging shots. So the aliens, their bullets aren't just straight any longer. They have this little erratic downward movement. They can kind of work their way around the shield sometimes. Just a little harder to dodge. And you can see the, as you're close, normally you'd get right next to the bullet and let it fall. Now you got to be a little more careful. Okay, that's a great variation. Let's move on to the next one with number 5. This is fast laser bombs. Look how quickly the aliens' bombs are dropping. Like double speed. Like you almost can't get out of the way in time. It's just like I didn't do. Look, you see, I guess all you can do is hide behind the shield or something because like there's no time to react to these low aliens. So that's bad enough. All right, but we're not done. One more. Yeah, where are they? Well, they're nowhere. The way this works is if you shoot one invader, they'll all appear briefly. And then you have to remember where they are. So. Oh, I got one. They appeared briefly. So I get a chance to see where they're at. Like, I guess you just aim for where the bullets are falling. And now we'll hit ones. I'm trying to hit the spaceship, right? Oh, they're right where I needed them not to be. Okay, so you have all that. And then finally, the other variations of the first 16 games are combinations of that. You know, you can add together shields and zigzag, or you can add together invisible and the fast bombs or whatever. Or they even say in the manual, for a real challenge, try 16. So this is a single-player game. This is the last single-player game. It has moving shields and zigzag bombs and fast bombs and invisible invaders. So just for fun, before I even get any farther, let's look at how poorly I do if I try really hard. Here we go. Ready? Oh, there's one death. Okay. There's my number of lives. 2 there at the bottom. Okay, I've lost 2. I have 15 points. Doing pretty good so far. Look. That's it. I made 20 points. That's ridiculous. Okay, but you can add the level of complexity that you'll want to it. The base game, game 1, is more like Space Invaders, but so look, I can show you the little grid here, but what you'll notice on the little matrix is that there's not just 16 games, there's 112. It's because there are so many multiplayer options that I don't have a second player here to show you, but if you play Space Invaders, if you have a friend or a loved one that you can play with, you've got to try these multiplayer options. And they vary, crazy stuff. And I'll show you the page from the manual. You can look and see just how nutty. There's regular 2-player, this is what you'd expect. 1-player, 2-player, you take turns, right? There's 2-player at the same time. You're both on the screen working together. You're fighting for a score, but you're both playing at the same time. That's pretty cool. And then you have 2-player, simultaneous, controlling one ship, but alternating who can shoot. And then you have 2-player, where your partners, only one player can move left and the other player can move right, and either one of you can fire. And there's another one where the control alternates based on when you shoot. So the player 1 can move and then he can shoot. The player 2 can move and then he can shoot. And it's like a tag team. Every time you fire a bullet, it changes control. Frantic. And then there's another 2-player where one player moves and the other one can shoot. All of that is baked into this game for the multiplayer aspect. That's why it was a system seller. It is Space Invaders, but it's all these options of Space Invaders. I'm trying to get back to the beginning. It's all these options of Space Invaders on top of the game that make it fun for you sitting with your buddy or sitting with, your little brother or your little sister or your big brother, whatever. There's things to do together that make this, you're not playing Space Invaders, you and your friend are playing with Space Invaders to see what kind of, how well you can do in these crazy scenarios. Now, everybody who says, would you please do Space Invaders, says, don't forget to talk about the double shot. So I'm going to talk about the double shot and tell you about how to get it. So, oh, by the way, when you're playing a game, the top left is the score, the top right is the player 2 score. You can only score 9999. You can keep scoring, but the score won't reflect that. I think there's a rollover, maybe a stick, I don't remember. Anyway, so when I shoot, look, I can shoot one bullet at a time. That's it. That's all I'm allowed to shoot. But there's a trick to allow you to shoot 2 bullets at once. It's called frying the machine. There are several ways to do it. You can toggle the power on and off a few times. Or the reliable way that I know of is hold down the reset button when you're turning on your console. And then this is going to happen. I'm going to fry my console. So let's see, just a couple of frying here. I'll hit start. Let's see if that did it. There we go. 2 bullets. So everybody who ever knew about this cheat never played Space Invaders unless they had this turned on. I guarantee you. Because it changes the game dramatically. I might even get this UFO. Nope. Why haven't I gotten it yet? Crazy. My timing is way off. So yeah, so a double shot. It adds to the game beyond even what we had already done. So, it's Space Invaders. You have all these options. Now that I have the double shot, single player, game option 1, I'm going to try. I haven't played this trying to get a high score in a long time. I'm going to try to get my best score with a points run. Okay, here we go. 3 lives, option 1. Got my double shot activated. Now, you probably know already if you've played Space Invaders, and not just the Atari one, but you should go for columns, not rows. It's tempting to go for the low-hanging fruit guys down here because they're going to land on the planet. But they can't come down a row until they make it all the way across the screen. And the fewer aliens there are horizontally, the longer it takes for them to advance, therefore giving you time to attack. I don't think I'm telling you anything that you don't already know, certainly if you've played Space Invaders before. Oh, then there's the fun of when they get super fast. Got him. 600 points. Not a bad start, I guess. And quickly get across, and again, I try to take them out on the right-hand side as quick as I can. There we go, there's a whole column. My timing on taking out the bonus ship is way off compared to my memory. I'd like to get one every now and then here. There we go, got him. Oh, I hate when they're gapped like this. There we go. Got him. 1430, okay. Now you can see they're even lower. So, I think the next level, oh, ouch, I lost a ship already, damn it. On the next level, they start even lower with the shields already gone. So from that point on, and I just lost the shields. I should have taken these guys out. They wouldn't come down. All right, so now, see I've cleared out more columns? Takes a little longer to get across the screen. Come on. There's one. Got him. 22:35. All right, now you gotta be careful to get across here. Oh, God. Is that my last ship? Yep, last ship. That's not great. Come on. Whoa! Come on, almost got me again. Trying to clear a few out. Okay, the guy on the right is going to land. I got to get over here quickly. All right. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh! Squish. Game over. 24-60. I feel like I could have done much better. It's been a long time since I've tried to play for score, but you can see if 9999 is the rollover score, I didn't play that long. I played like 4 or 5 racks to get down there, but it gets aggressively more difficult. Now, can you imagine being at that point of the game with zigzag, fast bombs, invisible invaders? Doesn't matter about the moving shields. They'll be gone by now. You can have the most chaotic difficulty imaginable, or you can just play it easy like this. And, you know, what did that take? Like 4 or 5 minutes to play a nice casual game of Space Invaders. Got about 2,500 points. This game, I don't know what it is about Space Invaders, never gets old for me.
Now, Atari's Space Invaders was not only a hit, but became a system seller for the 2600. Records suggest Atari moved more than 6 million units and earned over $100 million from the sales of Space Invaders alone. It's second only to Todd Fry's Pac-Man in both sales and revenue. And yet oddly, though it's regularly cited as a 2600 favorite, Taito seems keen to bury this version and has thus far refused to license it for redistribution, which is why you don't find it on modern compilations. But don't worry, we still have our cartridges, we still have emulation, and it's still the version I fire up when I'm in a Space Invaders mood. Megamania for the Atari 2600 is a funky outer space shooter written by Steve Cartwright and published by Activision in 1982. Now, rather than blasting aliens, though, Megamania pits you against such twisted enemies as hamburgers, cookies, bugs, and steam irons. Steve Cartwright reportedly spent 6 months developing the concept for Megamania and a further 3 months to fine-tune the game. Now, I certainly played it plenty as a kid, though it wasn't one of my favorites. However, it is the favorite of my dear friend Marcus, who is recovering this week from some surgery and a hospital stay. So, Marcus, this week's Friday Plays is just for you.
And here's what you were greeted to when you launch Megamania. Now, I know I was just talking about how it's this weird outer space trippy kind of game, but it's pretty stark when you launch it. Big open black playfield, gray stripes and stats. The fever dream of this game isn't in the visuals so much, it is the selection of enemies and the weird patterns that they fly, which you'll see, which you played this game before, you know already. Let me go ahead and start the game and pause it. Oh, it sounds so good. Let some aliens come across here, just so we have everything on screen at once and we can talk about it. So a quick tour of the screen. At the top, of course, you have the rack of aliens. This is the play field. They're going to work their way. Some of them just fly at the top. Some will come down to where you are and hit you, and they're dropping bullets. Your ship, the bottom center there, they call it a mobile blaster. It's your spaceship, and for me, it didn't hurt my feelings a bit that it looks a lot like the USS Enterprise. I'm sure that was intentional. Below that is this gray bar that has all your stats. You have the energy bar. Now that fills up at the start of every ship, and even if you don't get hit or collided with, if that runs out, you'll lose a life. Well, the other end of that spectrum is the faster you can finish a level, the more bonus points you'll get for the remaining time on the energy bar. Below that are your extra ships in reserve. That's called your reserve fleet. You have the one you're playing plus 3 in reserve. You can get an extra man every 10,000 points if you like. Let's talk a little bit about the game options that you have. And so you should have 4 options I'm cycling through down there in the lower right. There are really only 2 variations of this game with a 1-player, 2-player. So there's standard guided bullets, and then there's unguided bullets. So games 1 and 2 are guided bullets, 1 and 2 player. Games 3 and 4 are unguided bullets, straight shots, player 1 and player, 1 player, 2 player. So let me give you an example of what that looks like. So let me just start a game. So this is standard guided bullets. You can see when I move, the bullet I fire moves with my ship after I've fired it. So that's guided. And let's go down to unguided, as you might expect. your bullets behave like the enemy's bullets. When you fire them, they will go straight up from where you were horizontally when you fired. The other downside to this for me is that you can't just hold down the button. You have to rapid fire on the button. But over in the standard, game option 1, just holding down the button, I'm just holding it down, rapid fire. The other thing to be aware of are the difficulty switches. And so you have the A and B difficulty. So basic difficulty is fast bullets, and expert difficulty is a little bit slower bullets. So let me show you. What I want to do here is just clear all the enemies but one so I can show you the speed of the bullets. It's a little subtle, but you can feel it, especially if you have them side by side for comparison. All right, so just one enemy left. This is standard difficulty. You can hear the pace of those bullets. So let's go into expert difficulty now. And you can see just a little slower, and then back to standard. And it makes a difference. It really does. Now, as we're just kind of poking around here to look, we're on the second level. These are the cookies. Okay, they look like Tinker Toys to me. That's what I always thought they were, but they are, in fact, cookies. And the scoring, which I'll throw on the screen, a little excerpt from the manual there. I'm getting boxed in because I'm not concentrating. The score goes up by 10 each time. And so the hamburgers are 20, these cookies are 30, the bugs are 40, I'm going to get hit. Tires are 50, all the way up through Space Dice, 90 points. And then everything thereafter is all 90 points from then on. But it gets faster and more difficult and more challenging, as you might imagine. But the overall goal is just eliminate the enemies in the allotted time. Don't get hit by their bullets or by them when they come down in these erratic patterns. And get the best possible score you can. And enjoy, that awesome sound effect of... listen when... Oh, the bugs here. Whether I die or I finish this level, either one, I want you to listen to the sound as the timer goes down and back up. It's like you're launching a brand new ship. Here we go. Oh, don't get hit. Here we go. Listen. The siren followed by that launch sound. It just gives me the feeling that, here we go again. I love to play this game. Even the getting killed, that really kind of freaky noise there. And the metallic clang when you shoot an enemy, it almost has a little echo to it. All of that combined is what, in my opinion, gives this game its kind of psychedelic reputation. I think it's well earned. Okay, so with that, of course I'm going to try a points run. Before I do, I'll remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. I was looking, and yeah, there's a great design with that original Activision A. It's kind of this distressed look, a great tee. You can get that and lots of other cool designs or our logo on hats or t-shirts or mugs or pins or stickers or whatever. It gets you something cool, and every dollar you spend also supports independent content creation like you see right here on GenXGrownUp. Okay, I'm going to try a points run. I'm not that good at this game. I'm going to do game option number 1. It's going to be standard difficulty, which is the fast bullet, so I'm guided fast. I usually get around, maybe I get the extra man at 10,000. I rarely get the extra man at 20 because by then I'm up to the bow ties, and they're terrible. So here's my best shot. Wish me luck. Okay. So we start with the hamburgers. Now, as a kid, not having read the manual, we had our own names for all these aliens, or the enemies, I guess, are not aliens. And we thought these were just UFOs. They're kind of shaped like a disc. But they're supposed to... And I can see a hamburger look, but we thought they were UFOs. And then you went right away to the next level. These are the cookies, which now, in hindsight, I can see how it could look like a cookie. Like a Oreo-looking kind of sandwich cookie. I get that. But we thought they were Tinker Toys. Like the side of a Tinker Toy, like on edge. That's what we always called them. But right away, it made no sense. Like, how we go from UFOs to Tinker Toys? I don't know. Oh, now we have the bugs. These are my favorite enemy. They have a nice, predictable pattern. They don't come down at the bottom and attack you. And they look like bugs, too. They're pretty easy to finish. That was nice. Hate the tires. These things are going to kill me. I'm going to predict now I'm going to lose at least 1 life to the tires. The way they zigzag and they unpredictably change direction, and they kind of sandwich you in with that grid, yeah. Now maybe somebody that's better at this game would say, they're not predictable, you know exactly when they're going to reverse. I always find myself shooting at, space and they've dodged the last second. Oh, he's going to be in the wrong spot. See how I get all boxed in like that? Oh, come on. Now they circle back around to the top, thankfully. Come on. How'd they get this low again? No, 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 no. I hate the tires. Now what, have I lost 2 lives to the tires already? That's not good. Come on, tires. Can I shoot one of you, maybe? Goodness. Now he's too low again. Look at that. He's too low. Hate the tires. Come on, tire. Whoo, I got it. Then we get to diamonds. They're kind of like the bugs, but they're a little more aggressive, and they open and close, making them, of course, harder to hit. Ooh. At least I'm close to my extra man if I can just survive these diamonds just a little bit longer. There's my extra man. Yay. And I lost it right away. Am I going to make it to the steam irons? Come on. Whoa. Got it. All right. Steam irons at least. Now, the big trick to these for me is you got to make sure you shoot at least one of them in every column or you'll get stuck and can't get in. So I've shot at least one in every... No, 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 no. Oh. As I was saying, you shoot one in every column. If you don't, they become a solid column and you can't get in on them. So what did I get? 15,000? Yeah, that's about my prediction. And I'm frantic, like I was nervous the whole time. We didn't get to the bow ties or the space dice. A better Megamania player can show you that. But this is Megamania, and as I said, the thing that brings me back again and again is not so much the weird fever dream aspect, but very distinct Atari sounds and the sound design the Steve Cartwright delivered on this game. Certainly makes it memorable.
Now, Megamania received translations for the Atari 5200 and the Atari 8-bit computer line in 1983 thanks to Glenn Anderson. And while they take advantage of those systems' superior graphics capabilities, there's something about the sound of the Atari 2600 version that makes it the gold standard for me. I cover a different classic game each week here on my Friday Plays series, so if you have a request, please drop it in a comment below. Meanwhile, links here and here to some previous editions. I certainly hope you found something to enjoy in this video. I can't wait to talk to you again next time. Bye-bye.